Marsa the Ultra Girl. This is not a Ranma fanfic. This is a story I originally wrote during my time in the Air Force in the winter of 1985, and I consider it a good example of one of my earlier projects. I am revising it now with the intention of seeing it in published form. This is only 1/3 of the total novel, and I prefer to keep the copyrights, so please make a notice that this is my original work, even if it is based on various concepts that were inspired by other sources. I wrote this because of my love of comic books and my general disdain for those second-rate acts who often mangle the genre through their failure to properly render a time-tested and venerable concept. You will most likely see hints and homages to themes and characters who appear in other mediums populating my universe, but in general I am trying to tell a serious story while hopefully getting it right, as this is what I believe would happen if superheroes were real and not just fictional creations. If you would like to see the entire series in published form, please write and give me your hints and suggestions. I will be working on the new editions in good stead, but it does take time for me to transcribe my old typewritten pages into a computer format. Basically, this story postulates the theory of why life on other worlds seems to closely resemble our own in science fiction stories. Another way of putting it would be, why does Clark Kent wear glasses? I hope that the approach that I have taken here is fresh and original, as this is what I believe the writers of various comic books ought to do, which is to stress character over routine fights with rubber monsters. Besides, it's fun to speculate what life would be like if we really did have superpowers. Marsa, the Ultra Girl by JIM Bader. Book 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel. Chapter 1. The exile. The problem, my dear, is one of gravity and the inverse square proportion. Marsa of Ninjarma watched nervously as Kartor, her mentor, attached sensory discs to her bare skin while she lay back upon the inclined examination table in his makeshift laboratory, rather self-conscious of her nakedness, though the man gave no outward sign of paying her condition any notice. "How do you mean, sir?" she asked cautiously, trying not to appear too nervous. "I refer, of course, to the incredible absurdity of the humanoid shape, given everything we know about biology under such conditions as exist upon our planet," he replied rather airily. "Current theory has affirmed that we should be a race of dwarves approximately half our present height, and definitely not bipedal. That was the contention that originally led your father to question the conventional explanation of how life began upon Wolframma, or at least the version that has been officially promoted by the High Council, which sad to say also led to his eventual censure." "My father?" Marsa reacted with surprise. "What does this have to do with his research?" "His heresy, you mean?" Kartor smiled easily as he turned from her to busy himself with the control panel. "Martin proposed a radical thesis that actually borrows a lot from ancient mythology to expound the theory of our race originated somewhere among the stars. He believed that we had been seated upon Wolframma thousands of rotations ago, and that all life as we know it had itself been planted here by a pre-existing starfaring civilization." "That is difficult to credit, sir," Marsa reluctantly conceded, shifting her weight slightly in spite of his admonition that she lay still. "One could hardly conceive of a more improbable thesis." "But not one that is more consistent with the evidence that we have uncovered to date," Kartor casually noted. "Your father and I put together a rather extensive amount of raw data that he unfortunately did not have time to completely sort through. But I have devoted the last 40 cycles towards that end, and now I am prepared to share the fruit of our combined work with you, apprentice. It is the least that I can do to honor his memory and dedication to the truth." "Of course I appreciate the gesture, sir," Marsa replied, "but why me? I am only an student engineer, and I have not even received my third-level technical rating. Ratings are for bureaucrats and those who lack imagination to appreciate true genius," Kartor said dismissively. "I know your mind and heart, and I know that you come from the finest genetic stock our race has to offer. Your mother was only slightly less brilliant than your father, and that mainly because she tended towards more conventional studies rather than the cutting-edge work that fired your father's imagination." "I never met either of them," Marsa replied. "Since I was birthed I have known only the monitors and tenders of the natal care facility that I was raised in. You, as my sponsor, are the nearest that I have ever come to having an elder." Kartor smiled briefly, giving her a curious look before returning his attention to his controls, while she studied him in return with a puzzlement born of close association. Not a very tall man by normal standards, yet well enough formed to be considered handsome, with a distinguished air that belied his indeterminable age. His hair was brown rather than the normal bronze color of most Ninjarmans, and he had well-groomed facial hair, which was almost unique among the male half of the population. By contrast, Marsaw was of average height and build for a female Ninjarman, with hair and skin the normal bronze coloration of northern wolfram and with violet eyes set among rather pleasant, if unexceptional features. She had been told that she strongly resembled her biological mother, but having seen no representation of technician Martaw in the files, she was left only to speculate that this contrast was a favorable one. Kartor, being one of a very few who admitted to knowing her parents alone, could confirm the reliability of this estimation. "It has been my privilege and honor to be your mentor," he said as he returned to studying his equipment with meticulous interest. "You are everything that I could hope for in an apprentice, and I find your performance more than satisfying, but I am not truly your father. The man who deserved that honor was taken from you before his time, and your mother with him, all because they dared to stray from the accepted path of the High Council. But I have always been told that their deaths were sanctioned because they threatened the security of the state," Marsaw protested. "I understand that there was some doubt that I should even have been allowed to live because of that association. I intervened because I knew you would prove worthy of your heritage," Kartor assured her, giving her a reassuring smile before returning to his adjustments. "As a senior councilman myself, I had the authority to override their ruling in your favor. The council was wrong to condemn your father and his work. His conclusions were entirely valid, and if you wish to confirm my findings for yourself, I will make the necessary data available for your analysis, but that is the truth of the matter, so there is no reason for you to doubt his or your brilliance." Kartor then turned to another panel, and images suddenly flared to life in the air before them. "Do you see these rock strata? They were taken from mineral deposits dating back no more than 100,000 cycles. Note that the carbon scoring only appears above a certain level. Below that are elements consistent with a different type of environment than can support our form of life. High concentrations of methane, less nitrogen and very little oxygen, and absolutely no trace of amino acids beyond their most simple and elementary molecular arrangements. None of the complex polymers we know of as organic residue have ever been found that date less than 100,000 cycles, and only after 70,000 cycles does the abundance of life appear. From that we may infer that the biosphere itself was engineered between 70 and 100,000 cycles ago. We also find the earliest evidence of above-ground settlement about this time, which means that life as we know it began all at once from a virtual dead start to the great abundance of life that we knew until the disaster only a few hundred cycles back. The only traces of human settlement that date farther back than this are found in underground caverns, which is where our ancestors may have lived during the terraforming process." "Terraforming?" Marsaw asked in mild confusion. "A word your father coined," he replied, "a technical term for a kind of theoretical technology capable of transforming an entire world from a lifeless globe to one capable of sustaining life as we know it." "How could the first man father a race without a breeder?" Marsaw asked. "Surely he would have had to have had at least one woman beside him to become our ancestor. The hypothetical civilization that may have colonized our world evidently seeded our ancestors here after modifying our physical structure to adapt to the harsh conditions that must have existed before the development of a thriving ecosystem," Kartor explained. "Martan suggested that Wolfram may have at one time been a frontier world turned prison planet with the settled population employed to mine the heavy elements our world has in such abundance. Evidence that the earliest settlements were part of such a mining colony give adequate support to this thesis and could explain why we were eventually abandoned to fend for ourselves." "I do not quite follow you, sir," Marsaw confessed, feeling a slight tingling from the sensory discs attached to her temples. "Are you saying a technologically advanced civilization deliberately exiled our people here? Why is this not a part of our historical archives?" "Who says that it is not?" He smiled, continuing to work the controls as the holographic images shifted to match his descriptions. "Tell me, do they still teach the young of your quadrant the legend concerning the Iron Star Rebellion?" "Iron Star?" Marsaw almost laughed. "Are we resorting to fables in order to explain a scientific paradox? Such fables may well be the ancestral memories that survived in oral form long after any written text might have been lost to the ages," Kartor replied. "Iron Star is said to have been the first man, created by the powers with all the nobility and grace that humanity is capable of aspiring towards, yet he rebelled against the gods and was punished by being exiled from heaven. he was made to toil in the underworld until the day a descendant could ascend to the surface and find a land that was like a virtual garden paradise, and this world was called Wolframa, the hard soil, where mankind had a new beginning. Does that not sound rather much like what I have been describing? But a single individual could not have fathered an entire race, Marsaw pointed out. You would need a baseline population of as much as several thousand people. Several hundred, actually, Carter corrected, calling up a graph form of linear descent. Through the illicit tracing of DNA signatures, your father deduced a colony of no less than 1,276 original founders, allowing for such variables as genetic drift and the winnowing out of certain bloodlines. That would be consistent with an army of rebels exiled to this world, and your father further speculated that the reason for that rebellion was that our ancestors were bred to be genetically superior to the original human matrix. Simply put, we were an experiment that went bad and turned against our creators, for which we were turned out onto the only kind of environment where our enhanced qualities would be neutralized and or put to good advantage. Enhanced? Marsaw asked. Now you really have lost me. It is the only explanation that could account for why we seem perfectly adapted to this world. Carter smiled. The council knew your father was onto something important, which is why they have suppressed these findings. Why would the council do such a thing? Marsaw asked. It makes no sense from a scientific perspective. But not a political one, Carter smiled. I regret that I have not shared this with you until now out of concern that it would place you in a rather awkward position, but now I am prepared to move to the next stage. I have decided to be completely open with you. As a former ranking member of the High Council, I have had access to secret files and have been able to requisition materials on the side that have gone into my private research. I have gone much farther than your father ever dreamed of going in proving his theories, and I have found the actual sealed caverns where the machinery of the ancients still exists, and I have spent the past few cycles analyzing how they work so that I might reconstruct them using modern technology. I am at last ready to employ this machinery so that I can prove once and for all that your father was right, and thus break the power of the High Council. What? Marsaw blinked. But I have told you how much you remind me of your mother? He sighed. Marta was special. She chose to side with Martin at the cost of her own life. She believed that his ideals was worth any cost, and I believe that you will feel the same way when you know all that there is to know about the work that we have accomplished. That is unfair, Marsaw protested. You are playing on my sympathies, sir, by naming people of whom I have never been permitted to know that much. I know, he sniffed, it is rather much to drop in your lap all at once, but there it is. You have been wondering what we have been doing out here in this cavern far removed from Ninjarma, living in virtual exile in this self-contained laboratory. I have kept the truth from you, for which I must apologize, but you would not have understood or believed me until now, when I at last have the proof of my claims, which I will now demonstrate. A new image formed in the air, this time alongside a representation of Wolframa, only somewhat smaller and different in coloration. There were more oceans, for one thing, and very different land masses. In spite of her growing alarm at what she had been brought into, she found this new image strangely appealing. What is that? She asked in wonder. A new world that I have just discovered, he replied. I call it Earth, which is another word for soil, amusingly enough. I sent a modified probe to the Adlan-Chala 4 quadrant and it sent these images back through subspace, along with some data analysis taken directly from one of the natives. Brace yourself, this next part may cause some discomfort as I stimulate your cerebral cortex. What are you? Marsaw began to say when the tingling sensation intensified about her temples, flowing down her spine and back again, causing her body to arch as her perception of reality blurred for a few confusing moments, followed by a white light that opened up within her skull and seemed to traverse her entire nervous system before the sensation passed, leaving her mildly disoriented. Oh, she gently exclaimed at last, that. I feel very strange. Hardly surprising, he replied. I've just downloaded the implanted memories of the native subject that I have encountered in order to enable you to better understand their language and culture. Here is some of the rest of the data probe 1138 recorded of this native, whose name apparently is Mark Daniels. Mark Daniels? Marsaw repeated, finding the words both strange and strangely familiar. Yes, Carter replied, and no, the third and fourth syllable appears to serve no special function. He does not seem to be a very important member of his society, rather more like a transient minstrel, what we might have called the bard in the old days of your ancestor, Sheila. Now we are on to Sheila the Conqueror, are we? Marsa laughed, finding it strangely easier to do now than before, her normal reserve having become inexplicably relaxed. Then she studied the data more alertly and her jaw almost dropped. Are these bio-readings accurate? I've checked them several times, to be sure, Cartor said, evidently enjoying her reactions. A remarkable fellow, is he not? Lighter density, a less hardy frame and far less advanced musculature than what we possess, but otherwise near identical to our own form. Several internal organs are arranged differently, but on the whole he is a splendid example of a humanoid life variation that is so close to our own form of life that the genetic computability is a precise match to 15 decimal places. Obviously he is adapted to different environmental conditions than ourselves, but in every way that matters he is entirely human. Parallel evolution? Marsa gasped, that is impossible. Unless... Unless? He grinned broadly, encouraging her to finish her statement. Unless we share a common ancestor, Marsa almost whispered, looking from the image of the man to Cartor and back again. You are right. My father was right. We have to be related. Exactly my conclusion, he nodded approvingly, as if she had just impressed him with some far-reaching thesis. It is my contention that we are not only not alone in the cosmos, but that there are other star systems with life rather much like ourselves, brothers of man, if you will, all related to the same ancient star-faring culture. Somehow that prehistoric civilization must have collapsed and left our worlds to fend for themselves, but the fact remains that we are essentially one people. But the Council? Marsa began, then hesitated before saying, they must know about this. It would change everything, our whole concept of our place in the universal order. Exactly, Cartor said, which is why they have sought to suppress this knowledge. But why? Marsa asked, then answered her own question, because it would weaken their credibility with our people? And provoke them to ask questions that the Council would rather not have answered, Cartor replied, then asked, do you recall the legend surrounding your ancestor, Sheila, concerning the cult of the Keepers? The Keepers? Marsa asked, they were an obscure religious movement that opposed material progress. Sheila broke their power when she founded her empire. The Keepers are more than just a legend, Cartor said soberly, they were a very real movement said to descend from the time of Iron Star. In legends they were specially appointed by the gods to keep Iron Star's descendants from climbing back to the stars in order to renew his challenge. In reality, the Keepers believe that they are the guardians of social order. They oppose progress and individual liberty, stressing that human beings were innately corrupt and needed intense regulation by a fixed system of laws meant to preserve that order. Your father believed that they were descended from the jailers originally charged to keep the prison population in line while the terraforming process was in progress. Why would they oppose progress? Marsa asked. Because knowledge is power, Cartor replied, ignorance is enslavement. People are easier to control if they lack the tools to question authority, and the Council has a lot riding on preserving the current system. Shaking the foundations of science is not the sort of thing that they want to encourage, nor is rewriting the history texts, so they would rather kill the messenger than embrace the message. Something new awoke in Marsa just then, an emotion she almost did not recognize, a feeling of both resentment and anger. How can knowing the truth about our ancestry affect their position? By bringing into question the very legitimacy of the High Council, he replied, turning back to the image of the man named Mark Daniels. This fellow with the lighter build represents everything that they and the Keepers say humanity cannot aspire towards. He lives under an open sky with a pale skin complexion that implies only minimal solar radiation can penetrate the atmosphere of his world. Probe 1138 confirms that there is a slight industrial degradation to the environment of his world, which would place their technology at or around what we had over 1,000 cycles ago, during the mid-industrial period predating the Great Environmental Crisis. It would appear his world is heading in the same direction as our own, but they have not yet gotten to where we are, meaning that there is still time enough to alter the direction of their progress. It would seem advantageous if we could offer them some of our technological knowledge to help them avert their coming crisis, in exchange for which they could assist us with some of our own needs. In other words, there exists a solid foundation for trade between our two civilizations. That would be incredible, Marsaw breathed. It could mean the end of rationing our material resources, a virtual end to interdome wars between the different sectors of our planet. But only if the High Council would permit it, Cartor reminded, which they will never do since contact with this world would mean the end of their stranglehold on power. Saving lives is threatening to the Council? Marsaw said in dismay. Who do you think engineers those shortages that cause our city-state wars that play one half of the world against the other? He replied, the Council cares only about its own power and not the ultimate welfare of Wolframma. Our world is dying because of their obsession. We are losing more to senseless internecine conflict than we did to the overconsumption of basic resources that led to the Great Crisis in the first place. Something must be done to bring an end to this intolerable situation, and that is what you and I will do this evening. We are going to defy the Council by making first contact with planet Earth and bypassing their authority altogether. But how? Marsaw asked. The distance between star systems. How far exactly is this? Earth system? About 1,000 chulans, he replied, nearly twice as many rotations to travel to at conventional velocities. Even moving faster than the speed of light would take many lifetimes, but only if we use conventional methods. What are you getting at? Marsaw asked. If you sent a probe to find this system. I sent dozens of probes out to various target sectors, but only this one returned the data that I was seeking, Cartor noted. Their system has a yellow white dwarf star that they have named Sol, after an ancient deity in one of their primitive religions, whose output is nearly 1,000 times the radiant level of our star. Their planet is half again as distant from their sun as we are to ours, and consequently their solar year is almost twice as long as one of our cycles. The reason that I mention this is because of this curious factor that I discovered by studying our young Earth subject. He called up an image that showed two different hemispheric displays of the human brain, then magnified the image of the frontal sections and color-coded a particular gland sector. See this? He asked. This is the pineal gland of the forebrain, said by some ancient mystical sects to be the third eye or sensory organ. We know that it is sensitive to biosolar radiation and that it is a kind of nervous conduit to energy patterns that circulate throughout the body. It secretes certain hormones that regulate the sleep patterns of the mind and helps maintain our normal biorhythm cycle, but it has long been speculated that it serves a far more important function vital to the overall health and vitality of the body. Your father speculated, and I have now proven that this gland is the radiant center of bioenergy in the body, that it absorbs the very life essence of a star and channels it to be stored in the individual cell structure of a normal, healthy person. I still don't see the significance. Marsaw began, but he motioned her to silence. Bear with me, he urged. Do you note the difference between the pineal gland in your brain from that of our young Mark Daniels? Mine is larger, she frowned, by a factor of 9.7. Exactly, he smiled, and subsequently more complex. This is the crux of your father's argument, that the modification to this gland is what gave our ancestors a genetic edge over other types of humans. Rick Shepard is an example of what we may have been like before the modifications rendered upon us by the ancients. If so, then the implications would be staggering. Think of it, we absorb and channel life energy into our body, which enables us to withstand the high stress factors that I mentioned before. With twice the gravity comes a host of complicating features to which our ancestors had to adapt in order to survive here. We have 50% more density in our tissues, which makes us nearly twice the mass of these Terrans, which requires twice the force to withstand at rest, and 4 times the effort just to move, which means that we must be consequently at least 10 times as physically powerful as the natives of this world. You could leap 4 or 5 times farther, lift twice the mass and move at a rate at least 3 times as fast as a typical other, but that is not the full extent of the difference. Consider again that the biosolar output of their sun is 1,000 times as great as our own sun. But wouldn't the increased radiation levels prove harmful over long-term exposure? Marsaw pointed out. The atmosphere filters out most of the harmful ranges, including ultraviolet, Cartor pointed out. Note that the subject has less skin pigmentation than our own reflective epidermis. It might be difficult at first to cope with the brighter illumination, especially as it is shifted more to the blue range of the spectrum, but since we possess a secondary inner eyelid that was designed to cope with this, I believe that, in time, we could more than compensate. In fact, we would be fortified by the intensified biosolar input. Are you saying that we could become like gods on their world? Marsaw asked, but what about atmospheric density? Can we even breathe the same air as these people? What if prolonged exposure might cause the kind of physical deterioration that was noted in our early abortive space program? Interesting questions, to be certain, Carter replied, and I have taken every factor into account. I believe, with the right sort of conditioning program, that we could adapt to these special conditions and even prosper over time. A subject from our world would indeed be superhuman, if my theories are correct, perhaps even 100 times as powerful as a terrestrial native. The only way to be certain is to send someone there who has the right sort of makeup. But who would you convince to risk such an ordeal? Marsaw asked. Such a volunteer would be risking all sorts of unknown side effects, and she froze in the act of finishing her statement, turning to look at her mentor with growing comprehension. You don't mean? That is insane. Unfortunately, I am rather short on alternative candidates, he said with a touch of sadness. Now you can finally see why I insisted on putting you through such a battery of tests to learn everything that I could about your suitability for this program. I have implanted Rick Shepard's knowledge into you so that you may be able to process it in time and learn to speak their language. I have not agreed to this, Marsaw protested, and in any event you have yet to tell me how it is you propose to send me there in the first place. By means of this, he said, touching a panel and causing one wall of the laboratory to slide back, revealing a separate chamber that Marsaw had never seen before, dominated by a large array of equipment that centered around a single raised platform upon which a cylindrically shaped chamber rested. What is that? Marsaw asked in amazement, seeing devices that she could not even begin to identify from her position on the table. A functioning transspatial mass teleporter, he replied with evident relish. The one we found was old, its vital components decayed beyond their half-life. It took me years of analysis to painstakingly reconstruct the device one unit at a time using materials diverted from other projects. The immense cost was covered by requisitions from the Council for other programs I had commissioned to cover for the needs of this program, but finally the device is fully functional and has proven more reliable than I dared hope that it would be. I have used it to send out those probes that I designed for studying various candidate worlds where I believed other intelligent remnants of humanity might still be located. The only two problems yet to be fully overcome is aligning the focus of the projectors more precisely. It requires advanced calculations to triangulate the relative positions and distance in regards to actual motion of two separate bodies separated over the vast distances of our respective solar systems, and some of the probes I have sent wound up off target by as much as 100,000 Kaplans. The other problem I am still dealing with is the great amount of energy required by the device each time it is activated. I have had to tap into the nearest grid net and arrange a sequence of false power surges to account for the excess energy that I diverted from the main channel each time I have used this. So far I have been lucky and the Council has not traced the diversions back to this hidden cavern. You intend to use that to send me to this other planet? Marsaw asked, faintly appalled at the notion. It is perfectly safe for living bodies, he assured. Once I discovered the viability of this Earth, I sent a capsule containing a laboratory specimen to confirm that there were no undesirable effects for living matter. The capsule came down on a landmass in the southern hemisphere, and it sent back reliable bioscans along the Subi channel that proved that the creature was unhurt in the landing. In fact, its bioscans were so positive that I was at first afraid that there had been a malfunction, but diagnostic tests confirmed that the creature was thriving in its new environment and that the lessened atmosphere in no way impaired its ability to metabolize the air in perfect health. What sort of laboratory specimen did you use? Marsaw asked. A lacantha, Carter replied. They have a larger pineal gland in relation to their brain and body mass than most other sorts of test animals, and a greater sensitivity to environmental stimulus. If any adverse conditions existed on this world, it would have affected the lacantha more readily than if the subject had been human. So you're saying that the transfer is safe? Marsaw noted. I am still not convinced, sir. Would not a trip to this world be effectively one way? Not at all, Carter replied. The device can home in on a subject and retrieve it. All I have to do is activate the recall setting. I can understand your reluctance to take part in this experiment, but I have gone to great lengths to ensure your safety before even considering making you this offer. Very considerate of you, she said with mild irony, "but I am not sure I want such a great honor." "It is not just you that I am considering here," Carter replied. "You would be the first, but others could follow your example if everything goes according to my plan. You would be a pioneer worthy of the heritage of Sheila and so many others from Nijjarma's glorious past. We could select other candidates to establish a community in exile and begin to ferry material resources from this world that would replenish our own depleted reserves. The natives might be willing to cooperate in such a transfer once we demonstrated good faith on our part, and offer them the benefits of our own more advanced knowledge." "The Council would surely oppose that," Marsa agreed, "but I begin to see why you have considered this such an important undertaking." "Exactly," he smiled, then added, "You may remove the discs and step down off the table. I have finished the initial conditioning process. It is time to move on to the next phase of the program." "Conditioning process?" Marsa asked, grateful to be able to move at last as the discs on her skin had been tingling her body the whole time that he had been talking. "To ready you to survive the journey," he said, simply. "I was not merely inputting information into your memories, I have used electrostimulation to give your body added resiliency so that you may cope with sudden changes in air pressure. After all, the sea-level air density of this world is more than half what you are accustomed to, and it would not do to suffer from a nosebleed when you were greeting your first Terran. You've been planning to send me all along, whether or not I agreed to this," Marsa said in a slightly accusatory tone while she finished removing the discs from her skin. She then moved from the table to retrieve her discarded clothing. "I will not force you if you truly do not wish to go, child," Carter said, "but I am afraid that time is of the essence. Will you not at least consider what I have said before making any decision? The future of life on this planet may well hang in the balance." "That is hardly fair of you," Marsa replied as she finished slipping on her basic harness, slipping on her boots and gloves before covering herself with her laboratory cloak and cape, then gathered her now long hair up into a bun so that she could fit her helmet over her headband. "You are asking me not only to risk my life in this experiment but to risk the anger of the Council. I do not wish to suffer the same punishment as was bestowed upon my parents." "It may be too late to consider that," Carter replied as he moved to the device and studied another control panel. "You have been mixed up with me since I requisitioned your services 2 cycles ago, and the Council has long been suspicious of my intentions. I left my seat on the Council after my disagreement with their decision to sanction your parents, and while they suffer my little eccentricities whenever they notice my activities, they would nonetheless gather you up for interrogation to learn all that you know in order to discover what I am up to. Are you saying I have no choice but to agree to this?" Marsa turned to him, now completely appalled at his manipulation. "In telling me all of this you have effectively removed my only other option." "Forgive me," Carter replied, "the need is great, and I must prove the validity of my research at all costs if I am to convince others to join with me. Not everyone on the High Council is convinced that the status quo is more desirable than progress. There are scientists who would listen to my discoveries if I can prove their reliability, and then we could work together in secret to undermine the authority of those council members doing the work of the Keepers." "This is all too much for me," Marsa replied, turning from the transporter to study the holographic image of the blue world and its side-displayed Terran inhabitant. For a long time she was silent, but then she said, "But I would like to know what it is like upon his world." "A blue sky," Carter said, "a golden sun, fresh air and water only lightly tainted by industrial pollutants. There is abundant life on Earth, life such as once existed in abundance on our world, before industrialization converted the land to an inhospitable wasteland. There is considerably more personal freedom in their society, and if you should happen to meet this fellow, Mark Daniels, then he could not doubt explain for you the other differences that make his world special." Marsa slowly lowered her gaze, then in a very small voice said, "Very well. I will agree to help you, sir. What do I need to do?" "Come here and watch, child," Carter grinned brightly, as if he had all along anticipated her response. He at once began to work the controls of his device, and Marsa noticed the telltale sounds of its activation. She stared at the ominous cylinder at the center of the device and wondered what she was allowing herself to get talked into here, almost instantly regretting her decision. "This will take only a few moments to fully power up," Carter said. "Once the cells are fully charged then I will set the coordinates to match the projected orbit of the Earth and—" He paused, a red light flashing over one panel. For a moment he did not say anything, but then he murmured, "Ah dear me, this is a problem." "What is?" Marcel asked, almost hoping that the device would need to be shut down for a diagnostic. "A servo relay has malfunctioned in one of the power couplings," Carter replied. "It seems the strain was too much for the component, but it should not affect the overall performance of the transporter." "The way you say that, is it important?" Marcel asked, sensing his tension. "It is not an important component to the operation of the system," he replied, "but without it the power surge might become detectable, which will alert the authorities that something is amiss." "Then they will find out about your experiment?" Marcel said, feeling close to panic. "We have to leave here before the security forces arrive." "There is no time," he said grimly, "and nowhere on Nijama where we could hide if they are sufficiently determined to find us. Security is rather more efficient than I would like, but there is one place where they could not hope to find you. You must go there at once before they can send a strike team down to this level." "But—" She started to protest when Carter seized her by the arm with more force than she would have believed possible and firmly drew her with him as he moved to the central cylinder, mounting the steps leading up to it and compelling her to follow. "I am sorry," he said gently as he opened the chamber door, then forced her to enter before sealing it tight, trapping her inside the cylindrical chamber. "Carter!" she protested, throwing herself against the glass steel partition in a futile gesture that she knew objectively to be hopeless. He moved to the controls and spoke levelly, his voice being transmitted through the partition. "I do not want to seem cruel, but this is the only way. You may formally complain at another time, preferably when you report back from a successful mission." The machine started to whine as systems flared to life and the walls of the chamber became warmer to the touch. Marcel tried beating her fists against the partition to no effect as she felt the nape hairs along her spine begin to curl from the increasing static. A glow began to surround her, partially obscuring her vision as she watched helplessly from within as Carter made the final adjustments and said, "I do hope my aim is better this time than it was the last. If only I had more time, just a few more milliliters." That was when the hatch at the far end of the adjoining room exploded inward, and through the resulting smoke and debris burst black-suited security men in full battle dress with weapons leveled at Carter's backside. Her mentor ignored the threat as he depressed the final switches, causing the walls of the cylinder to flare brightly so that she could barely see as her mentor moved away from his station and began to run, ignoring shouted orders as the security men opened fire a few milliliters later. Carter was struck several times, and then his whole body seemed to erupt into flames as his blackened form crumpled to the floor, followed by what seemed to be a very massive explosion. Marcel cried out in dismay as she saw her mentor falling to the floor in a flaming heap. Then everything became a blinding haze as even her screams were drowned out by the sound of the transporter. Reality inverted along an event horizon as her mind exploded in a bewildering display of sound and color, followed by nothing. First copyrights only. First 11 chapters MARSA, The Ultra Girl by Jim Bader. Book 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel. Chapter 2. Soft landing. How severe was the fire, Jonah? "Bad enough, sir," the security man reported. "We have managed to contain the blaze, but the primary explosion took out most of the laboratory and much of the secondary equipment. Casualties were surprisingly light for our men, 3 of whom sustained injuries, 2 not accounted for. We have no accurate assessment on the full extent of the damages, nor on the status of Councillor Carter himself, though initial reports confirm that he was hit at close range with full-force stunners, so there seems no way that he could have escaped the explosion or the fire." "And there is no indication as yet what these rebels were about?" Devor asked. "As yet no, sir," Jonah replied, "but there may be enough evidence left in the cavern for our science teams to work up a reasonable analysis. It will require some rotations, but we will be thorough in our investigation." "Carry on, Lieutenant," Devor said before turning to face the robed figure awaiting his report. He very self-consciously straightened out his uniform before addressing the man and soberly reporting, "Your Grace, I fear that there has been a serious breach of security here. Carter was prepared for us, and I fear it will be some time before we can retrieve any useful data from the wreckage." "I take it that there is no trace of Carter himself among the remains?" Darkham asked in mild resignation before sighing, "Of course not, there never is. He is far too clever not to have provided himself with his usual exit. You believe that he survived the explosion, sir? Devor asked of his mentor. I confess that I find it amazing that stun bursts could cause the kind of cascade explosion that occurred here, but surely nothing human would have lived through the resulting inferno. Remind me to acquaint you with some of our most classified records concerning former Councillor Cartor. Darkham snorted in disgust. This particular rebel has a long history of misdirection and evasion, and he has been reported as officially dead more times than you could seriously credit. He is a master of escapes, and quite brilliant in his own twisted way, with a knack for survival that defies all rational explanation. We must act on the assumption that he has eluded us again and concentrate instead on discovering what he and his followers were attempting. His heretical work here is no doubt a threat to the security of the state and must not be allowed to escape the confines of these caverns. My men will do their best, sir, Devor replied. We will work in shifts to clear away the damages in order to get at the evidence that we will need. If there is a threat to public order in his work, we will discover it through an analysis of the device that our people have discovered. You are authorized to employ whatever means you feel is necessary to achieve this purpose, Darkham told his son and heir. Whatever manpower or resources you require will be made available on request. Find out who else was working here in secret to assist Cartor in his latest enterprise. I expect results with your usual prompt discretion. You may rely upon me, sir, Devor assured the elder council member. I will not rest until I can provide you with such answers as you require. Good, Darkham remarked, almost to himself as he added, I fear that we will all soon discover the worst of our suspicions. I must inform the council that the mentor to Sheila is at large yet again and has once more flouted our authority, and that this time he may well have struck at the heart of cherished dogma. Such a serious breach cannot go unchallenged, and by the memory of my ancestors, there will be a reckoning when the truth is fully uncovered. Sir? Devor asked of his elder. Surely this matter is not so grave as all that? You could not be more mistaken, Darkham said gravely to his heir. If I am right and what I suspect is true, then it could potentially mean the end of everything, which is why we must get to the bottom of this at once before matters go beyond our control, possibly even beyond the point of retrieval, in which case desperate measures will need to be taken. Then we shall redouble our efforts, sir, Devor replied and turned back to give instructions to his subordinates to intensify their investigation. She fell through infinite space with no discernible borders, numb to all sensations as an emptiness welled up within her bosom. Her pain was not so much of the body as it was the mind and spirit at the shattering memory of her mentor's execution. The savagery of the attack left her devastated, alone, cut off from all that was familiar, and a lifetime of stoicism was shattered at the very concept of such isolation. Cartor had been much more to her than a guardian and a teacher these past few cycles. He had been the nearest thing to a friend that she had ever known, and the very thought of his death caused her more grief than the more remote deaths of her parents. Deprived of all familiar sense, her mind turned inward, and in so doing she felt memories begin to rise up unbidden as though she had triggered an access code for something deeply buried. Her vision filled with the face and presence of Cartor as he always appeared when giving a lecture. His eyes had the deep compassionate look she knew so well, and emotions flooded her entire being while her body remained still and her attention raptly focused upon each syllable he uttered. My dear, he began, if you are recalling this, it means something went wrong and you have survived to activate these memories that I have implanted for just such a purpose. This particular information file could only be accessed if you have undergone the transportation process and have either arrived at your destination or are somewhere in transit. I had intended to assist you directly, but now you must fend for yourself and not despair. Things are not always what they seem, and I have held a great deal back for the sake of your own personal safety. But that must end now that you will need to know more about this world to which I am sending you, so I will provide such answers as you will need, trusting that you will show the same courage and resourcefulness that drove your mother and father in their quest, with hope that yours will be a happier fate than what befell them. In all honest truth, I envy you where you are going. I have done all that I can to prepare you for this mission, but only you can make my dreams a reality. You are going beyond the frontiers of everything we have known for countless millennia, and there is no limit to the possibilities that you will face, the wonders that will await you. An entire world is yours to explore, and with the borrowed memories that I have given you it will not be an unguided visit. The Council has forbidden travel to other worlds, using the excuse that we are bound inextricably to this world when we were born to the stars and belong to the universe itself. They have enslaved our people and persecuted everyone who dares to question their authority and judgment, but you are the child of two of the greatest rebels ever known to our society and are thus the perfect instrument of their undoing. Your family was once a proud and noble lineage, and I know that you will live up to your heritage and will triumph over such obstacles as await you, putting the lie to everything we have been forced to believe since we surrendered authority to the keepers during the time of the great disaster. You will not be alone in your quest, nor are you going unarmed to this world whose life-giving energy is so much greater than to what we are accustomed. You will be our emissary, the advance scout for re-establishing the ties between our respective worlds, uniting two long-divided halves of the human race and showing them the benefits of our knowledge and technology so that they will be able and ready to one day join us as brothers. Make a good example for our sake and they will one day welcome you into their society, and that will be but the first step to building a bright new future. I leave you to this fate in the hopes that what I have given you will be sufficient for your basic needs. Avoid contact from the High Council and any agents they might send to retrieve you, should they succeed in discovering the process by which you have escaped them. They would rather see you dead than allow knowledge of what we have accomplished to become commonplace throughout the city-states of Wolframma. You are their mortal enemy, have no doubts of it, and in violating the most cherished taboo of the Keepers you have earned their full wrath and they will stop at nothing to destroy you. But you have resources at your disposal that they cannot imagine, and that ignorance will prove telling in the end. You will discover new limits, new possibilities undreamed of in millennia, and the word impossible will shortly cease to have any meaning for you as you will redefine the boundaries of what it means to be human. My research has proven this, so have no doubts of your ability to survive and prosper. If you need further clarification of your implanted thoughts, seek the counsel of Mark Daniels, or some other native who will be able and willing to help you out, but do not be in haste to trust those whom you meet in positions of authority of this new world, for you will have to earn their respect and trust before they will acknowledge your value. There is a history of suspicion and distrust where you are going, and deep skepticism that will have to be overcome before they will believe the reality you represent by your very existence. You will make them believe, and win for yourself more than you could ever possibly desire. You are like the daughter that I have always wished that I could have, and it has been a true honor watching you grow to maturity. One day we will meet again, but until then farewell, Marsa of Ninjarma, noble descendant of my beloved Sheila. Be safe, and remember. The voice and face faced into memory, leaving her once more adrift in the formless voice that was her entire being. Aloud she whispered his name, and then the pain welled up anew, and in turmoil she cried out, Kartaur! Damn you! Why did you have to die? I love you? The last words left her wrenched and confused, for what had caused her to phrase such concepts when the very possibility of men and women associating intimately had long been forbidden by the council? Her confusion was absolute, yet oddly her mind was beginning to clear as true consciousness slowly returned to her, leaving more questions than before, though all sense of this was drowned out by a new set of sensations that caused the dull ache of her body to fade from her awareness. In its place came a new awareness that she was somehow alive, and that she felt more than alive. She felt suddenly very different. She struggled to regain focus, to reorient herself to recognizing these sensations that were flooding into conscious reality as she fought to make sense of it all. Her head felt as though it was about to explode and she was having difficulty drawing breath. There were noises everywhere, whines and buzzes both low and high-pitched and so loud that she thought that she would drown in the cacophony. There was a taste like acid on her tongue, and the coppery smell of blood in her own nostrils. She started to open her outer eyelids, and almost instantly regretted such an action. Painful, blinding, intensely brilliant light pounded down upon her, erupting inside her skull while threatening to sear her retinas. She covered her eyes with both hands and gasped in horrified amazement at the contrasting sensations of heat and cold that poured down upon her. She tried to roll over in order to better shield her face and found herself sitting upright in the midst of an overpowering assault of sounds, tastes and smells more intense than anything she could ever recall having experienced. It was all so overwhelming. And yet, in spite of it all, she realized that she was not truly injured, that in fact she was perfectly fine in spite of the sensory overload, and that if she concentrated and relaxed for a moment she could adjust to the high-pitched and acrimonious orders by mentally tuning them down using bio-relaxant methods taught to her during her academic training. Taking slow, regular, deep breaths, she slowly opened her eyes again, discovering that she could indeed cope better with the light if she gave her eyes time to make the proper adjustment. She found that, by taking it slow and easy, she began to make some coherent sense of the flood of information that she was receiving, and that gradually she could learn to cope by lowering her inner eyelid and staring at the ground rather than the intensely blue sky with its astonishing white ball of incandescent fury. She began to take stock of her surroundings, finding herself in some sort of ditch-like depression. She discovered by slowly turning her head to look that it was large and roughly bowl-shaped and that she sat at the very base in a slight trough that had been dug into the soil, which was very brown and slightly moist, signifying the presence of undersurface moisture. The air felt very thin, and breathing took longer as a consequence, yet somehow she did not feel as though she were suffering from the lighter atmosphere. In fact, she did not seem to be suffering at all, nor could she ever remember feeling as good as she did in that moment. It was not exactly lightheadedness that she was experiencing, she realized, it was a genuine lightness about her whole body. Almost she seemed to be floating rather than sitting on hard ground, and if she kept her breathing slow and easy she had little difficulty at all in moving, let alone sitting upright. What a very strange place to find herself in upon awakening to a whole new planet. The air had an indefinable quality that smelled of natural substances that she could not identify but which were almost pleasant to sample. The blue sky had clouds of water vapor gently drifting on the horizon, and while the sun remained overpowering it was beginning to almost feel natural to her, as though she were being warmed from within by its soothing radiance, and after several moments of just sitting and looking about she began to realize that she was not feeling any adverse effects that could discernibly be noticed. She decided to get to her feet and begin the exploration of this earth in earnest. Her first attempt at doing so, however, netted its own astonishing surprises. "Whoa!" she cried, finding the lighter gravity was causing her to overcompensate, and where she had meant to merely stand up she instead found herself tumbling forward to a rather rude landing. Her second surprise came in the discovery that she did not feel as much pain as she would have expected from landing on her face. Granted that it was hardly pleasant to get a face full of dirt for her troubles, nor had she meant to taste the soil to determine its organic composition, but such results were hardly unexpected from an anecdotal trial basis. She decided to try a different tact and instead pushed her way up gradually, amazed at how easy it was to resist the pull of gravity as she carefully balanced her weight on hands and knees, then gradually found her way back to her feet, having adjusted to compensate for the exaggerated effect of her movements. Incredibly she found the experience of standing upright as exhilarating as it might have been for a newborn. This world certainly had more than its share of surprises, but nothing quite matched the sense of sheer power she felt, the incredible sense of vitality that filled her from head to toes with a sense of her new potential. Of course, it also made her consciously aware of her state of underdress, for somehow she had lost her outer robes and had found herself in nothing more than her undergarments. It was as if the lighter material had been torn away to leave only the tougher, more resilient fabrics that alone kept her from feeling and being totally naked. At least her cape had survived whatever forces she had been subjected to by the transportation process. No, wait, that was not quite right. It dawned on her that the pit she was standing in was not a natural depression. The dirt had been pushed up in all directions by some great force that she alone had withstood. That was when she looked down and noticed for the first time that there was a body-shaped impression in the soil where she was standing. Said impression matched her own general dimensions, but the ground had been packed solid at the base, which meant a great deal of kinetic energy had been expended in order to create this effect, such as a fall from a great height that should have naturally killed her. That she was far from dead only heightened the mystery, and she began to wonder just how far up she had been when the materialization process had deposited her in this strange planetary system. She did some rapid mental calculations, then slowly looked up and came to an astounding conclusion that defied comprehension. She had fallen a very long way indeed, and had struck down with the force of a meteor, yet somehow had survived intact with every scrap of disposable cloth removed by the sheer force. Her hair and skin had not been damaged, nor were her bones pulped and broken, and all of her vital organs seemed to operate as intended. Yet the sheer volume of dirt that had been moved indicated a far greater force than could logically be withstood by anything human. Which left her with the conclusion that she was definitely a lot tougher than she could ever remember being. Even the slight nosebleed she had been suffering before seemed to have utterly vanished, along with any aches or pains that would normally accompany even a less rude landing. Kartor had warned her that she would be endowed with certain advantages upon coming to this world and being subjected to its intense field of biosolid radiation. She had listened to his theoretical espousal without having seriously credited that he could possibly have been right, yet the proof was all around her. What other explanation could account for the way she felt, or the fact that she felt so much stronger and in every way better than before? And yet, she reluctantly concluded, she was beginning to suspect that even Kartor had only the barest inkling of what her expanded potential might mean, and now she had a mystery on her hands to learn what other effects might result from such an intensification of the human life aura. The mystery only intensified when she took a tentative step forward, noticing how her foot sank into the soil as she fought to maintain her balance. Another step was more successful in keeping her upright, so she decided to climb slowly up the side of the pit in order to determine the extent of her new limits. Once she got to the edge, however, she stopped and stared at what lay beyond her impact crater. There were trees everywhere, actual cellulose-fibered plants that were all but extinct on Wolframma, where the only existing specimens remaining were kept in special hydroponic enclosures. These looked rather tall and sturdy, even granted that those nearest to her had been tumbled over as if by a massive explosion. The fallen trees all pointed back towards the pit as if accusing her of arranging their downfall. Further on, the trees were not as badly damaged, with those in the interim leaning on their more upright brethren, until an actual standing forest could be seen roughly 500 meters away, a living, breathing ecosystem entirely natural to all outward appearance. Marsa had to take stock of the fact that she was responsible for so much devastation, a fortune in lumber that would have been of incalculable value in the Dharma. The fact that she was responsible at all was more astonishing even than the fact of her survival. It fully confirmed her tentative hypothesis that her fall had been literally astronomical, for only outside of a planetary atmosphere could she have gained the velocity needed to cause this much collateral damage. Outside of the atmosphere? Again she looked up and tried to imagine how far she had fallen. Perhaps as much as several hundred kilometers up, where the air would be so thin it would almost be hard vacuum. That meant she had arrived above the Earth and had fallen into its gravity well while she was unconscious, experiencing her vision. Hardly surprising that Kartor might fail to get a proper alignment before hastily sending her on her way, given the distance between their worlds and the relative motion of such widely spaced heavenly bodies. There was indeed some mercy in the fact that she appeared to have blacked out when deprived of oxygen, yet even unconscious she had proven too tough for re-entry to harm her. Only the chain molecular fibers of her durable undergarments had withstood the forces that she had been subjected to, along with her cape, which was composed of similar material. Effectively she had proven herself nearly indestructible, no doubt caused by being subjected to the intense biosolid radiation that existed outside the filtering effect of the atmosphere, which must surely have lessened the effect to some degree, she reasoned. Incredible but true, she was now superhuman. 1,000 times the energy that she was accustomed to receiving was charging the cells of her body through her pineal gland, filling her to bursting with the life energy of 1,000 Wolframmans. This realization prompted her to test this theory further, and so she cast about for some method by which she could confirm the reality of what she now only suspected. A short leap appeared in order, so she bent her legs and tried springing forward, and took off at such a rate that she found herself tumbling through the air to yet another rude landing. She spat more dirt as she got back to her feet, calculating the distance covered as she glanced back the way she had come, and determined that she had just vaulted 100 meters and had landed near the opposite edge of the crater. She softly cursed herself for not taking the low gravity into consideration, then decided on a slower means of learning what she could do, spying a boulder a short distance off that would more than suit her needs, especially in light of the fact that it was only partially buried. She eased up to the boulder with hesitant steps, then felt along its surface with her gloved hands before bending over to search for a purchase. Her fingers almost seemed to merge with the stone as she pressed them firmly into the rock until she had the handholds that she needed, and then she tried to heave the thing up and found it gave with greater ease than she would ever have imagined. She pried it loose from the soil, then gripped it firmly in her gloved hands and heaved it upright with such effortlessness that it felt as though its greater mass were being floated on a grav lift. By all logic it should have overbalanced her, but instead she found herself heaving the huge object as though it were hollow, heaving it up to the level of her head, then pushing away from her with force enough that it traveled several times the length of her own body, landing with a solid thump that sent up clouds of dust before rolling to a standstill. Exhilarated by her new discovery, she turned to pick up another, smaller stone, which she balanced on one hand before casually tossing it into the air, watching it arc over her head then begin to fall as gravity reasserted itself. Marcia watched it arc with a strange fascination before impulse took over and she drew back her hand and balled it into a fist. It was not a normal reaction for her, but her newfound sense of power was so exhilarating that she had to affirm for herself her true potential. And so her fist shot forward as she threw the first punch that she had ever even attempted in her life, her fist connecting with the boulder with such force that it literally exploded into pieces. Surprise as much as miscalculation almost caused her to overbalance, but she caught her weight again with a greater ease than before, then balanced on the balls of her feet, feeling the urge to spring about like a small child in a playful scamper. In fact, that was very much what she felt like doing, even though it had been years since her basic physical conditioning program had made such gestures second nature. In truth, that had never been her strongest subject during her academy training. Now she felt as though she could do anything, pinwheels, somersaults, leaping vaults the like of which no one had ever even imagined possible, and the only reason she did not was that a new sound reached her ears just then, one very different from the virtual symphony of organic noises that were all around her. In point of fact, it sounded like the whine of something mechanical. A lifetime of caution suddenly recalled her back to her present situation and she looked around, trying to focus upon the source of the strange sound, and by gradual measure she determined the direction, and that it was approaching steadily, judging by the changing pitch which by Doppler estimation she made to be in her direction. Of course, it was harder to determine the speed, considering how sound was affected in this thinner atmosphere, but it was academic anyway, as the most prudent course for her to follow would be to seek the nearest available cover and make further observations from a reasonably safe distance. Her path thus decided, she turned and fled from the scene of the crater as fast as she could safely manage, moving past the fallen timber to where it was still standing, finding each step much easier to take than the last as she discovered that she adapted quickly to her newfound strength and agility. The lighter gravity enabled her to move with increasing rapidity until she was almost gliding over the ground, and any obstacle that came in her path were easily vaulted. In this manner she covered enough ground and was able to take cover behind a natural barrier of trees and boulders. Only then did she look back the way that she had come, amazed to discover the distance that she had traversed in what seemed like only a few score heartbeats, and with so little apparent effort. Then the object making the sound appeared, flanked by two others exactly like it, a trio of black shapes moving through the air by means of whirling inclined planes that looked like something out of historical technical files, what were once called propellers. The fan induction principle was easy to grasp, and by the sound of the motors she deduced that they worked upon a crude chemical reaction system based upon the turbine system, something that had not been used on Wolframma in 30 generations since the depletion of hydrocarbon reserves. The system was an inefficient use of a valuable resource, and it told her a lot about the state of progress for the natives of this planet, but what interested her more was the way the vehicles landed, with the two in the rear depositing heavily armed men in an obviously military fashion that confirmed her initial suspicion that her landing had been tracked in some manner by this planet's natives. Hardly surprising that their security forces would send teams to investigate an intrusion into their territorial airspace. But that posed another problem, since she realized how it might seem from their perspective if they were to find her in the area, clearly not a native of their planet. Incarceration for interrogation and study would be the least that she could expect. They would want to know how she had survived without a craft of her own, and she was not ready to reveal her new abilities to such people when she was only just discovering them for herself. There was no telling how they would react to discovering comparable life from another planet, let alone life that could withstand the kinetic force of that kind of crash landing. Still, curiosity caused her to remain where she was, watching as two strangely dressed men left the first vehicle, their behavior demonstrating that these were men in authority and that they did not need the heavy vests and weaponry that the other men sported. One of them appeared to be talking into some manner of portable communications device as both men scanned the area. Then one nodded to the other and they both turned to one of the uniformed men and spoke to him directly, and it almost seemed as though she could make their words out from the background noise of the still whirling engine and blades, though she did not immediately comprehend their meaning. The sounds did seem familiar, though, so she tried to focus her newly enhanced hearing on targets farther removed from the whine of those rotors, and found herself drawn to a pair of soldiers scanning the ridge of the crater, one of whom it surprised her to note had the higher pitch of a woman's voice, which meant that these forces were integrated in more than just gender, because she could plainly see differences in height, build, hair color and complexion among the various other soldiers. Some type of meteor? The words suddenly jumped out at her with a clarity that was startling, and their meaning suddenly fell into place as the other soldier replied, "I don't think so. They usually burn up in the atmosphere. Something like this had to it with the force of a miniature A-bomb. See the spread of those trees? It took a lot of energy to push up this much dirt. Something solid did that, solid enough not to break apart before impact." There was a momentary pause, as if both were listening to a third voice less audible than their own, and then the woman reacted, "Negative, sir, no sign of whatever it was that did this." "Negative on the rad count. If it was a satellite that did this, it wasn't powered by an atomic reactor." "Wait a minute," the other soldier said, "Sir, I've got footprints. Repeat, there are footprints going up this side of the crater. Somebody must have gotten here before us." "Somebody big and heavy," the woman noted. "Look how deep those impressions are, and they're moving away from the center, not towards it. Anybody else see impressions on the other sides?" Another pause, then the man said, "Affirmative, sir. Moving in to investigate. Come on, let's check it out." Units 12 and 17 proceeding to the center as ordered, the woman said, and together they both moved over the edge, handling their long-barreled weapons as if they expected the ground itself to erupt into danger. Marsaw considered using the moment to retreat, but perverse fascination held her rooted to the spot as she waited with anticipation to hear their reaction to their discovery, and when it came she was far from disappointed, even a little amused at their evident confusion. "Holy! I don't believe this." "Control, this is Unit 12, the woman said, her voice still audible in spite of the baffled acoustics. "Confirm that impact zone has a definite impression, but get this. It's recognizably human." "Affirmative, Control, I second that," the man complied. "Impact is distinctly human in outline, less than 2 meters long and about 9 centimeters deep. Outline is well, kind of shaped like a woman." "Repeat that, 17? One of the non-weaponed uniformed men asked. "It's shaped like a what?" "A woman, sir," the man in the crater repeated, his tone oddly nervous. "Yes sir," the woman said, "I confirm that the impression has a distinctly hourglass figure, but I cannot confirm the sex of the subject. Whatever did this was definitely not a satellite." "You can say that again," the man said in a tone of evident dismay, "and it got up and walked out of here on its own power." "You don't think?" "No, I don't think, you idiot," the woman snapped, "and you'd better save your impressions for when we're alone before you voice them on a secured channel." Other soldiers had been gathering at the edge where the first had discovered the footprints, and now one was saying, "Check it out. Length of the stride indicates the height at about 2 meters or less, moving off in that direction." "Look at the size of those footprints," said a second soldier, "big and heavy." "You think maybe it was carrying something heavy when it made those?" suggested a third. "Negative," the first replied, "impressions look natural, as if the subject were attempting to walk normally." "There's an interruption, like someone stumbled and rolled, but I confirm that, Control," said yet another man as these 4 soldiers turned to face in Marsaw's general direction. She had decided at that point that she had learned enough and that it was time to vacate the area before these soldiers discovered her. The wood seemed an excellent means of avoiding further detection and possible capture. Now that she knew that she could comprehend the language of these natives, she wanted to explore the rest of what she could now do, and a curious sensation awoke in her at the thought of escape, a sense of freedom from containment. Freedom. The word suddenly came to the fore in her mind, a concept altogether unfamiliar, but which held all sorts of possibilities that heartened her to discover its actual meaning. Breaking cover was a risk, but to remain where she was meant certain detainment. Now that these men knew she was alive there was bound to be a chase, but she felt confident that the edge would be with her. After all, these men needed their aerial conveyances to arrive upon the scene and would hardly expect someone to move about as swiftly as she could now do, which gave her a distinctive advantage. It was a good time to learn just how fast she now was, for a few heartbeats later she heard the sound of the rotor blades starting up, and a few moments later she knew that the strange craft had become airborne. She would need to go farther into the thicker part of the woods to avoid being spotted from the air, and there was ground pursuit to consider, so rapid movement was of paramount importance. Her heart was beating quicker as the chase began, freedom already becoming as dear to her as life itself as alien thoughts gained familiar ground and awoke in her a thrill at the discovery of her new potential. She wanted to know more about the things that she would never be able to discover if confined, for the future suddenly seemed a whole lot brighter than before, and whatever surprises she would face, she would fight to preserve her independence, no matter what the cost or obstacles that she would face in her desperate dash for freedom. MARSA, The Ultra Girl by Jim Robert Bader, Book 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel, Chapter 3. Tourist Rich Shepherd eased his blue 1986 Camaro down the lonesome back road, unself-consciously tapping out to the rhythm of a pop tune cranking out on a CD player, a song called Roach Motel by a group called the Naked Jays, one of those suburban rap tunes that religious nuts were always going on about. A promoter during an interview had given it to him, and he kind of liked its subversive content, especially the way the lyrics blasted the far outright for waging class warfare against the huddled masses. Since Rick had lost his job as a Washington correspondent years ago, he had been on an anti-establishment rap himself, so he could understand where the performers were coming from, if not quite their neo-Marxist diatribe against material society itself. Rick was far from what was often labeled the liberal leftist press, fancying himself more of a progressive middle-of-the-road type who tried to stay neutral in politics, whenever people would let him. He hated the general mindlessness of the conservative movement, but he was not about to burn down the house just to deal with a few roaches. Religious nuts might get under his skin, but he was definitely a capitalist, especially when seeking out the kind of stories that he could sell to that rag of a tabloid he now reluctantly worked for. UFO stories were a hot topic of the day, so here he was traveling through Mendocino National Forest, surrounded by California pines and redwoods, expecting at any moment to run into Bigfoot, which definitely would suit his editor's political inclinations. He needed a break badly. He privately believed that he had gotten himself onto some kind of blacklist that prevented legitimate editors from hiring him, something to do with some mighty big toes that he had inadvertently stepped upon during one of his investigations. He had been a snot-nosed, wet-behind-the-ears punk out to make a name for himself without realizing just how politics worked in the nation's capital, and he had made the mistake of trusting the wrong people to back him up, which made him a major-league failure in the eyes of his peers. So here he was, stuck in the Siberia of journalism that confused the paparazzi with photojournalism, where UFO stories were considered high concept. It was crackpot work requiring a lot of interviews with sincere and well-intentioned people that he personally believed needed more professional counsel than he was up to providing. This one was probably another meteorite, and he doubted that there would be any reliable witnesses to interview, so it was more than likely a waste of time and gas going out of his way like this, but anything was better than taking the kind of fluff assignments on which he was usually sent out. Heck, he softly mused to himself, he could probably just stay home and write the kind of story that his editor was after, and they'd probably never even know the difference. He glanced at the road map to be certain of his destination, a spot located 30 miles north of Crystal Lake and a few more miles from Bartlett Springs, according to the astronomer that he had spoken to by phone earlier in the day. That was a lot of territory to cover, the proverbial needle in a haystack, but if he could at least find a park ranger or Forest Service worker who could confirm the landing of a big chunk of rock from the sky, that would be enough to go on and make everybody happy. Just remember, he chided himself, the difference between a meteor and a meteorite is that one touches the ground intact while the other burns up before impact. He had endured a lecture on that point with the astronomer, who had emphasized the importance of finding an intact chunk of rock from a scientific viewpoint, and Rick was too much of a professional to neglect such a fine detail. All at once he hit the brakes, risking a skid that would have been potentially dangerous in this mountainous country. He looked in dismay at the figures that had appeared suddenly from nowhere in camouflaged fatigues sporting M16A rifles as though they were looking for trouble. Two such men confronted him from the opposite side of the road, which disinclined him from making a U-turn. "You in the car, keep your hands where I can see them," barked one of these soldiers as they approached from different angles. Rick killed the engine, then wasted no time putting his hands above his head. No way was he going to be a smart mouth with these customers. They looked as tough as Marines and had Special Forces written all over them. Thinking he had accidentally strayed into some military war games, he said, "I'm not armed." The lead gunman cautiously edged up to the side of his car and said, "Unlock your door, sir, and step away from the vehicle. Do not make any sudden movements." "I won't," Rick assured, already sweating the way these men seemed ready to fire on him without warning. You heard stories about this sort of thing, covert military units operating outside of normal constitutionally legal limits. In some parts of the world it was considered perfunctory to shoot reporters without a second thought, and there was no telling who these boys were with as they all were lacking identifying patches. Not a good sign, he grimly noted. He was careful not to give them any cause for alarm as he got out of his Camaro, but once he was outside he was forced to lay face down on the ground with his limbs spread eagle while one of the enlisted men did a quick search for weapons and came away with his wallet. Rick braced himself for the inevitable when the senior-ranking unit member saw his journalist ID, and he half expected to get a bullet in the back of the head when instead that fellow grunted, "Come with us, Mr. Shepard. Leave your vehicle here with the keys and the ignition. Do not attempt to escape and we won't be forced to restrain you." "That sounds fair enough," Rick nervously responded, deciding to be cooperative and see how far that got him. The leader, probably a corporal or lieutenant, had that West Point manner about him, but there was no mistaking the professionalism of a covert ops soldier. These guys were definitely not local National Guardsmen, which meant that somebody with a lot of authority had called them out on this bright spring morning. Rick contained a sudden leap of inspiration as the thought occurred to him that only something really important could have justified such classified involvement. Maybe there was more to this UFO thing than he had given credit, and maybe he had just landed himself smack into the middle of some classified mess that was way out of his league. Either way, his journalistic instincts were piqued, and he decided to make the most of the situation, just in case they were not going to leave him laying face down in a ditch somewhere. The leader spoke into his collar, which probably had a miniature transceiver, as he waited a moment before saying, "This way, sir. Don't worry about your vehicle, it will be taken care of." "What's this about, soldier?" Rick decided to risk asking, half expecting to be told not to talk by means of a rifle but in the stomach. "Just standard recon, sir," the man replied in a manner that was definitely West Point. "You have any questions, they'll be answered at base camp." "Recon?" Rick sniffed, carefully feeling his way as he followed a hunch and said, "Can I speak with your CO? Last I checked this wasn't military land, and you guys aren't supposed to be here unless you've got authority from the governor or the president. We're 100 miles east of Frisco, which means this is still the United States of A, am I right?" "Just come with us to base, sir," the man politely but firmly replied. "Any questions you have can be saved until our arrival." Rick decided not to push his luck any further and nodded, glad to learn that they were obviously not using shoot reporters on site orders. He turned to one of the other dark green-clad men and said, "Don't scratch the paint, I just had it reconditioned. I expect to see my wheels intact when this is over." "This way," the leader said neutrally, turning back towards the trail where he and the others had appeared, which obligated Rick to follow, making mental note of the fact that these men moved almost soundlessly with all the heavy gear that they were packing. This was definitely a Special Forces unit, but for which branch of the military? Army Rangers, most likely, but why were they here, and what could possibly involve such a low-profile group in the middle of a wilderness? This definitely had the mark of a legitimate news story, one he only hoped he would live long enough to write as he dutifully followed these men to whatever fate their superiors planned for nosy reporters who haplessly stumbled into business that someone most likely would kill to keep from going public, a thought that Rick took no comfort in whatsoever. Marsaw was just beginning to develop a lopping stride that could eat up ground when the land itself became more difficult to manage. It was strange that she did not feel tired for exerting herself in this thin atmosphere, but somehow her system coped with the strain as she found her endurance had increased commensurate with her newly boosted strength levels. The life energy flowing into her body from the sun was feeding her tremendous bioenergetic power that was fortifying every cell in her body with enriched vitality and made her feel truly superhuman. All of her biological processes were working more efficiently, including the processing speed of her brain, which allowed her to analyze and record minute details of her surroundings and recall them with perfect clarity. That was a tremendous advantage since she knew so little about the terrain and was bound to encounter an obstacle at some point that she could not vault over. She had even discovered how to overcome the problem with her footing since the ground was so soft that she seemed to sink up to her ankles, while the rocks proved equally fragile if too much force was applied in propelling her forward. All that she had to do was think about her steps as she might if she were walking upon a sponge floor, and somehow the force within her caused her feet to rise a bit so that she barely touched ground after the first several minutes. She was still carving a clear trail through the wilderness that a blind man could follow, but that could hardly be helped as she was not yet so agile as to avoid every branch or strayed brush that came into her path. She was having enough trouble negotiating around the groups of men and women who seemed to be dogging her tracks at every turn. Fortunately for her sake, she could spot them a lot sooner than they could make sight of her, which did afford her some level of advantage. It was a pity that she had to make her way in such haste, for she would have dearly loved to have studied her surroundings in more detail. The natural beauty of this forest was beyond comprehension, a virtual treasure trove of biological diversity long lost upon Wolframma, to say nothing of the invaluable wealth of resources that she took note of in her passing. Clear running water was the first thing that she stopped to sample, taking her first drink of naturally occurring earth water as she instinctively knew it would be safe for her to sample. The taste of trace minerals and oxidation was delicious, and she would gladly have drunk her fill if the satyrs had not begun to close in on her at that point, forcing her to flee before she could be fully encircled. It was clearly not the same initial units that she had encountered before who were dogging her footsteps now, but another unit deposited ahead of her trail in an attempted containment. She now estimated that the strength of the security forces being detailed for her capture numbered well over 100, for which she supposed she ought to feel complimented, but as it was her liberty at stake she would sooner have done without the honor. Another thing that she noted in passing were the woods themselves, fibrous wonders that grew to a height that would have been impossible under the heavier gravity of Wolframma. The wood they contained alone would have been considered invaluable by her people, yet her borrowed memories informed her that the natives treated such timber as a common commodity that could be used in construction, or even burned for heat combustion. If anything could bring home how primitive their society was, it was such a wasteful concept, and to think that there were places where forests such as this were being burned by the hundreds of metric acres. Abruptly she discovered one of those naturally occurring obstacles that could not be vaulted or avoided, and the bridge appeared so suddenly in her path that she could not stop herself in time to avoid it. She tried with everything she had to prevent a forward plunge over this abyss, seeing a 200-meter sudden drop looming before her, and without thinking she threw her hands forward as if to somehow prevent the imminent disaster. And found, to her further amazement, that the fall did not happen. She may have cried out, either in dismay or surprise, most probably both, but found to her amazed delight that she was continuing to move horizontal as a force pushed against her, giving her the lift that she needed to become momentarily airborne, gliding in an angular drop that tapered near the bottom until she made a much gentler landing than she would have believed possible before it was accomplished. She rolled to a stop, then lay still on her back, staring up at the sky, trying to somehow come to grips with what she had just done, then risk sitting up and looking back the way that she had fallen. Sure enough, there were several figures standing at the top of the rise staring back down at her from over 1,500 meters distance. Her increased visual acuity even allowed her to see the looks of sheer amazement on their faces, an expression she could well understand, as it did not seem possible even to her that she could have flown such a distance, even granted that it amounted to something more like controlled falling. In fact, it seemed to her a very good time to make a hasty exit while they were still stunned by her achievement. No sense standing around giving them a perfect target to test the range and accuracy of their weapons, but it was good to note that they were at least human enough to be surprised at such an unexpected feat on her part. Even the hardened security men of Ninjarma would have reacted thus if provided with an example of such a clear impossibility as a woman flying under her own power. Clearly the power within her had more applications than she had even dared suspect. It was evidently some kind of psychokinetic force that had prevented her from making another crater, albeit smaller than the last. It now seemed obvious that her mind was the center of this strange energy, and it was a psychic force that enabled her to survive her crash landing in the first place. Some kind of field protected her, one that could be used to propel her against the force of gravity, or possibly even cancel out the effect of her inertia, and it was as natural to her now as breathing the thin air. No doubt this power had other applications she had yet to discover, but it was heartening to note that she was no longer so earthbound and had another advantage with which to evade the soldiers. Still, she was not ready to attempt full flight. It would take time to learn how to master it, and uncontrolled levitation could pose many unexpected dangers. She remembered the black aerial craft and knew instinctively that she would become a far more recognizable target once above the tree line, so it was better not to push her luck any farther than it had been. She set out again, hoping that she could find a trail that would lead her to more civilized surroundings. This was certainly no time for, how did Mark Daniels put it? Ah yes. Stopping to smell the flowers. She wanted to see those flowers that appeared in her mind unbidden. It would be a scientific dream if she could only have the time to pick some samples for later analysis, or to simply stop and admire their beauty. Phoebe Winters was furious as she stalked her way up the hiking trail, mad enough to spit nails. After all the trouble that she had gone through to get Tom to agree to this camping trip, and then he goes and pulls a stunt like that. Makes all the right moves at work, sends out all the signals that he was interested, and then he turns into a jerk and leaves me stranded here in the middle of this goddamned forest. That was the problem with men, they just could not be relied upon. They wimp out when you call their bluff, then get all offended at any and every little slight to their manhood. All because he found out about my roommate and me. Was that any reason for calling her a bull-dyke? Katie had been Phoebe's first lover, female or otherwise, and it was natural to compare her with any other potential lover, male or female, who might catch her interest. Phoebe was not a lesbian per se, she liked men as well as women and considered herself perfectly healthy for such interests. It was not like she had AIDS or anything even remotely as nasty, so what was Tom's problem in getting so offended? At 5.5 feet tall, a fairly stunning blonde with good measurements and a fine athletic build, she thought that she was exactly the sort of girl men dreamed about taking to bed and had not expected to be met with such rejection. Phoebe supposed that it did serve her right, though. She was at least technically cheating on Katie to even consider dating a guy, but Katie had been away on business to Japan for 2 weeks and it was driving Phoebe up the wall with frustration. 2 years in a relationship and she was not cut out for the single life, but Tom had been the only guy who had even caught her interest, and he had turned out to be a real macho pig when she had accidentally let slip that she was missing her roommate and felt incredibly horny. This time of the month was always hell for her as she felt insatiable for the touch of another human being. Of course, she had not anticipated the sort of contact that she made a few instants after thinking this, and as something large loomed up in her path she barely had time to halt at the last possible instant. Phoebe caught her own momentum just barely in time and still rebounded off the solid object with force enough to land her flat on her backpack. Her bedroll cushioned her head, but there was no such cushion for her rump as it landed with a solid thump on the ground, forcing her to exclaim an oath as the wind was partially driven out from her lungs. Then she stared up at what she had collided against, and her mouth fell completely open. A human form, a woman. And gaudily dressed in some kind of fancy, colorful costume, complete with cape, no less. And what a woman! Well over 6 feet tall with measurements that looked like something right out of a men's magazine. And was she imagining things, or did this lady have a metallic gold complexion? Her hair looked like spun gold wires, and those eyes were large and as violet as Elizabeth Taylor's. "Excuse me, I did not see you." "Huh?" Phoebe blurted, continuing to stare up at this amazing goddess come to life. There was a sudden rustle in the surrounding woods, and then men appeared with weapons, heavily armed soldiers sporting assault rifles, who flanked out around them with their guns directed at the golden goddess. "Control to Unit 6, one of the men said into his collar. "Contact with subject is affirmed, we have containment. Subject is unarmed but may be dangerous, so we will exercise extreme caution. Go away." The woman said in clearly accented English, "I do not want to go with you." "Take it easy, ma'am," said the one who had spoken before, "no one want to hurt you, we just want to ask a few questions." "Rodriguez, get that civilian out of here now." One of the soldiers moved towards the prone Phoebe, but the golden woman misinterpreted the action and moved to intercept him, grasping his uniform and throwing him to the side with ridiculous ease as though the man weighed practically next to nothing. He bounced off of a nearby tree and landed in a heap some distance away, which made the other soldiers react with weapons firing at point-blank range directly at the stranger. The unit leader tried to order them to desist, but his people were reacting on good level fear to an attack against one of their members. The woman was struck repeatedly by their bullets, and she reacted to the impact, but the bullets seemed to flare where they struck, and she remained standing, not hurt, just visibly shaken. A moment later her expression changed from fear to one of anger. Her eyes seemed to flash with emotion, and then she spread her hands wide and those soldiers directly in front of her were picked up and thrown back as if by an invisible wind. She turned as another soldier threatened her with his rifle, and suddenly the weapon broke apart in his hands as though exploding, causing him to rear back and scream in pain and terror. The woman wasted no time reaching down and picking the astonished Phoebe up with one hand and lifting her into her arms. Then everything seemed to blur around them as their surroundings whizzed past at an incredible rate. The wind rushed past so suddenly as Phoebe tried to protest being handled like the proverbial sack of potatoes when she discovered much to her increasing horror that the ground was beginning to fall away from beneath them. They were airborne for only a few moments before falling to earth again in a less than perfect landing, and Phoebe found herself tumbling out of the woman's grasp, hitting the dirt and rolling until she came to a stop at the base of a tree with her pack once more absorbing the worst of the impact. Several of her belongings were scattered in the process, but Phoebe barely noticed, too stunned by what had happened to fully comprehend what had just happened. "Oh," said the figure that rose up from her own rude tumble, regaining her footing with an all-too-human expression as she slowly looked around, then turned to Phoebe and said, "Are you all right?" Very slowly. Phoebe tried to find the words to respond, failed at several attempts, then finally gasped, What? What are you?" "A friend," the other woman replied, her tone less accented than before. "I am sorry for involving you. I will go now." "Wait!" Phoebe called out, surprised at her own impulse as she undid the straps of her backpack, then managed to stand up on her own two legs, which were feeling more than a little unsteady. Who are you?" She looked the woman up and down, now in better light and clearly alien by any conventional standard. Her costume really was purple and blue with a long red cape attached, and lots of metallic gold skin showing as though the suit were really some fancy kind of leather bikini. The hip-high purple boots were certainly an interesting touch, as was the red headband that did not appear to serve anything more than aesthetic function. To be sure, the woman looked human in most of the ways that mattered, and she was incredibly gorgeous with measurements to die for. "I wonder if those things are natural," she found herself thinking as they regarded the other woman's cleavage. Then she swallowed and forced herself to look up at larger-than-normal eyes that definitely had purple irises and said, "What is your name?" The golden woman slowly touched herself and said, "Marcia." "Marcia, huh?" Phoebe copied the gesture and said her own name, "Phoebe Winters." "Phoebe?" the strange golden woman awkwardly repeated. "Phoebe, as in the moon?" Phoebe attempted, then decided to jump ahead to the main subject and asked, "Why were those goons chasing after you with the hardware?" "I think they want to study me," the golden woman replied, and Phoebe wondered what exactly her age was as she did not seem that old, more like a teenager playing hooky. "Let me guess," Phoebe said, taking a deep breath, "you're an alien." That earned her a startled look. "How did you know?" "Lucky guess," Phoebe replied, "and I'll bet your home planet's named Krypton." "Krypton?" The other woman looked puzzled. "That is an element, right? One of the noble gases." "Okay, where are you from, then?" Phoebe asked, risking much by approaching the woman to what seemed like a reasonably safe proximity. "Wolframma," the stranger replied, "from the capital dome of Nijarma province." "Wolframma," Phoebe smiled, "sounds like wolfram, another name for tungsten." "That's also an element. 74th on the periodic chart," the stranger said, her expression faintly distracted. "Atomic weight 183.85. No wait. That cannot be right." "Okay," Phoebe tried again, "so you came here in a spaceship, a flying saucer?" "No," the other woman replied, "I was projected here by my mentor, Cartower." "We're making some progress, then," Phoebe mumbled to herself, wondering just how you were supposed to handle these first-contact situations. They always made it look so easy in science fiction. "Are you, like, an explorer, an advanced scout, the lead wave of an invading army?" "No," the other woman hastily assured, "I am an exile." I cannot go home. I am stranded." "No fooling," Phoebe said, "does that mean you come in peace?" "Yes," the Golden Woman said with a nod of her head. "Phoebe, I have involved you with my problems. The people who are chasing me may hurt you unintentionally, so I will leave you here." "No," Phoebe said, "I mean, where will you go?" What kind of plans do you have?" "Plans?" The woman looked around, then back to Phoebe again and said, "I have no plans. I do not know your world." "Exactly," Phoebe said, thinking fast, "so you need a guide, someone who can show you how to get around, maybe find a place where you can hide out until the heat blows over. That is, unless you'd like to go with those guys." "I don't want to be a burden," the Golden Woman said, but her eyes betrayed a hopeful expression. "Trouble? What trouble?" Phoebe shrugged. "Look, I'm no scientist, especially not a rocket scientist, but I can tell that you're not going to last another hour if you don't have help from somebody who knows her way around here. You're tough, and you handled those guys like a real superhero." "A what?" The Golden Woman blinked. "All right, superheroine," Phoebe snorted, "I'll explain later. But look, those guys aren't going to take long tracking us down, so we'd better make tracks fast before they find us. No offense, but you stand out like a neon sign in these parts." "Where will we go?" the stranger asked. "My place," Phoebe replied. "I've got an apartment in San Francisco. It belongs to my roomie, but I don't think she'd mind my having a guest over temporarily. At least until you get settled in with us natives." "You are very kind," the Gold Woman said, "but why do you want to help me?" Phoebe could not help smirking at that. "Maybe I just have a soft spot for strays, or maybe I think you need help. You were trying to rescue me from those soldiers back there, right?" "I thought you might be in trouble," the woman replied. "Security people ask a lot of questions." "You've got that right," Phoebe chuckled. "Okay, Marcia, give me a moment to put my stuff together, then we'd better hit the trail, because it's a long way from here to San Francisco." There was something about the way the strange girl phrased that which gave Marcia a pause, one of her borrowed memories once again rising to the surface, but as she was confused enough by the events of the day, she decided it was better to play along rather try to then sort things out, at least until she had a better sense of where her life was heading. This alien girl with her pale skin and impossibly fair hair coloration might be the very thing she needed to stay one step ahead of the soldiers, and so she decided to reluctantly trust this stranger, hoping against hope that she was not making a colossal error. Marsa, The Ultra Girl by Jim Bader. First Copyrights Only Book 1 Part 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 4. Fugitive. They made their way back towards the main road, which Marcia was able to perceive more readily with her greatly heightened senses. Marcia was finding it easier to understand the Earth Girl's words as if she could perceive their meaning by her very proximity, and it almost seemed as though she knew that this strange woman could be trusted, that she harbored no unkind thoughts towards Marcia and was sincere in her offer to assist. It felt natural to trust her, as though the stranger was akin to her in more ways than could be perceived upon the surface. It was as strange for her to experience this proximity to someone so alien, yet so very much like the people of Wolframma. The unbelievably pale skin and hair coloring notwithstanding, this Phoebe Winters seemed as capable and resourceful as anyone that Marcia had known in her own young life, and while she did seem small and lightly constructed, she moved with considerable agility in spite of the burden of the pack that she insisted on carrying. The light gravity of this world was not the only factor that helped quicken the girl's step, and the way that she conducted herself spoke of a confidence and freedom unknown to Marcia until that very moment. Freedom, a concept that as yet had not fully taken root with her, was embodied in this stranger. Phoebe lived under an open sky, breathed natural air that did not come from a recycling facility, and appeared to regard it as normal that she not have to account for her movements or actions to any authority figure, so long as she remained within the boundaries of the laws of her country. She insisted that the men following Marcia were not operating within those laws, answering to a higher authority outside normal jurisdiction, and that the only grounds that they would have for detaining Marcia would be the concerns for national security that leaders in authority always cited for doing whatever they wanted. The evident dislike for such authority implied in the tone Phoebe had employed seemed to be a part of the reason that she was so willing to help Marcia avoid such detainment. Another reason seemed more impulsive, less clearly defined but felt oddly intimate, an emotion of warmth and familiarity as spontaneous as it was difficult to clarify, but seemed to further confirm that Phoebe Winters intended to see to her best welfare. Marcel was more concerned about the way that she had acted around the soldiers when they had appeared to threaten Phoebe and herself. At first she had mistaken their intentions with those of security men from Ninjarma, the same men who had brutally murdered her mentor. Attacking one had been a mistake, and in retrospect it could have proven fatal but for the strange thing that had happened when they had discharged their weapons upon her with results that were anything but what either side had expected. The force within her had somehow defected their projectiles, as it had when she had crashed onto the planet, erecting some manner of personal shield that protected her from their projectile weapons. She had felt the impact of hard metal against her skin, but with the kinetic force greatly spent so that only a stinging sensation remained as these projectiles bounced off of her without causing any damage. The pain that she had felt was a small, annoying thing, but it awoke in her the fires of pent-up rage that she had not been aware of until that moment, and suddenly that fire erupted in her mind and struck the weapon in the hands of one of the soldiers, causing it to explode in his hands, which hurt him far worse than any suffering she might ever have intended. The implication was that her powers extended in nearly all mental ranges, from enhanced perceptual acuity and strength of body to actual mind over matter that extended even to affecting molecular bonds of attraction. The energy was surrounding her and saturating every cell membrane to render her near invulnerable, with the power to project that energy as kinetic force with enormous destructive potential. She was beginning to be more than a little bit frightened of her newfound might, for such enormous potential might prove difficult to control if she did not soon discover her limits. She could levitate to fly, but not very well, or accelerate her body to speeds that were incredible, but her strength had become so vast that merely to touch an ordinary human could potentially endanger him or her, which made her a greater danger to others than anything they might pose against her. It was all so overwhelming. So, Phoebe was saying to her, this guy, Carter, hired you to be his assistant because he was friends with your folks and all he wanted to do was help your people? Yes, Marcel responded, our society is dying. Our world is polluted with many resources exhausted, and there are no natural places such as this forest left standing, except in a preservation dome for biological studies. But you're advanced enough to send people to another world by teleportation, Phoebe noted, why don't you use it to fix things? It is not that simple, Marcel replied, energy is finite, and without new resources to replenish our stocks we will eventually use up all of our remaining capacitors. It takes energy to convert the atomic structure of elemental matter, let alone create complex molecular chains that are needed in our processing and conversion centers. We may last a few more lifetimes before our reserves are exhausted, but eventually we will use up the remaining stores of our biotoms as we have reached the limit of our current technology, and when our supplies are gone the domes will gradually lose the capability of sustaining any life. Carter was searching for a means of revitalizing our world, and that was partly the reason that he sought the knowledge of the ancients in order to recreate their technology of matter transportation. So he was looking at Earth as a means to that end? Phoebe asked. He wanted to come here and maybe borrow a cup of air or something? Something like that, Marcel replied. I was to initiate contact with your leaders to establish communication so that we might arrange a transfer of technology for some of your resources. We were not planning to invade you or take what we needed by force, but your world has so much that is needed by my people while we have the benefit of hundreds of years of scientific advancement that we could offer to you so that you could avoid making the mistakes that has nearly destroyed us. But then your boss got himself wasted by your government people? Phoebe noted, it sucks. So, what are you going to do now? I have no idea, Marcel admitted, without Carter I have no one to contact in order to arrange a transfer. I have no authority with which to represent my world, and in fact I am now a fugitive who will be hunted down for termination. Termination? Phoebe stammered, why? I have violated the law prohibiting citizens from traveling off-world, Marcel replied, as the apprentice of one whom the security forces have deemed a threat to the security of Ninjarma I can expect no mercy and will, in fact, be branded a traitor to our society. I have defied the will of the Supreme High Council, and I am the daughter of 2 executed traitors. Any one of these reasons would be more than sufficient for them to recycle me for my constituent atoms. Oh! Phoebe winced, yuck. You mean they'd melt you down for scrap? That's gross. I suppose that it is, Marcel remarked. Resources are scarce, as I have told you, and we can afford to let nothing go to waste. The robes we wear are daily reconstituted, while our undergarments are made from more durable material that is meant to last through continuous usage. What you perceive as a costume is composed of chain molecules that are extremely resilient and could last many lifetimes. It does not tear or stain but moves easily over skin to trap the normal excretions of oil, feces and moisture. Kinda puts a new meaning to the term wash and wear. Phoebe sniffed. Are all your people like you back home? I mean, not to get personal or anything, but you're awfully tall, and nicely put together. Thank you, Marcel replied, feeling her cheeks flush at the unexpected compliment. Actually, I am not very exceptional. The Germans are naturally taller than your people, and I am somewhat below the average. Are you serious? Phoebe's strange pale blue eyes got very round as she looked up at Marcel. Yes, Marcel replied, and my appearance is also considered normal. We of the Northern Hemisphere are called Argorites, and we are taught that we are superior to the other, lesser races of the Middle and Southern Hemispheres. Actually I do not believe so myself, and Cartor taught me to respect the other cultures of our world so as to be less provincial. A good thing, Phoebe snorted. No offense, Marcia, but your people sound a lot like Nazis. Nazi? Marcia frowned, images flowing into her mind unbidden, a form of nationalist socialist government that practices fascism, the rule of an elite people over. Can the history lesson, Phoebe hissed, ducking low. We found the main road, now all we have to do is follow it back to civilization. Road? Marcia, staring past the foliage to spy a different kind of trail from the one that they had been following. For one thing it was dark gray and was clearly artificial in origin. Yeah, Phoebe said as she cautiously eased out into the open, glancing both ways before appearing to relax. It's called asphalt, and it looks like nobody's using it at the moment. You've got roads back on your world, right? Something like that, Marcel replied. They are no longer of use to us, but if you remain from the time before the cataclysm. She knelt down to touch the hard, smooth surface, finding it coarse and broken up in places, clearly a compound formed by loose gravel embedded in a tar-like substance. She straightened up and said, your people use wheeled transportation powered by internal combustion. You have yet to learn to use magnetic induction to create low-cost aerial transportation. You use hydrocarbons distilled from fossilized petroleum instead of more efficient means, such as hydrogen lithium-based fuel cells, or even solar converters. Yeah, we're primitive all right, Phoebe replied. Most of us still think digital watches are a pretty neat invention. I'm sorry, Marcel replied. I didn't mean to continually compare your world with mine. Hey, it's all right, Phoebe assured. Truth is we knock ourselves for being primitive all of the time. It's something of a tradition. Tradition, Marcel repeated. Then she made a connection and said, oh, you mean that as irony, humor. Yeah, Phoebe replied. They got humor where you come from? Somewhat, Marcel replied. Actually, there is not that much to joke about on my world. I'll bet, Phoebe replied, turning to follow the road as it wound through the forest towards more mountainous country, Marcel matching her longer stride to that of the smaller Earth woman. Change of subject, tell me a little more about you personally. You've got anybody back home who'll miss you, any family, maybe a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Marcel asked in puzzlement, an image forming in her mind that caused her to react with surprise. You mean it is permitted for men and women on your world to socialize together? Phoebe blinked her eyes, then said, it's been known to happen, but most of the time sex gets in the way. Sex? Marcel asked with an even more quizzical expression. Yeah, boys and girls doing it together. Phoebe's tone trailed off as she turned to face her new companion. You know what sex is, don't you? Of course, Marcel replied, for procreation, a duty performed for the state to maintain population levels. When a woman comes of age she is given a designation as a breeder and entered into the selection registry, which pairs her up with a male who has the closest genetic compatibility factor. Her fertility cycle is closely observed to mark the time of maximum ovulation. Whoa! Phoebe said, that sure takes all the fun out of everything. You mean you don't have sex for other reasons besides procreation? Other reasons? Marsaw asked with a blank expression. Then her mind began to fill with new imagery and her eyes got if anything even larger and rounder than before. "Oh. You mean? You've never done it at all, have you, Marcia?" Phoebe asked, subtly altering Marsaw's name to the nearest equivalent in her language. "No," Marsaw shook her head, "I was not selected as yet, and since my parents were both executed as traitors, I am not considered prime breeding material." "In other words," Phoebe said slowly, "you're still a virgin." "Virgin?" Marsaw blinked. "An unmated girl?" "Yes. I am a virgin." "Why is that important?" Phoebe shook her blonde hair and said, "Never mind, I'll explain later." "God, you really are from another planet." "Not that it's a bad thing, mind you, it's just kind of weird." "Why is it so strange?" Marsaw asked, then paused before saying, "You mean it is not so common for a woman to be unmated?" "I sense that you believe it is unusual for me to be alone, Marcia." Phoebe started to say, then sighed, "Look, it's complicated, but if you were in my place you wouldn't have any trouble understanding where I'm coming from on this. On this world guys would hit on a good-looking woman like you in a second. Next to you I'm nothing much to look at." "That is not true," Marsaw protested, "you are very special, Phoebe. You are small and pale, but I feel that you are a very good person, and you have shown me great kindness, a stranger. Not even of your people. You are very special to me." "Really?" Phoebe asked, staring up at Marsaw in a way that was very strange, yet in a positive sort of way, with blue eyes that seemed to share a warmth unlike any that Marsaw had known in her brief existence. All of a sudden Marsaw became aware of a sound that had been building gradually up in the background. The land was uneven here, and they were standing to one side where the road narrowed and turned sharply around a bend that partially obscured their vision by a natural land formation. This had also baffled her hearing for several crucial seconds, and when she recovered her bearings she discovered that it was being caused by a large greenish-brown object bearing down on them at a velocity that did not allow them to avoid an imminent collision. Without pausing to think she thrust Phoebe out of danger with one hand, then bent her legs in an attempt to leap clear. The driver saw her but was too slow to react before the front grille of his truck struck Marsaw head-on, partially driving her heels into the asphalt. For a moment she felt metal bend against the shape of her body, then she was airborne as the kinetic force of 5 million pounds of energy knocked her head over heels to tumble into a roll that took some time from which to recover. As bad as this was, it proved to be as nothing compared to what happened to the truck as the force of the collision drove in the front end and forced it onto its side of the road amid the sound of twisting metal and rubber. It skidded on its side for some distance before coming to rest some 60 meters distance, crashing through the guardrail over a steep shoulder in the road and coming to a halt mere meters away from going over the edge to a 50-meter drop into a looming chasm. Phoebe groaned, feeling as though she had just been punched in the chest by a heavy mallet, the wind having been partially driven from her lungs. She had landed heavily but was again spared the worst of it by absorbing the impact onto her backpack. She felt battered and bruised, but was coherent enough to shrug off her partial daze as the realization of what had just happened dawned on her with an even greater impact. She got her feet back under her, shrugging out of the straps to her pack as she saw where her new friend lay upon the road, and at first she thought the worst had occurred. Until she noticed that Marsaw was still moving. "Marcia!" she cried, hurrying to her side as fast as she could manage. To her relief, surprise and considerable amazement, Marsaw not only was moving but she got back on her feet, slowly rising as she quite audibly said, "That hurt. Are you all right?" Phoebe gasped, unable to believe that there did not seem to be a mark on the golden woman's body, or at least those parts that she could see exposed by her costume. "I will live," Marsaw replied, brushing back her disheveled hair. "I survived re-entry. This was just annoying." "That's incredible," Phoebe marveled, looking her up and down. "You really are a superhero." "A what?" Marsaw said, brushing more of her wiry gold hair with a gloved hand and wondering why it was that Cartor had insisted on having her to grow it so long in the first place. "I just mean that if you're tough enough to bounce a truck off your—" Phoebe faltered as the realization hit her. The truck. They both turned to see the truck, which lay on its side so near to falling into the nearby chasm. They could see from where they stood that entire front end was pushed in, as though it had struck a concrete pylon. They could also hear groans and screams from within the canopied rear, and two men tumbled out the back end, one of them clutching his rifle as he staggered to relative safety. "My God!" Marsaw said, wondering as she said those words what had caused her to do so. "I did that?" "We've got to help those guys," Phoebe said urgently. "You've got to do something." "Me?" Marsaw responded, realizing as she did so that she was responsible for the wreck and that there were injured and dying men and women who needed immediate medical attention, and that she was the only one who had the means to offer them any assistance. It proved to be worse as they approached the wreckage. Marsaw had never before been so close to an accident, nor was she prepared for the sight of blood where the driver had put his head through the front windshield. She faltered for an instant and murmured aloud, "Red. Your blood is red?" "Why?" Phoebe asked. "What color were you expecting? Orange?" "No, wait. Don't tell me." Marsaw steeled her nerves as she approached the front end, which was perched precariously over the dull but still accessible for close examination. She forced herself to focus her senses upon the driver, knowing before she did so that he was beyond medical attention. The passenger next to him, however, had worn a crude restraining belt that had kept him firmly in his seat, so that the worst that he appeared to have suffered was the shock itself, which might have induced a whiplash, judging by his profuse groaning. She needed to get him out of that cabin, but how to do so when it was positioned out over a steep drop into the chasm? It was obvious that she needed a way to reach the injured man, and climbing onto the vehicle would likely overbalance it, so that left only one other route, to get beneath the side window. Leaving Phoebe's side, she walked over the edge several meters until she was directly beneath the cabin, then reached up to break the glass between her and the injured man, after which it was a simple enough matter of pulling his straps loose rather than fumble with the locking mechanism. Freed of restraint, he tumbled into her embrace, and thus she carried him back onto the road as Phoebe came trotting up with her retrieved backpack from which she produced a bedroll, which she spread out so that Marsaw could lay the injured man upon it. He was in very bad shape and Marsaw was able to sense from the contact that he had internal injuries to his kidneys and along the vertebrae of the neck. She cradled his head as Phoebe took a pillow from her pack, then laid her blanket over him while Marsaw turned her attention to the rest of the victims. That was when she took notice of the one soldier still on his feet and pointing his weapon directly at Marsaw. "Get your hands into the air where I can see them," the soldier barked, looking and sounding as if he were no older than she. "No, wait," Phoebe protested. Marsaw extended her hands in a non-threatening manner and said, "Do not shoot, I mean you no harm. I only want to help you." "That may be so, ma'am," the man said as he approached her with his weapon, "but I need you to keep your hands where I can." Corporal, a man who had climbed out the rear of the truck and who was now sitting on the ground with his back propped up against a wheel, barked, "Lower your weapon, that's an order." "But sir," the soldier protested. "You heard me," the other man said, hand pressed to his side, "the lady wants to help. You saw what she just did for Perkins?" "But—" the soldier hesitated, then lowered his rifle, turning to the other man, who seemed close to fainting. "Please," Marsaw said, moving past the soldier to kneel before the prone man, who was clearly of higher rank, "how can I help you?" "I'm Captain Michael Gravis, United States Armed Forces," the officer gasped. "You know anything about first aid?" "I will do what I can," Marsaw said as she stared at the man, her heightened senses perceiving the sound of blood bubbling inside his lungs, the irregular sound his heart made as he labored to remain conscious. Pain radiated from his body like a palpable force, causing her to share his agony the closer she came to him, but rather than draw away she bent nearer until she was able to touch him. If only she had the facilities to tend to his injuries. She knew basic physiology, of course, but that hardly qualified her for an exobiology rating. He might die and it would be all her fault, and as she thought this she felt something well up from deep within her. The warm glow that had been burning brightly in her center was responding to her need with energy that flowed down along her arms, into her hands and, through physical contact, into the man's body, bathing him momentarily in a radiant glow that surrounded him with a golden radiance, which same faded after only a few moments. The pain subsided at once, to be replaced by a soothing calm as his breath ceased to be labored and his heart began to beat with a steady rhythm. She withdrew her hand, almost beyond amazement as she sensed the tissue fibers knitting together, his bones flexing to rejoin what had broken as the swelling of his organs reversed themselves and all damage, internal or external, was repaired in a matter of seconds. She stared down at her blue-gloved hands, still able to perceive the golden corona that had surrounded them, feeling slightly drained yet altogether elated. She had discovered yet another facet to her new abilities, that the power that could heal her own body could be extended to others. She looked up in wonder at Phoebe and saw her own expression reflected in her companion's eyes, along with a look of utter amazement. "Jesus," the corporal murmured from just behind her shoulder, "what did she—" "I'm all right," the officer said, no less amazed as he stared down at himself, then up at Marsaw. "How did you do that?" "Good question," murmured Phoebe, "it was really something." "I am as surprised as the rest of you," Marsaw assured them, feeling an odd thrill as she felt the life-giving energy of the sun gradually restore her to full potential. The captain glanced at the overturned truck and said, "My boys. Can you help them?" "I believe that I can," Marsaw said with growing confidence, getting back onto her feet as she stared at the canopied rear to the truck, sensing several other men and women who were injured, some trapped under heavy boxes of ordnance. To get them out of there would require that she pulled the truck back onto the road and turn it upright, a feat that she once would have thought impossible, but now knew to be child's play. "Stand back," she murmured as she went around behind the undercarriage, examining the vehicle from the perspective of a trained engineer, examining the problem as she would from the mindset of her training. She mathematically calculated its physical dimensions and triangulated its probable center of gravity, yet it was pure instinct that motivated her next move, which was to bend down and find a solid part of the chassis which could be grasped firmly. Once contact was established, she could sense the strength and balance of the entire unwieldy object, which was more than 20 times as massive as herself. Planting her feet squarely on the asphalt road and bracing for the stress, she eased the thing back over the edge, then bent down to attempt to heave it off of the ground with a massive exertion of more mind than muscle, feeling her power flow from her hands to fortify the molecular structure of the chassis. Slowly it budged, then suddenly her strength began to surge, and with a sudden heave she lifted the truck up off the ground as though it were made of styrofoam, then positioned it at shoulder level before tipping it onto its side before hefting the truck up to it to shoulder level. "Jesus!" exclaimed the corporal again as Marsaw gradually eased the truck down as gently as she was able. "Not quite," Phoebe murmured numbly, "but you're close." Marsaw took a deep breath before moving around to the side of the vehicle, then she began unloading cargo until she was able to reach each one of the trapped soldiers. One by one she worked carefully to extract them from the cabin while Phoebe assisted as best as she was able, and so did the soldier once he overcame his bewilderment. Soon they had a half-dozen more men and women stretched out on the ground, and thankfully no one was as badly hurt as the officer. The driver had been the only fatality, for which Marsaw was keenly grateful. It was only then, when she moved to examine the front half of the vehicle, that was she able to fully appreciate firsthand what the force of the impact had yielded. A deep impression of her body had been driven into the front end of the crumpled radiator, which in turn had been driven back into the engine, which now was a twisted heap of bent and broken metal. It was amazing to her that nothing had caught fire or exploded, but the small caveat might have been the thing that truly saved the soldiers in the end, giving Marsaw the chance to partially redeem herself for her actions. It further astounded her to think that a force that could wreak so much devastation had barely raised much more than a bruise to her own body, and aside from being knocked for a loop she felt perfectly fine, no worse than before impact. She then recalled the sensation of the golden glow reaching out from her hands to that of the captain and decided to test out her new limits in a far more constructive manner. She knelt over each of the fallen soldiers and shared a portion of this healing energy and soon had treated them all for hurts both major and major. Each time the glow flowed into their bodies she felt just a little weaker, but continued to give until she had helped them all, including the front passenger, whose neck was last to be healed. Unfortunately her power did not work on the driver, proving that there were after all limits to her abilities, however vast they might seem from a casual standpoint. She sighed at the last, feeling tired for the first time since arriving upon this planet. What she found instead were looks of awe and gratitude on the people she had just helped, while Phoebe was looking at her with an almost worshipful expression. It belatedly occurred to her that it would be a very good idea to move on as the entire affair had taken close to half an hour, which was critical time when being pursued by the colleagues of these soldiers. For some reason the men and women she had helped did not seem pressed to deter her, and the one who had been threatening with his weapon before now saluted her as she passed him by, urging Phoebe to follow. "Just a moment, ma'am," Captain Gravis said, sounding stronger than before as he now stood under his own power, looking tired but very alertly in her direction. "From what I've just seen, I don't think I can prevent your leaving, but who are you and where did you come from?" "I am a friend," Marcel replied. "I never meant you any harm, but I cannot stay or allow you to detain me." "She's from out of town," Phoebe said, "a long way out of town." "No fooling," said the corporal, who still chose not level his weapon in any threatening manner. "And your connection?" the captain asked Phoebe directly. "I'm sort of a tour guide," Phoebe replied, moving up alongside her golden-skinned companion. "No one special, I just thought she needed someone to show her the sights." "We must go," Marcel urged, pausing to listen to the sound of another vehicle further down the road. "Help will arrive soon." "You should rest until they are here." "Anything you say, ma'am," the corporal replied, turning to the officer, who nodded affirmative. He then made a curious salute to Marcel. "Go help the others," Captain Gravis ordered with a mild sniff before returning his focus to the strange golden woman before him. "It may not be worth much, lady, but good luck to you both." "Thank you," Marcel replied, turning back to a new trail leading down the slope and back into the forest, Phoebe hurrying to match the pace she set as she could hear the other vehicle rapidly approaching. "They're never going to believe this." At debriefing, Captain Gravis sighed, then tried to get to his feet, finding his strength was gradually returning. A moment later a Humvee came rolling up the pass, stopping as one of the recovered troops flagged it down. The lieutenant and his two passengers all stared through the windshield at the truck and its soldiers. Then the driver said, "Wait here, and don't let him out of your sight." "What the hell happened here?" the unnamed private beside him murmured. "That's what I'm going to find out," the lieutenant replied as he got out of his vehicle and sought out the captain, who was limping towards them. Rick Shepard stared from his backseat vantage point at both the truck and other soldiers, noticing details with the practices honed by many a difficult field assignment. He immediately noted the tire tracks skidding off from the road, then saw something else that fixed his attention and he said, "What is that?" "What's what, sir?" the soldier beside him responded. "In the middle of the road," Rick said, pointing. "You see what I see? Looks like some kind of pothole, surrounded by a spray of glass and metal." "A spray?" the soldier frowned, then started as Rick opened the side door and stepped through it before he could prevent it. The officer at once cocked his rifle and said, "Sir, get back inside the vehicle, now." "Easy," Rick replied, "I'm just going to have a closer look." "I cannot allow that, sir," the soldier replied, pressing the business end of his weapon up against the back of Shepard's neck. "Are you going to shoot me in cold blood, Private?" Rick asked tensely. "Are those the kind of orders you're expected to follow?" The tension in the other man's voice was more noticeable as the soldier replied, "Do not provoke me, sir. I have my orders. You are not to step beyond this vehicle." "Private," the officer with the captain's bar said, limping forward with some assistance from one of the soldiers, "stand down, that's an order." "Sir?" the private said hesitantly, glancing to the lieutenant for confirmation. "You heard the man, Private," the lieutenant nodded. "Put it up." "It's all right, Mr. Shepard. You're in no immediate danger." "That's reassuring," Rick said, glancing back at the man in the vehicle before approaching the others with caution. "For the moment there I was starting to wonder what country I'd stumbled into. You guys always this tense around a simple accident? You'll notice I'm not carrying a camera, and I'm definitely not wired." "We know that, Mr. Shepard," the captain said, "and until I receive orders to the contrary, I don't see any reason to treat you like the enemy, outside of your profession." "Sir," the lieutenant said, "with all due respect, we have orders to keep us strict." "I am aware of that, Lieutenant," the captain assured him. "I'm also a bit more in the know about what's happening here, and why higher-ups want to contain it. You might have noticed, we've just had a little bit of car trouble." "No fooling," Rick looked down, having purposefully edged to where he had intended to go in the first place. "What did you guys run into here, Bigfoot?" The other two men looked down with astonished expressions, for there in the asphalt was the clear impression of a pair of large footprints gouged several inches into the surface, which was cracked and splintered all around as though the whole area had been under considerable stress for one brief moment. The bits of glass, plastic and metal that littered the ground was scattered out in a radiating pattern that had the crash site as its central focus. Rick glanced back to the vehicle and noticed that the overturned truck was not where the skid marks led, then softly whistled as he sensed the makings of one terrific story. "I'm afraid I can't answer that," the captain said evasively, turning to the lieutenant and saying, "Call in a medical unit. Tell them we have one fatality and several soldiers in need of medical attention." "This thing killed somebody?" Rick asked sharply. "That's not what one of the other men started to say, but the captain quickly snapped him to attention. "That will be all, Private," he said, then smiled and added, "and that will be all for you, Mr. Shepard. Lieutenant, escort our reporter friend here to mobile base camp and see that he is well treated." "Yes sir," the lieutenant, eyes never leaving Rick. "This way back to the Humvee, Mr. Shepard. Your full cooperation in this matter is expected." "Yes sir, G.I. Joe," Rick said as she mock saluted, then halted as he stared back at the truck, his attention focused to the front and grille of the vehicle, which he had not noticed before bore a surprising impression. "I said to move," the lieutenant pointedly imposed his body physically between Rick and the truck. "Now." Okay, Rick replied as he headed back into the Humvee, adding softly, "But I'm damned if any meteor made that kind of impression." The captain waited until the Humvee was underway before turning back to study the human outline pressed forcibly into the metal, then softly murmured, "Mister, you don't know the half of it." He could not help glancing back towards the trail, then notably skyward. MARSA, The Ultra Girl by Jim Bader Book 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 5. "Wild maneuvers come in, Commander," Darkham directed, then continued once the dour-faced head of security had entered his chamber. "I have been reviewing the records concerning this case, and I must say that I am most impressed with the thoroughness of your investigation." "I am pleased that you find it so, Counselor," Commander Kaspar replied from a formal position. "Technical Division has worked continuously since this investigation commenced, seeking to isolate the illegal tapping of the power grid in Sector Traberchaw. The repeated irregularities in output cycle were finally traced to the underground location that we raided 6 cycles ago, but I regret to report that we failed to apprehend all of those involved. Only that their leader, ex-Councillor Cartor, was found and executed at the site." "Executed?" Darkham asked with a shrewd expression. "I was given to understand that your agents found no body." "That is so, my lord," Kaspar noted, "but all reliable information confirms that he died in the explosion that destroyed most of his unregistered laboratory. I lost 2 of my men in the blast." "Yes," Darkham said, "regrettable but necessary losses. Still there is no confirmation that Cartor himself was killed in the blast." "You believe that he practiced a deception?" Kaspar frowned ever so slightly. "To what avail? He simply prolongs the inevitable when he will be found and punished for his transgressions." "There are things you obviously do not know about Councillor Cartor," Darkham said cryptically, "and with good reason. The Council itself has rendered the matter too sensitive even for high-level access. It may surprise you to know that there are some facts that even internal security is not privy to." "Not so," Kaspar replied, "I have always been aware of this fact. There are many matters that the High Council have classified for generations. I always believed that these matters were of a need-to-know nature." "And you are right, as always," Darkham said in a completely level voice, "but now the time has come when you must know more about the nature of the prey that you are pursuing. Cartor has proven himself too dangerous for ordinary means of neutralization, and with this latest transgression against the will of the Council he has jeopardized the security not only of Nidjarma province but possibly of Wolframa itself. Tell me what you know about Cartor and I will endeavor to fill in such gaps as would be necessary for your investigation." "What I know about Cartor is that he heads a dissident faction of malcontents operating undetected in our society," Kaspar replied, "with possible connections to our rivals among the domes and various factions that are scattered about in other provinces throughout the whole of our world. Since he resigned a seat on the Council he has made the appearance of peaceable retirement the shield behind which he plots subversive activities, but until now there has never been sufficient evidence to warrant his arrest. We have always known that Cartor is resourceful and have kept a careful watch over his doings," Darkham said matter-of-factly. "Had we wished to act against him we could have found any number of reasons. Evidence against him has not been all that hard to obtain, but for our own reasons we have allowed Cartor to remain at large, always believing that we were no more than one step behind him and his organization. "Then you will forgive my ignorance, sir," Kaspar replied. "I have been given to understand that his latest activities were something of a surprise." "He surprised us," Darkham explained. "The truth is that we were misled about the nature of his current dealings and thought his research harmless. Obviously that has proven to be a gross miscalculation." "I would not presume to suggest such a thing," Kaspar replied. "But that was your conclusion," Darkham said with a smile that had no humor behind it. "You are a careful man, Commander, and that is good. You are also forthright and dedicated to your profession, which are qualities that we like about you. You can think heresy while remaining loyal to the state and those of us who are its servants. These qualities have enabled you to rise through the ranks, but now, this matter is of that much importance?" Kaspar lifted an eyebrow. "But how can one dissident form a member of the Council?" "That is recent history," Darkham replied. "Tell me, Commander, just how old do you believe Kartor to be?" "Official records of his birth state that he was born 132 annual rotations past," Kartor replied. "What in pre-cataclysmic times would claim to be the old order year 3097. Then how would you account for this unofficial chronicle that I am about to make known to you?" Darkham asked as an image appeared over his desk in full holo-relief displaying numbers and symbols alongside a surprisingly long list of categories and entries. Kaspar was not a man who easily betrayed surprise, but his expression registered incredulity as he rapidly scanned the listings, then said, "Surely this is not an official document?" "Hardly," Darkham replied. "Do you think that we would allow such a thing to exist in a form that anyone could access with the right level of clearance? This log is among the most classified records in existence, kept in complete isolation from even the most secure data storage devices. Registrars sworn to uphold these hidden truths at the cost of their very lives constantly updated. Its existence is denied by all who know of it, yet it does exist because we few who are allowed to know of this record have need of such information if we are to have any understanding of the sort of heretic that we are dealing with. You must understand that this can never become a part of the official record." "I understand," Kaspar replied, "but I do not understand these records. How can the renegade counselor have been active for so long? Sure, his identity must be shared by generations of rebels." "There is only one like him," Darkham said ominously. "Every record confirms that it was the same man who lived these lives and performed these actions in pursuit of his own private agenda." "But how?" Kaspar marveled. "The best medical science of our time can prolong the lifespan for many cycles, but to have survived since ancient times. It does not matter what forbidden knowledge the renegade has employed to outlast empires and nations," Darkham said. "What matters is that he poses a danger in the present, and so does the apprentice technician he had assigned to him prior to this most recent outrage." "The apprentice technician?" Kaspar frowned. "I do not follow your reasoning." "She was not found in the laboratory," Darkham said gravely, "nor anywhere else around the site of the underground complex. She could not have survived on the surface, nor do we believe that she had time to evacuate to an escape route, yet she was confirmed to be present in Kartor's lair just prior to the explosion." "Why is she important to this investigation?" Kaspar asked. "She is important because Kartor believed she was important to his schemes." Darkham's reply was almost a reprimand, and he activated his desk display, which caused a holographic image to appear showing a young female whose hair was unusually long and unbound, not restrained in the current regulated fashion. For a moment Kaspar looked at her image, and his expression betrayed more than puzzlement before he mastered himself and said, "I know this woman." "You knew someone very much her once, I believe," Darkham said ominously. "Her mother was a traitor executed many cycles ago, her father a heretic and associate of Kartor's. Her name is Marsa, Citizen Charla Marco Bravin, an Oli sector of Nidjarma Prime. She is 27 cycles in age, the only surviving member of her disreputable house, taken under the wing of Kartor, who assumed the duties of her patron from a very young age. She has been in his care and under his influence for the past 7 cycles, where she has been receiving her advanced training in structural engineering. We believe he may have trained her in other fields, but the relevant point is that she has spent the last 2 cycles assisting her mentor in his heretical research. We believe she may be instrumental in a plot hatched by Kartor to undermine the authority of the High Council." "I still fail to see in what manner," Kaspar said. The daughter of Martin and Marta could hardly pose such a threat to our security. Speak plainly, Commander, Darkham said with sudden emphasis. What was your opinion concerning Martin's heretical theories? Sir? Caspar replied, then thought a moment before answering, astonishing if valid, but impossible to prove given all we know concerning the history of Wolframma. Theories that have long been held to be dangerous by the Council, Darkham said sternly, and theories that Cartor clearly thought justified taking extreme measures, even at the risk of exposing his rather extensive organization. If you deem his research a danger to state security, then of course it must be repressed. Caspar began, but the councillor cut him off. I know that you respected the father, Darkham said. At one time he was acknowledged a brilliant researcher, but all that must be discarded if you are to be entrusted with their daughter's capture. You have reviewed the initial report on what was discovered in that laboratory, of course? Some manner of device whose nature and purpose has yet to be determined, Caspar replied. We know its precise nature and purpose, Darkham said without emotion. I myself directed the technical research team to withhold our conclusions from official documentation. The device is a prototype mass conversion and transportation unit, capable of creating openings into the subspace void through which solid objects may be passed over vast differences within the space of a nanosecond. It is nothing less than the recreation of the very technology Martin once predicted would be found by exploration of the ancient tunnels discovered in his research. Incredible, Caspar said in quiet amazement. You mean to say that Martin was entirely correct in his assertions? I will only confirm that some parts of this theory did have a basis in fact, Darkham said evasively. His notion that our world was established as a mining community by an ancient yet highly advanced technological culture has been established beyond question. That they would need to transport raw minerals off-world through such a device as this now seems equally incontrovertible. Such a device could mean that travel between worlds is feasible, Caspar marveled. Feasible? Darkham barked. Cartor has done it. He sent his apprentice through a subspace gate to another destination, possibly hundreds of light cycles from this world, in violation of every law of our society. Sent where? Caspar asked, reacting to the news with an incredulous expression. That is the question, Darkham replied. Further inquiry will be needed to determine where precisely the focal point of the gateway was aimed. It will take time to construct a new device based upon what we have been able to piece together from the wreckage. Then you intend to explore the full dimensions of Cartor's discovery? Caspar asked. No, Commander, Darkham said, such a device will be constructed for only one purpose, to find and retrieve the fugitive, Marsa. And after this? Caspar asked in confusion. It will be dismantled and its components reconstituted for other needed purposes, Darkham informed him. But why? Said Caspar in astonishment. We have our reasons, Darkham said, that should be sufficient. With due respect to your authority, sir, Caspar replied, I will need to understand your reasons if I am to continue this investigation. Very well, Darkham said, but I remind you that this must never be repeated. As you already have suspected, the device itself requires considerable power to operate, which is how we became aware of what Cartor was about in the first place. It would hardly be efficient to employ such a machine for anything but this one essential mission. But the device could be the answer to all of our material needs. Caspar protested, if we can create a gate through which badly needed resources can be obtained from another world. No, Commander, Darkham said harshly, it will not be that way. The Council itself decided this long ago when we chose to suppress Martin's research. It is forbidden for any of Wolframma to travel off-world and has been so since the beginning. To allow such a machine to tempt us with the lure of easy acquisition would be a betrayal of everything the Council stands for and prove too great to our citizens, who might seek refuge from our authority on worlds yet to be discovered. We cannot allow this, any more than we can allow a renegade to exist free from our influence. Such a thing would destroy the cohesiveness of society and potentially lead to anarchy on a scale unimaginable. I see, Caspar said cautiously, you are concerned that she might become a symbol. But how can we even know if the fugitive has survived transportation? That is part of the investigation that you will head, Darkham informed him. I am placing the research team under your direct authority. You will answer to me and make regular reports that I will in turn submit to the Council regarding your progress. You will assess your needs and file requests for material and personnel through me, and I will see that you are provided with all of the resources that you will require. I expect results to come from your usual efficiency. I selected you because we have the utmost confidence in your methods. You will not fail us because the eyes of the council itself will be upon you. I will, of course, endeavor to produce results, my lord, Caspar acknowledged, but you have given me a great deal upon which to think. Such an expedition is not to be entered into lightly. I know you will make the necessary adjustments, Darkham replied. Oh, and one thing further, we have every confidence that a probe will be sufficient to the recovery and disposal of the fugitive, but there is always the chance that a human agent will need to be sent to effect retrieval. We have already taken the liberty of appointing a designated agent to hold in reserve whose loyalty and service makes him an ideal candidate for the kind of operation we are contemplating. Darkham called up a new image over his desk, and now the holographic representation of a young man appeared, which startled Caspar every bit as much as had the image of the woman. Your son, Castro, Darkham remarked, the very model of his father. I trust that you realize that this is a great honor for your house? But why? Caspar all but whispered. Call it a guarantee of your devout loyalty, Darkham replied. You will obtain the results we need, and in a reasonable span of time. As I have already stated, this is a matter of the gravest importance, and no one is above concern where security is related. I trust you understand what I am saying? Perfectly, Caspar said softly, his body tense though he forced his expression to remain impassive. Darkham allowed himself a smile. It probably will not matter very much. As you say, the fugitive may have perished in transfer. If that is the case, then we will know when we activate our own device and use the remote bioscanner to determine whether or not she still functions. If not, then her remains will be returned and recycled, but if she did survive. His tone fell by an octave. Then she will be returned to Wolframa to face our judgment. Cartor and all who believe like him will know that there is no one who can escape the authority of the High Council of Ninjarma. As you say, my lord, Caspar acknowledged, though his attention remained squarely focused on the two images still hovering above the councillor's station. Rick whistled a tune as he waited outside the large tent that served as headquarters for the mobile base camp to which he had been conducted. He pretended to ignore the soldiers guarding him and instead allowed his attention to focus on little details concerning the camp and all the hardware that they were displaying. Whatever they were doing out here, it was more than the usual sort of war games. There was too much of a business-like atmosphere here, and these special forces types were much too alert and edgy for his liking. Rick had been raised around such men as a military brat. His father had been stationed in some sensitive places, and he knew from experience how to spot the signs of impending trouble. He also knew that with a keen enough reporter's instinct it was possible to pick up little things by keeping his eyes and ears open, and he was reasonably certain from what he had so far observed that these soldiers were not the type of men and women that got deployed on a whim. Whatever they were doing here, it had to be incredibly important. Mr. Shepard, he was addressed, causing him to turn and face a female orderly wearing the same camouflaged uniform lacking unit insignia that seemed typical for this group, but whose bearing suggested that she was at least officer rank. The major will see you now. This way, please. Oh-ho, the polite treatment. Rick calculated that somewhere a decision had been made that elevated his stock and made his chances of survival perceptibly better than he had imagined. Deciding to break with bad male traditions, he just politely returned the smile of the orderly without some smug, thoughtless commentary that might be misconstrued on her part, then comply with her directions. Inside the tent he found a burly, middle-aged man with the severe haircut of a Marine wearing no insignia nor rank but who sat behind a desk working on a laptop. He looked up when Rick followed the military protocol he had not used since his ROTC days and stood to attention before the desk, politely waiting to be recognized rather than address the major out of turn like a typical civilian. Mr. Shepard, the major stood up without offering either a hand or salute. I wish to apologize for the inconvenience that brought you here. I trust you were treated well by my people? Well enough, all considered, sir, Rick replied. I don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me what this was all about? I'm afraid it's classified, the major replied, off limits to the press. So you'll neither confirm nor deny that a meteorite fell in this area, huh? Rick ventured, studying the major's reactions. What was it really, a top-secret satellite that you don't anybody else to know about? You can tell me, it's strictly off the record. Meteorite. The Major lifted an eyebrow, then frowned, obviously doing some heavy shifting of mental gears before he added, "Don't tell me you're one of those left-wing conspiracy theorists who looks for nuclear trash in every government wastebasket? I've seen stranger things in my time, sir." Rick allowed himself the luxury of a smile, then added, "But off the record, I already know that it's not a meteorite you're after." The Major's expression tightened noticeably before he replied, "What are you getting at, mister?" "I think you know," Rick said. "Tell me about an overturned truck with several wounded soldiers that's parked a few miles back from here, a truck with a body-shaped impression pressed into the radiator, and 2 footprints dug into the asphalt several dozen meters from that." "I'd say you've been chasing one too many Bigfoot sightings," the Major responded. "When did Bigfoot need an entire division after his hide?" Rick asked, following his reporter's instinct as he intuitively felt an opening impressed on ahead. "I think you boys lost something and are chasing after it." "That's what I believe, not that I have any other hard evidence, of course. And not that it's any of your business." The man came around the table and gave Rick a more thorough study. "Doesn't say anywhere in your background that you had a stint with the military." "I guess high school doesn't count?" Rick replied, "Blame it on my father if you have to. He used to be an Air Force pilot." "I know," the Major said, "it's in your record." "Well then," Rick decided to press ahead on a long hunch, "unless you plan to make me disappear, maybe you might like to explain to the public why someone from Special Forces is out here chasing down something that could totally wreck a truck with relatively light casualties, or is this a black ops outfit, in which case, as you say, it's none of my business?" The Major continued to give him a stare that was as unyielding as it was probing, but then he gave a slight snort, which became a low chuckle, and then he shook his head and said, "I knew the moment I heard that we had a reporter like you heading into camp that you'd be nothing but trouble. I don't what you imagine we are, Mr. Shepard, but this is the United States of America, and I have taken an oath to support and defend the Constitution and duly elected government. That doesn't mean you won't find yourself on a one-way trip to Leavenworth if I even suspect that you intend to interfere with my mission." "Okay," Rick said, "then I take it that means I can get my wallet back, along with my ID and press pass?" "You have whatever belongs to you," the Major said as he picked up said belongings and handed them over to Rick. "Just stay away from my men. I don't need to have you picking and probing around my camp looking for some damn full story for that rag tabloid you allegedly work for." "It's a living," Rick shrugged as he slipped his wallet back into his leather jacket. "It's not by choice, I used to be with a major metropolitan newspaper, assigned as a Washington correspondent," the Major replied. "That's also in your record." "You must have some interesting links on your internet," Rick said, realizing it was his turn to show surprise, or should I say the Defense Department version? "You want to hear my version of why I got fired?" "Don't need to," the Major said. "You stepped on someone's big toe and they squashed you like a bug. Pulled some strings, got you kicked out of Washington on some trumped-up scandal. Believe me, what happened to you is a pretty old story." Rick looked at the man curiously and said, "You seem to know more about it than I do. Any idea who got me canned?" "I hear it came all the way from the top," the Major said, "but that's strictly off the record, and under a different administration. By the way, I'm Major Andrew Brookhurst. Don't bother asking the name of my unit, it's classified, but we're not the bad guys here." "And if you told me you'd have to kill me, right?" Rick asked. "Something like that," Major Brookhurst said with that unnerving smile, "or I could do something to you that would make what happened in Washington look like a society bridge club. You may think you've got the potential of a great story here, but I'm warning you that even a rag like yours wouldn't publish what's going on here." "I'll keep an open mind about that," Rick replied. "Frankly, I'm surprised a paper like the Midnight Star even resorts to using reporters," Brookhurst continued. "I always figured they just had a bunch of guys sit in an office somewhere making stuff up, whenever they thought they could sell to the shopping cart crowds of local supermarkets." "Yeah, well, they don't pay a hell of a lot to send me out on these scouting missions," Rick conceded, "but a lot of what I do requires interviews to go with the photo ops. You don't always get what you need downloading files off the net. Not much use for your skills, is it?" Brookhurst asked as though probing for an opening of his own. "The kind of investigative talent that can rattle the sort of cages you rattled ought to be able to do more for himself than write flying saucer stories." Maybe if you stayed away from sensitive issues and went for more conventional headline-grabbing topics." "I take what I can find," Rick replied. "Are you telling me off the record that this case doesn't involve little green men? You wouldn't happen to be chasing the pilot of some downed Roswell-type ship? Somebody obviously forgot to beam you up." Brookhurst snorted, then glanced to the side and said, "Yes, Lieutenant." The orderly stepped in and saluted. "Sir, there's been a new development that requires your attention." "Want me to step outside?" Rick asked matter-of-factly. "Actually, sir," the lieutenant said, her tone oddly lilted as if to suggest an element of amusement, "this involves Mr. Shepard. It seems our people were guarding his vehicle when they had an encounter with certain parties." Her tone trailed off and she looked inquiringly at the Major, who said, "Go on," while Rick lifted an eyebrow. "Details are sketchy, sir," the orderly continued, "but it seems the two suspects we have been trailing overpowered our men and confiscated the vehicle." "They stole my car?" Rick blurted before he had time to think about it, then glanced at the Major, who was looking at him with a mixture of sympathy and amazement. "Oh boy," Brookhurst murmured to himself, then said, "Send choppers to intercept, have an all points to highway patrol to be on the lookout for a vehicle matching the license plate and description of the vehicle. Tell them to monitor but do not engage these suspects." "Yes sir," the orderly said, and disappeared out the tent. "They stole my car?" Rick repeated in amazement. "Seems that way," Brookhurst replied, then shook his head in weariness. "Washington is not going to like this." They emerged from the woodland trail and came upon a partial clearing 2 miles from where they had left the truck and soldiers. Marsaw gave warning and adequate time for them to avoid being spotted as they found 2 soldiers dressed in camouflage colors, undoubtedly belonging to the same unit that Phoebe and Marsaw had encountered earlier. They were standing guard beside a red convertible that had been pulled off the side of the road into partial concealment. The men looked alert and dangerous, ready for trouble, though it was doubtful that they were adequately prepared for what was about to face them. In spite of the potential danger, Phoebe smiled to herself and said, "What a break. Just the thing we need to get out of this mess. All you've got to do is sneak up on those 2 guys and conk them." "Conk them?" Marsaw frowned in some confusion. "You know," Phoebe shrugged, "knock them out, take their weapons away, leave them behind while we use that car to drive to safety." "I could overpower them," Marsaw anxiously considered, "but I might seriously injure them if I use too much force. It is not that easy to induce a precise concussion. And I am still not certain about the limits of my new strength." That is a problem," Phoebe said. "We don't anyone else hurt, but we've got to get out of here, and that's the best way I can come up with." "Think maybe you could create a distraction?" "I could try," Marsaw said as she began to take a step from behind the bushes. A twig snapped under her foot and Phoebe cursed softly. "Oh great. It'll sure distract them." "Forget it. If they see you they'll probably fire off a shot, which will bring more soldiers running. We're going to have to do this the hard way, without any rough stuff. Wait here, I've got an idea that just might work." Phoebe moved out from the bushes and immediately threw her arms up and shouted, "Don't shoot. I'm not armed. I need help." The 2 soldiers had already turned with weapons leveled her way, but they hesitated at the sight of Phoebe, who was anything but an intimidating sight. Without relaxing their guard, they allowed her to approach as Phoebe kept her hands in view at all time, trying to be as convincing as possible as she hurried up to them, pretending in her mind that both the alien and predator were somewhere right behind her. "You've got to help me," she cried, feigning panic. "There's a monster after me. A big, hairy man eating whatever that's chasing me. It's got salivating jaws and great big tentacles and—" "What the Sam Hill you talking about, ma'am?" one of the 2 soldiers asked her. "A monster," Phoebe said. "I'm not kidding. It chased me from over there." She pointed back and away from where she had left Marsaw, waving her arms for emphasis. "I'm not kidding about this, guys. It's after me, I'm serious." One soldier turned to the other and said, "Maybe we ought to report it anyway. You never know, something may have gotten outside the containment zone." "There's no time," Phoebe said frantically. "It's coming this way, I tell you. I'm a civilian, I pay my taxes, and that means you've got to protect me." "Calm down, ma'am," the soldier with a heavy southern accent said reassuringly, as his partner spoke into his throat mic. We'll check out your story, just give us a moment." Phoebe was about to protest that there was hardly any time for that when a definite noise sounded from the bushes behind them. Then a large branch came sailing through the air to land well short of their position, but this was enough to make both men tense abruptly. Then the one speaking into his throat mic said, "Charlie, Bravo, possible contact with subject. We'll do a swift recon to confirm ID." He nodded to his companion and the both of them moved away from the car, training their weapons at the bushes as if expecting them to erupt at any moment. One man edged closer than the other, while Phoebe cast a wild glance at the branch laying just a few meters from where she stood. Taking a deep breath, she edged forwards to pick it up in both hands. One man edged forward while the second man covered him, moving cautiously as he slowly circled the bushes. Without warning, something did leap forward, but it wasn't possible to see what, and before he had time to so much as squeeze off a shot he was hauled off of his feet and thrown mightily for a distance of 30 or so meters. The second man was about to shoot at whatever it was that attacked his companion, but Phoebe swung her branch hard at the back of his helmet and knocked him sprawling. Before he could begin to recover, Marcia appeared and quickly subdued him with as light a tap as she dared against his cerebellum. "Wow!" Phoebe gasped, beginning to wonder if the marvels of this day would ever cease. "How did you do that? I barely saw you attack that guy." "I don't know," Marcia replied. "I was trying not to be seen, then he came close enough that I thought I could overpower him without doing too much damage." "It was like you were invisible or something," Phoebe said. "Were you just moving too fast to be seen, or is that another power you've just discovered you have?" "A little of both, I think," Marcia frowned. "Invisibility? That is difficult to conceive of. I know how it could be done with the right technology, of course. But you didn't think you could do it without it?" Phoebe replied, "Right. And a woman can't fly either, or lift a truck, or heal critical injuries with her touch." "I understand what you are saying," Marcia waved the point down, glancing back at the man who lay still, then at his semi-conscious colleague. "Was that too rough, do you think?" "No," Phoebe said, "I think that was just about right. Come on, let's get in the car. I think I can still remember how to hot-wire a rod." "Hot-wire?" Marcia asked as she followed Phoebe to the vehicle, giving it a dubious look over as some part of her mind began explaining the essential functions. "Street slang for bypassing the security devices and ignition," Phoebe said as she tested the front door and found it open. "I used to hang with a tough crowd during my senior year. Haven't had to do it in years, hope I'm not too rusty." She smiled as she slid in horizontally, ducking her head under the steering wheel column to examine beneath the dashboard, while Marcia stared at the door on her side of the car, tentatively reaching out to test the handle, finding it resisted her efforts. But that was no real problem for her now, was it? She had discovered that her new abilities extended to a heightening of all senses, allowing her to probe into objects and make contact with their interior makeup. Her mind had an image already imprinted of the mechanism for this door, and it took only a moment more to feel the gears and latches inside the side panel, and a few more moments before she felt the mechanism give under the ever-so-gentle pressure she applied. A small knob popped upward, and the handle moved freely, allowing the door to swing open without the need to apply brute force to its removal. The car gave somewhat under her weight as she carefully sat down on the cushioned chair that was on her side. She turned to study her strange pale companion, impressed with the other woman's strange combination of self-confidence and self-reliance. In spite of discovering all of the new things she could do, Marcia still had yet to feel as assertive as this girl, who in so many ways had proven to be amazingly resourceful. "Damn," Phoebe complained after several frustrating attempts, "don't understand this make and model. I'd need some tools to pop the ignition out. Maybe if I try under the hood." Marcia understood better now what Phoebe was attempting to accomplish, and she looked at the ignition thinking what a simple matter it would be, using the same skill she had just demonstrated with the door. She could almost see the interior wiring in her mind, and with but a thought she made a connection and caused a spark to jump through the system. "Holy!" Phoebe started to cry out when she bumped her head on the steering wheel and complained about it profanely. She sat up more carefully, rubbing her head, and glanced at Marcia, almost accusing as she said, "Did you do that?" "Yes," Marcia replied, "I think I am beginning to understand the uses of my powers." "We've gotta do some field tests when all this craziness is over," Phoebe said, wasting no time shifting the car into gear while taking the brake off. "Fasten your seatbelts and let me take things from here." "Seatbelts?" Marcel repeated, glancing to the side as she saw Phoebe pull some cloth strips over her lap and across her upper body. She looked to her right side and located where the seat belts on her side were located, but before she could test them the car started to move forward. It was a bumpy ride, and she had to reach out to grasp the frame and forward panel in order to steady herself as Phoebe got them back onto the main road, then headed away from the source of their problems as fast as their borrowed machine could travel and still remain under the legal speed limit. By that time Marcel had grasped the concept of the seat belts and had secured herself in place, finding it much easier to relax this way with Phoebe driving. Something was nagging at her consciousness, though, and at length she said, "On your world. What we have just done is called stealing?" "Carjacking," Phoebe corrected, "but we're not keeping it, just borrowing the sucker to get as far away from here as we can. Keep an eye out for those choppers, though, they might spot us and set up some kind of roadblock." "Choppers? You mean those flying devices? Helicopters?" "Right," Phoebe smiled approvingly, "you're starting to get with it. The car tour guy must have given you some basic info on our culture but didn't give you time enough to digest it, right?" "Yes, that is it exactly," Marcel agreed. "I am a fish without water?" "You're that all right." Phoebe had to chuckle slightly at the understatement. "Listen, we're gonna have to do something about your appearance. Nothing wrong with the way you look, mind you. You're fantastic. It's just I do not look precisely like a native of your world," Marcel concluded sadly. "I understand. People here will treat me different." "Lucky for you I live in San Francisco," Phoebe said, "even you could fit in there. Everybody looks like an alien to somebody in old Frisco. You might even start a new fashion statement, the gold paint look." Marcel did not understand why, but for some very strange reason she found herself smiling. MARSA, The Ultra Girl by Jim Bader. First Copyrights Only Book 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 6. "Getaway well, Mr. Shepard, what do you make of this?" Rick glanced down at the plaster cast set upon the table and said, "It's a shoe?" "Very funny," Major Brookhurst snorted. "Try a shoe size 13, with a heel impression sunk about 3 inches into the soil. We estimate from that and the width of the stride that the subject who made it stands about 1.9 meters tall and has a mass in excess of 160 kilos. "My metric's a bit shaky," Rick said. "How about putting that in layman's term?" "Try 6'4", Brookhurst suggested, "with weight in excess of 350 pounds easy." 350? Rick reacted. "Why so heavy?" "We don't know, Mr. Brookhurst admitted. "It violates everything we know about biology, which is why we're strongly tempted to believe that the subject is not human." "Not human?" Rick frowned. "You mean it really is an alien?" "Either that or some kind of damned machine," Brookhurst replied. "All I can say for sure is that it isn't one of ours. We don't know how to make something that matches the descriptions we've been getting from our people. At a guess, though, I'd say this lady we're chasing came from a lot farther away than either Hong Kong or Moscow." "That's strictly off the record, of course." "Of course," Rick said. "So why are you telling me this?" "Because I need your full cooperation in this, Shepard," Brookhurst admitted, "and without proof there's no way you'll ever get anyone to believe it. Your credibility's already in the toilet, so from where I stand you've got nothing to gain from trying to sell this story, except to that rag you work for. And if I tried to get a legitimate news crew to take me seriously, they'd throw me in the booby hatch," Rick said bitterly. "I think I understand you. Before the suits from Washington start showing up here, I need to settle a few questions," Brookhurst resumed. "That's why I need to ask if you've had any prior contact with the subject." "Nope," Rick shook his head. "Sure haven't, but I'd be dying to do an interview if you manage to catch the lady." "We'll find her," Brookhurst replied. "We're very good at this sort of thing, and we've got people everywhere manning the roads leading down from these mountains. The pair of them can have gotten far in that rundown piece of—" "Hey!" Rick protested, "that car's a classic. Watch what you say about it." "Sorry," Brookhurst apologized. "We'll try and get it back to you in reasonably good condition." "So, you had no idea that the lady and her friend were in this area?" "That's right," Rick replied. "I don't know if you believe it or not, but my being here is strictly a coincidence." "I've never much cared for the word coincidence, but I'll let it go for now," Brookhurst replied. "So it's pure coincidence that they happened to seize your car for a getaway vehicle?" "That's what I'm trying to tell you," Rick replied, aware of how lame that sounded even in his own ears. Brookhurst smiled an almost kindly smile and said, "You can see my position. I've got to be able to account for a lot of discrepancies, and you're only one of them. That overturned vehicle is another. You saw the wreck. What was your impression?" "That somebody stopped to give some first aid to the wounded," Rick replied, "but that hardly sounds like something an alien would do, or an android." "Android," Brookhurst smiled, "that's a good one. I was going to say robot. What else did you notice? Besides the oddly shaped impression in the radiator and the pothole in the road?" Rick asked. "I'd say they hit something pretty solid, something that got up and walked over to the side of the road, picked up the truck and pulled the soldiers to safety. I'd also say that was impossible, but I haven't got a better explanation." "According to my men, that is exactly what happened," Brookhurst remarked, "but that's also off the record." Rick's mouth fell open, then he said, "Did they also describe her?" 6'4" with golden skin and hair, Brookhurst replied, "a real looker, and pretty well put together. Strong, too, and apparently bulletproof." "Did she have an S on her chest?" Rick wondered aloud. "Nope," Brookhurst smiled, "and I asked them just that. The other one looked normal enough, maybe 5.5 feet, 130 even, female Caucasian in her early 20s with blonde hair and blue eyes. That about describes a third of the population of California," Rick noted. "We think she's a bystander who somehow got involved with the other lady," Brookhurst continued. "At first we thought that she might be a hostage, but she seemed willing enough to collaborate, even called herself a tour guide." "Collaboration?" Rick asked. "That sounds like we were at war or something." "How do you know we aren't?" Brookhurst replied with a look that was entirely sober. "For all we know she could be an advanced scout or something. Whoever sent her could have an entire legion like her ready to send on her say-so. That's not paranoid talking, son, that's common sense. We could have a situation that makes Independence Day seem like a holiday picnic." "I can see why you'd be so hot to find her," Rick said. "So where do I fit into all of this?" "At the moment you're just one piece of the puzzle," Brookhurst admitted, "and it's not just me who wants some answers. My superiors expect results for their tax dollars, and I aim to give them as much as I can on short notice. So, tell me, Shepard, what would you think if I gave them a story like the one I just told you? That an alien or android crash-landed in the middle of a forest and managed to elude capture?" Rick said, "That part's a stretch, but the rest of it doesn't even make sense the way you tell it. If this were a story I was trying to pass off to my editor, I'd give them the basic details but phrase it like I wasn't too sure what they all mean. I'd skip the details until they asked me for suggestions." Brookhurst smiled. "I knew there was a reason for keeping you around. Lieutenant, make a note of it. Have Shepard write a summary before we turn him loose. It's a fair enough trade-off considering the alternatives." "Right," Rick swallowed, trying not to think about what those alternatives might mean. "Excuse me, sir." The lieutenant looked up, tapping one earphone and pausing before saying, "I'm getting reports now that a vehicle matching the description of Mr. Shepard's car was spotted heading northwest on the main Central Highway. It sounds as though they could be on their way to Sacramento. Have our boys close in, but don't get too close or let them be spotted," Brookhurst replied. "We still don't know for certain what we're dealing with here, and the last thing we can afford to do is provoke something where we might have witnesses." "Understood, sir," the lieutenant replied, and began to speak into her throat mic. "You really think you can catch this lady without anyone getting hurt?" Rick asked. "That's my job, son," Brookhurst replied, "as difficult as it may sound. I'm only following orders." "Good luck," Rick replied, thinking privately that all his instincts would have caused him to bet his money on the lady. "How about some music to kill the time?" Phoebe asked her companion. "Music?" Marsaw asked without clearly comprehending. "Yeah, music," Phoebe frowned. "Don't they have music on your world?" Marsaw thought a moment. Music was a word that triggered new memories, of sounds and sensations unlike any others that she could relate to. A connection was made and she blinked her eyes, then said, "Oh. Music. I think I know what you mean. Yes and no, I am afraid. What we have are sounds that are generated at a certain frequency to soothe the nerves and facilitate meditation. Sounds like New Age, Phoebe snorted. I'm more an old-fashioned rock and roll girl myself. Here, I'll turn on the radio and you tell me what you think. Phoebe turned a knob, then pressed a button on a part of the console near to the center, and suddenly there was a clash of sound and vibration that almost made Marcia jump in her seat, straining her belt restraints almost to the breaking as she covered her ears to protect them. Sorry. Phoebe raised her voice, then adjusted the volume and changed channels to a different station. Now the sounds were somewhat less jarring but still had a very odd beat and rhythm that seemed far from gentle to Marcia's hearing. What is this? She asked. Heavy metal, Phoebe replied. Could have been worse, might have been hip-hop or rap. Here, I'll try something else. Let's see what kind of music the guy who owns this car likes to listen to. She opened a panel centered over the column between their seats and pulled out an almost flat box-like container that had a colorful picture and words set upon it. Phoebe glanced at this, then said, Moody Blues? What kind of guy is this? That's even older than me. Oh well, I guess it'll be easier for you if I start with some Nights in White Satin. She removed a plastic disc from the container and slipped that in through a slot, then pushed another button and further adjusted the volume until the music began to play, and sure enough it proved much easier listening. Marcia began to relax ever so slightly. Boy, Phoebe said in quiet wonder, your people really haven't got a lot in the way of entertainment, do you? I'd have thought you'd have your own kind of music back home. I am afraid not, Marcia said, then frowned. It is odd, though. I think I know the song. Yes, I know it and many others like this. It's in my memories. The memories of the guy your boss contacted? Phoebe asked. Yes, Marcia nodded. Mark Daniels is his name, and he is a musician by trade. He plays music just like this. Name's not familiar to me, Phoebe replied. He can't be very successful. I do not think so either, Marcia frowned. I believe that he travels a lot and he owns few possessions. He is from a good family but prefers to earn his way. I do not understand. I think he left his family for some reason. A traveling musician, Phoebe sniffed, a regular Woody Guthrie. Who? Marcia asked, then blinked and answered her own question. Oh. Yes, that name is very familiar to him. I believe he considers that man to be a role model. Figures, Phoebe sighed. Sounds like you two should meet and talk about this. Perhaps, Marcia said quietly, only. Only? What would I say to him? Marcia replied, Cartor did not explain to me under what conditions he was probed. He might not have a very favorable impression. Probably be like a lot of other folk who claim to be abducted by saucers, Phoebe mused aloud. Well, it's a big country, so it's not very likely we'll run into him anytime soon. Right now, though, we've got to figure some way of ditching this car and finding other transportation pronto. Why? Marcia asked. Is there something wrong with this vehicle? Not a thing, Phoebe said, but it won't take long for the military to track us down by air, and they're bound to have roadblocks all over the place. I can take the back roads, skip the major highways, stay close to the suburbs, but sooner or later they'll find us and bring a noose down around both of our necks. I am so sorry, Marcia said sincerely. I never meant to get you into any trouble. Stop apologizing, Phoebe smiled. I'm having a blast. Besides, you need my help, and there's no way I'm abandoning you at this point. Just let me think of something we can use to get out of this fix. I wonder if maybe we could try and hitchhike. Hitchhike? Marcia repeated. Nah, not a good idea, Phoebe sighed. People would see you and tell the army boys which way we're headed. Gotta find a way of smuggling you into San Francisco. That's one place where we could lose them. You are certain I would fit in? Marcia asked dubiously. Honey, there's no place where you wouldn't stand out, Phoebe smiled, but in Frisco they're less likely to notice. Lot of strange people live in and around that city. I'm not a native to the place, but I've been there for 6 years and I've gotten used to the craziness. I wonder, Marcia said with a thoughtful expression. Wonder what? Phoebe asked, eyeing her companion's profile in a different way than she would have done if she thought she was looking. What you said about fitting in, Marcia replied. What happened back there with the soldiers? When I made them not notice me? It was as if I reached into the minds and willed them not to notice. I was just thinking about that. Another power? Phoebe asked. More like a variation on telepathy, Marsaw said. Here, allow me to experiment a little. She closed her eyes and seemed to relax marginally. For a long moment nothing appeared to happen, then something very strange did. As Phoebe risked taking her eyes off the road, she gasped as she saw the outline of her new friend blur a little, and then suddenly alter to take on the appearance of a stranger. No, not really so much a stranger as a different kind of Marsaw, one with lighter-colored skin that did not seem so metallic and reflective, and her hair was much less curling and more of an ordinary shade of yellow. As Phoebe continued to steal glances to the side, she saw Marsaw's violet-colored eyes turn blue, then blue-gray. The effect lasted only a few moments before Marsaw reverted to normal, but in that time it had seemed briefly as though she had changed completely. Jesus! Phoebe whispered, what was that? A kind of mental illusion that I projected, Marsaw replied. I was using your perceptions to help guide me, but my intent was to disguise my appearance so that I could temporarily pass for a native of your world. That's a hell of an ability. Phoebe took a deep breath and turned her full attention back to the road. Sure beats a hat and coat by a long shot. I am not certain for how long I could sustain this, Marsaw resumed, but I think I could convince a passing stranger that I am nothing special to look at. That should be enough to achieve your plan, am I right? You do intend to ask a stranger to assist us in reaching your city? How did you figure that one out? Phoebe asked. You read my mind again? Actually it was Mark Daniels' mind I read, Marsaw replied. He does that sort of thing as a habit. Figures, Phoebe smiled. All right, we'll ditch this rig before we get to the first town, then we'll try and find a friendly trucker who wouldn't mind some companionship. Those guys are a lot nicer than reputation would have you believe, and some of them have families on their own. Of course, if we run into a real creep, I'm sure we can handle him without much trouble. Thank you for helping me, Marsaw smiled. I do not know what I would have done without your guidance. Forget it, Phoebe said with an odd kind of smile, so you owe me a favor. I'll let you know when I want to collect on it. Marsaw did not precisely understand what that meant, but she did feel obligated to the small Earth woman, and she understood well enough the meaning of the word favor. There was something very strange about the way the girl kept looking at her, but it did not feel like something bad to her. She would have known if there were any hostile intentions in this Phoebe Winters, but all that she had demonstrated so far was a sincere desire to help Marsaw avoid capture. This made her feel very odd, and oddly protective. It also made her feel as if there were more to the nature of their tentative friendship than she understood at the present. She decided to wait until such time as Phoebe would explain her desires in more detail. Until then Marsaw was content to let Phoebe continue to guide her. There was nothing else to be done, and no one else who could be trusted in this strange land with the bright blue sky and so many lush green forests. Enjoying the view, Shepherd? Brookhurst called out over the whine of the helicopter rotors. Just swell, Rick replied. So long as you don't ask me to leave without a parachute, there's no problem. Wouldn't think of it, Brookhurst replied with a half-smile. It's spoil my perfect no-accident record. We should be near to the landing zone in another few minutes, so just hold on tight and enjoy the air show. Oh, and if you get sick in this bird, you're cleaning it up, understand me? Clear as crystal, Rick replied, holding down his gorge as best he was able under the circumstances. He tried to keep in mind that Brookhurst had been dealing fair with him all afternoon, a thing for which he was singularly puzzled, but grateful nonetheless. He was not sure that he really could trust the wily officer, but he knew he had no other choice and so kept his peace and quietly reviewed everything that he knew so far about this incredibly unlikely situation. He had always objectively believed in the possibility of extraterrestrial life or, more precisely, no one had ever made an argument against the possibility that he found very convincing. To be confronted with the reality of it, however, was another thing entirely. It warred against his natural skepticism to be asked to believe that little green men walked among them, and little green men hardly matched the description of the lady these covert ops guys were after. A giant with gold skin who could withstand the impact of a truck, even lift the thing off its side and carry it back from the edge of a precipice? Who stopped to administer aid to the very men injured in the crash, and if the further reports were accurate manifested a strange healing ability that may have miraculously saved one officer's life. What to make out of these disjointed bits of information? The picture was maddeningly incomplete, and yet Rick was far too good of a news shark not to see matters through to their conclusion. Reports kept coming in about a missing car matching the description of his own vehicle, but each time these army men believed that they had a lead it turned out to be a case of mistaken identity, for none matched the license plate number of his Camaro. It was disturbing to learn that there were so many other cars of that make and model out there, or that so many of them would be traveling the roads at much the same time, but finally they narrowed it down to a single car found parked along the side of one of the main highway, well beyond the first line of roadblocks, which implied that they had to have gotten there by using one of the off-roads. There was no sign of their presence anywhere in the area, but with the number of people and agencies involved it was not likely that they could escape notice for very much longer. You know, in a way, you can almost admire their animal cunning, Brookhurst mused to himself. Who? Rick asked, though he already suspected the answer. That civilian who's helping our golden lady out, Brookhurst replied, without really knowing more than the bare details at her end. She's managed to give us the slip time and again. If she really knew what she was getting herself involved in, she'd stay clear away from the whole mess. Maybe she thinks she's doing the lady a favor, Rick noted. Possibly, Brookhurst replied. Either way, she's put herself at considerable risk, and this beginner's luck they've been enjoying so far is bound to end sooner or later. I don't suppose I need to remind you that the people I work for will be intent on grilling her for everything she knows, just like they'll want to examine this golden lady to see if she's legit. But you do believe that the civilian isn't a serious threat in all this? Rick hazarded, once again trying to fathom the hidden meaning in the Major's words, as if the man were trying to tell him something without being direct about it. Doesn't seem much like a pro to me, Brookhurst replied. She's made mistakes no pro would ever get away with. I am inclined to believe that she's just a bystander who didn't have sense enough to walk away. But you'll still take her into custody if you catch them, Rick decided. It's my job, Brookhurst shrugged. I don't make the policies, I just carry out orders. Sir. The pilot called out, we're at the coordinates and I can see the vehicle now. 2 plainclothed civilians are waving us down. I know who they are, Brookhurst replied. Take us down for a landing. Once they had landed in a clearing, Major Brookhurst wasted no time in debarking, and while Rick would have preferred to wait until the rotors had slowed down a little he was obligated to follow, ducking his head as he caught sight of his Camaro. There were several men in 3-piece suits with sunglasses examining the vehicle, 2 of whom looked up to nod to the Major before one of them began pointing and saying something that did not carry to Rick's position. Rick paused a few meters away from his car, staring at it as if demanding to know if the paint had been so much as scratched, but he knew better than to try and push his luck with these men. There was something a little too professional in their manner for his liking, and he did not need to see the bulges under their jackets to know that these were not the kind of people that you would willingly want to mess with. Brookhurst conferred with the one man in the gray suit for several moments, then motioned to Rick and said, "Looks like they got off clean this time, Shepard. No apparent damage to the vehicle, no sign of a forced entry, and no ignition keys either. No sign that it was hot-wired. You wouldn't happen to have a duplicate set of car keys, would you?" It took a moment for Rick to fully register what the man was implying, and then he reacted, "Hey, wait a minute. You don't still think I have any involvement with these people, do you? I'm the victim here, remember?" "Then how did they do it?" Brookhurst asked, smiling in a way that made Rick sweat, but he turned away rather than further press the issue. "At any rate, they're on foot now, so it's only a matter of time before we find them. Left a couple of good-sized impressions matching the ones in the forest. Our golden lady isn't the type you could miss in a crowd, especially in these parts. Only one thing troubles me, though." "What's that?" Rick asked. Brookhurst nodded in one direction and said, "The tracks only extend up to the side of the road, then they vanish completely. Same with the other pair. That suggests they got a ride from this point on. Mighty interesting coincidence, that." Rick inwardly groaned, then said, "I wouldn't know anything about it. I'm telling you, I don't know these people, and I certainly don't like your implying that I'm withholding information." "I'm not implying anything, Shepard," Brookhurst said, "but if you do know anything that pertains to this matter, It'd be in your interest if you told me now rather than have it come up later. Our boys will go over your car with a fine-tooth comb, looking for any clues they may have left behind. We're bound to find something, a fingerprint, something dropped by accident. But it won't have anything to do with me," Rick stated flatly. "Maybe so," Brookhurst said, "but a good old boy like me doesn't get where I am without checking out every possible angle. If it turns out there's no connection with you, then I'll apologize personally and see to it your vehicle is returned to you and close to its original condition." "Close to?" Rick stammered. In the meantime, Brookhurst turned away and addressed the other men. "Have the local boys put out an APB. Tell them it's a federal emergency, escape felons wanted by the FBI, anything that they'll believe. Give as close to a general description as you can without being too specific, got that?" "Yes sir," the man in the gray suit crisply nodded. "Shouldn't be too hard to spot those two unless they've gone to ground in the last few minutes," Brookhurst mused, half to himself. Could be they got lucky again and found a good Samaritan to give them a lift, a passing motorist out for some novelty, or maybe a truck driver. "Or maybe they flew," Rick said, as if the stray thought had suddenly lodged in his brain and caused him to speak without thinking. "What's that?" Brookhurst looked at him sharply. "Ah," Rick instantly regretted his lack of discretion, "I was just thinking. Your people said this lady could glide from a cliff to the ground. Maybe she can do something like that, levitate or fly in the air. Maybe she's got a jetpack hidden on her, or something. I mean, wouldn't it be a great way to cover more distance in a hurry? Hell, if she can do all the other stuff, why not the rest of the package?" "Shepard." Brookhurst looked as though he were about to suggest Rick go lay down out of the sun for a while, but instead he turned and said, "Widen the search to include the whole county, and keep a watch out for any low-flying objects that don't look like birds close up. Could be we've underestimated our Golden Lady friend again." He turned an almost approving look towards Rick and said, "Not bad, Shepard. I knew you were good for something. Keep thinking creatively like that and I may even start to like you. That makes one of us," Rick thought to himself, wondering why he should be concerned for the welfare of someone who had jacked his car only 2 hours ago. This whole day was turning into something out of the Twilight Zone, and he was beginning to miss the old days in Bosnia and Kuwait, when all you had to worry about was people shooting at you with live ammunition. The suggestion that they attempt limited flight had not been met with any great enthusiasm, but Marsa knew that she had to get more practice in this aspect of her power if they were to put enough distance between both them and the soldiers. Once they parked their stolen car, they got out and waited a few minutes before Marsa felt sufficiently relaxed to attempt to use her levitation. She tried it solo at first, rising up a few meters with her hands spread wide as she mentally pictured projecting her force against the ground the way she did at the cliffs. After a moment, however, she discovered that all she needed to do was imagine the force surrounding her like a golden envelope of light, and suddenly gravity lost its iron grip on her frame. She felt lighter than ever, able to remain above the ground almost indefinitely, and that was when she knew that she was ready to go to the next phase. Phoebe had been encouraging her the whole while, continuing to look upon Marsa as though the gold-skinned wolf from them were something miraculously unheard of. It embarrassed Marsa in a way, but she was flattered just the same, and when she gathered the smaller Earthwoman in her arms she was once more amazed at how light and frail she seemed, a delicate package that needed to be handled with the greatest of caution. Phoebe put her arms around Marsa's neck and smiled encouragingly again. Then Marsa willed the envelope to surround them and pushed away from the ground, rising up to the level of the treetops before gliding horizontally for the next several minutes. "This is awesome," Phoebe said in amazement, glancing down at the ground, then hastily looking away. "No, skip that, this is totally far out. It must be so cool being able to fly." "I think so too," Marsa agreed, allowing herself to feel amazement at what she was doing, even while she was using all of the rest of her concentration to avoid colliding with passing branches. "You're doing fine," Phoebe said evenly, sensing the tension in the other woman's voice. "Just let me know when you start to feel tired, then we'll find a nice soft place to set down. You do think you can improve a bit on your landings?" "I will try," Marsa replied, wondering once again why she felt humor bubbling up inside her. Phoebe had that effect on her a lot, she noticed. Before this day she would have sworn that she did not know how to laugh, Yet here she was flying with an alien girl in her arms hundreds of light years from home on a world unlike anything that she had ever dreamed of. What was there about all this that made her feel so light-hearted, so positively giddy? After a while the trees began to thin and they came upon a road winding through the rolling hills and widening plains. Phoebe shifted her weight in Marceau's arms and said, "There's a good spot to find some transportation. We should be far enough away from the guys chasing us. Set us down over there." Marceau sensed as much as saw the place Phoebe that was thinking about and glided that way with as much care for their velocity as could be managed. She had no concern at this point for her own safety as much as that of her charge. She was beginning to come to terms with the fact that on this world she was far more resilient than the ground, but not so Phoebe. She managed her landing this time with only a little jarring, sinking her feet several inches into the soft, grassy soil. Phoebe did not complain, though her teeth had obviously been rattled, but in typical fashion she dismissed her discomfort with a giddy, "Well, still needs some practice, but at least we didn't eat it." Marceau smiled and said, "I'll work on it. How much farther is it to the San Francisco?" "I'll let you know as soon as we get there." Phoebe turned to regard the highway with a cocky little smile, then said, "Think you're ready to try that disguise power of yours? I think I see a rig that should suit us." "More than ready," Marceau replied, not adding that she was beginning to feel a sense of confidence that she had never known before. Her heightened awareness of her surroundings made her feel more alive than she had ever felt living inside the domed confines of Nijjarma, and her even greater awareness of the woman she still carried in her arms gave her a warm sense of familiarity that she had never been allowed to experience. She felt powerful and alive, almost ready for anything this world might throw against her. "Ah, you can put me down now, Marcia," Phoebe urged gently. "Oh, yes," Marceau said, taking great care in setting her new friend down, remembering once again how easy it would be to cause unintended injury with her strength. "Come on," Phoebe said with her typical cocky smile that was becoming more familiar to Marceau the more time that they spent together. "Let's go find us a cowboy who won't mind some female companionship on the road to San Francisco." "Yes. Let's," Marceau replied before another thought occurred to her and she asked, "What is a cowboy?" Marsa, The Ultra Girl by Jim Robert Bader. First Copyrights Only Book 1 Part 1 The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 7 Cultural Exchanges. Fellow counselors, Darkham announced before the assembly of his peers, "It is with great reluctance that I bring dire news before this august assembly. A matter of great urgency has caused this emergency session, and what I have come to reveal will impress on you the need for us to take swift and effective action." The assembled elders of the High Council of Nijjarma looked towards him with curiosity as Darkham waited for the acknowledgement of first speaker Prime Jingrach. The Prime Speaker nodded his assent, and Darkham drew upon his resolve to make his delivery as sharp and concise as could be managed, else he well knew that some would waver in their resolve or simply fail to understand the gravity of their situation. The renegade Cartor has once again challenged the authority of his venerable body by defying our edict forbidding research into areas deemed unsuitable for reasons of state security. To be more specific, he has reopened the work of the rebel Martin, who was executed by order of this assembly for his forbidden trespass and heresies against the established order. Their attention was more focused now, and Darkham saw that several eyes narrowed at the mention of Martin. Even now it struck a raw nerve among the older members of the Inner Council, who recalled vividly the debate in past decades that had almost divided them against one another. "Martin, as you may well recall, my fellow councillors," Darkham resumed, "dared probe into the very nature of historical records and brought the very legitimacy of the Council itself into disrepute with his wild, improbable theories on the nature of our origins. We had thought ourselves rid of that dark chapter of our recent past, only now we have discovered to our dismay the negligence that has allowed Martin's legacy to live on to threaten us yet again. Martin himself may be long dead, but not his issue and bloodline, which as many here may know extends back into our history to the very foundations of Nijjarman society as we know it. And how can this be, you might well ask? Did our predecessors not pursue aggressively the eradication of that troublesome atavism that has so many times yielded troublemakers and traitors who dared to challenge the establishment and violated the very limits of conventional society and the standards that we maintain for all our people? Did we not undertake a thorough enough program to regress all tendencies towards this rebellious trend that began with the line of Sheila of Nijjarma? Shila the Conqueror, who brought low the keepers of the flame, the earliest forebears of our present society, who sought to guide the people away from their animal natures and passions, to create a civilized order that would inhibit the natural tendency of man to devolve into a primitive state of anarchy and debauchery. How many generations did it take our predecessors before they were able to regain the control over society that they once commanded, and how far had things deteriorated by the time we could make the reforms that were needed? Too much at once, Darkham decided, judging by the reactions of the slower-witted faces he perused while pausing for breath. Metaphysics and history were definitely not their strong point, and beyond a tacit acknowledgement of the central creed they had all sworn by, there was not a lot of firm ideological commitment to the cause behind past council decisions. Time to regain ground by stressing a more personal line that they could understand, especially as it impacted on their present. "Fellow councillors," he said in his gravest tones, "the line of Shila the upstart is not dead. One member of that family still lives, Marsa of Nijarma, the sole living heir to the legacy of Martan." There was an immediate reaction this time, of voices stirring in protest and outrage, only to be drowned out by the Prime Councillor's gavel. When silence reigned again, Darkham was more than ready to continue. "She was sheltered for many years by former High Councillor Kartor, whom many of you well know for his impudent and notorious reputation. Kartor arranged for her protection, changed the registry code for her gestation and authorized her education and orientation into the science division, where she recently achieved high marks as a novice adept in engineering. Kartor commanded her services as a research assistant on the pretext of furthering her technical rating to journeyman adept status. Apprentice Marsa accompanied Kartor to a remote installation established on his authority in the underground catacombs where her father made his most outlandish discoveries. It was there that Kartor created the gravest heretical discovery of his career, an ancient device of previously unknown description, which he believed to be some manner of mass teleporter, capable of sending solid objects over inconceivable distances at near instantaneous velocity, the very means theorized by Martan in his theories about the ancients. More uproar, and this time voluble protest from some corners. Councillor Armay of Outlandia was first to speak, invoking the ancient cry of those who refused to believe any new discoveries. Such a thing would violate the very nature of established theory. "Yes, quite right," Darkham replied, silencing this protest by his dry tone of dismissal. "It would indeed violate established theory and prove beyond doubt that Martan's theories had validity, but then again, that was never in question. The council knew when it pronounced sentence against Martan that he had spoken a truth we dared not publicly acknowledge. Why else do you suppose that there was controversy in our decision? But it was necessary just the same and helped to preserve our legitimacy, which his theory would have severely compromised, had we allowed it to be openly debated." They were looking at him with incredulity now, and Darkham resisted the urge to smile, knowing that he already had them in the palm of his hand. All that would be needed now would be to close the gap and make them understand the thing that needed doing. "Yes," he said in answer to their unspoken question, "we knew his theory was valid. How could we not know such a thing? The evidence was overwhelmingly in favor of the conviction that life on Wolframa had been engineered by a non-terrestrial source. Not the gods of ancient legend or more primitive understanding, quite naturally. We are of an enlightened age and know full well that the universe is vast and random in behavior. Only intelligence can guide the creation of intelligence, and we knew full well that an earlier civilization had to exist in order to account for our being here in the first place." He could see the questions forming in their minds now, but rather than allow them time to ask he pressed on with his driving thesis. An ancient civilization created the habitable biosphere of Wolframa, gestated life upon this world and planned out the diversity with a careful eye towards balance. The ancients then left their seed upon Wolframa in the form of our ancestors, but rather than continue to thrive and guide us in our destiny, these ancients warred among themselves and brought an end to their vast star-faring empire. The collapse, as near as we can determine it, was total. We were alone on this world, left to make our own way, rediscover our science and form a society that could survive the many challenges to our continuing existence. The fact that we did indeed survive to prosper and dominate this world is proof of the very accomplishments of our ancestors." "Darkham," said Councillor Limbaugh, a bureaucratic functionary who fancied himself a social theorist, "if we are, as you say, descended from some long-forgotten space culture, then why should we withhold this knowledge from the rest of the assembly, let alone our people? Because people can be weak and foolish if given too much knowledge, Darkham replied soberly, belief is a two-edged sword that can turn against us if we do not control it. If people knew, for example, that the High Council that governs their lives is descended from the very same keepers that they had been told were put down by the all-conquering First Empress, they might refuse to acknowledge our authority or cooperate in our periodic struggle against our rivals of the West and South continents. They might even agitate for a restoration of the discredited federal system that we all so rightly hold in contempt. Belief shapes the destiny of nations, and without belief you have apostasy and confusion. For a long time after early colonization a balance was maintained upon our world by the keepers, who had been charged by the ancients with ensuring that human conduct would be maintained within orderly limits. But then Sheila arrived upon the scene and upset that balance, destroying all that we had created. Science became ungoverned and was allowed to tamper into many forbidden areas, the result being catastrophe as our birth rate multiplied while our resources dwindled. Eventually science exhausted the material limits of our world and nearly brought an end to life as we had known it for generations. Only the advent of the High Council prevented total extinction for our race when the biosphere collapsed and became incapable of sustaining human life. Greed and stupidity, the inevitable result of allowing unchecked growth and exploitation, caused this collapse. We, of course, took advantage of the ensuing chaos to insinuate ourselves into positions of authority and gradually, over time, engineered our eventual takeover. By the time the degradation of our atmosphere had progressed too far, forcing us to withdraw a select population chosen from the survivors to reconstitute our society in a more controlled and enlightened direction. Stability has always been the guiding theme behind all of our actions. What progress we have permitted has been strictly regulated to conform to pre-designated standards. We simply cannot allow the establishment of any radical new technology that might upset this delicate balance. It would undermine us completely and lead to the establishment of power centers outside our direct supervision. Without our leadership, humanity would long ago have abandoned our guidelines and reverted to the insane blind quest for personal enrichment. People would breed uncontrollably and men and women would associate without regard to any social structure. We would rapidly deplete our limited resources and fall prey to the kind of desperate scramble that prevailed in the waning cycles of the old Federation. Instead of the present rivalries that still occur between contending domes, there would be open violence of neighbor against neighbor in which only a few would survive at the cost of the greater whole. That is why we must be firm in rejecting that path. Martin wanted us to follow the example of the very ancients who perished long ago from their own excesses. The awakening of this new technology is too far advanced for our control. Worse still, it would mean that it was possible to travel outside the boundaries of our world, to live beyond the authority of the Council. As I have just illustrated, such a thing would mean the end of everything for which we have ever represented or believed in. That is the threat we are now posed with, he concluded with dire emphasis. Cartor has succeeded in awakening a technology that should have remained in the past. He has proven the viability of his transporter, and he has done so by sending his prod towards a distant solar system. Now there was a definite outburst. Several council members spoke all at once and in such loud and angry tones that they succeeded only in drowning out one another. Darkham withheld acknowledgement of any one speaker, preferring to allow themselves to shout each other down until the prime speaker could order silence. He knew their questions and protests intimately and saw no need to take sides or favor one speaker over the others. Instead he waited for the prime speaker himself to address him, having calculated in advance the exact direction in which he would need to guide his fellows in arriving at a preferred decision. Darkham, the prime speaker said gravely, what precisely is it that you wish from this assembly? You make a convincing presentation in favor of whatever it is that you are proposing, and you have sufficiently alarmed us of the need, but as yet we do not understand the full nature of what is at stake here. My learned peers, Darkham calmly replied to the more than 50 anxious faces turned towards him, I trust I do not need to enlighten you all as to the true nature of former Councillor Cartor, who and what he truly is and why we have nature to fear him. I understood he was executed by our people attempting to escape from the crime scene, remarked Councillor Jorwill, the Committee Minister of Communications. That is what he wanted us to believe, Darkham said grimly, and it is far from the first time that he has arranged appearance to suit his designs. Often in the past he has used such a pretext to justify dropping out of sight and vanishing from all censors. He is legendary for his ability to go undetected for many long cycles while he directs his mischief from a hidden refuge. Indeed, he is the father of all legends where it comes to walking unrecognized among us. It was for this, among other reasons, that he was asked to join the High Council in the first place. The only time we have ever been truly certain of his activities is when he has operated openly where his movements can be observed and reported. Why even bother if he's such a threat? Asked War Minister Jesse of the Helm, why not just execute him as we would any other misfit? Because he is the one man we cannot do away with, Darkham replied, believe me, we have tried on many occasions. He cannot die. He is an anomaly that defies all rational understanding. Cannot die? Jesse snorted, ridiculous. Everyone dies sooner or later. Not him, Darkham said sourly, he is a guardian, and as such immune to time and injury. He has existed for as long as we have reliable historical records. He predates the time of Sheila herself and is the oldest remnant of a time when such irrationalities were accepted without denial. That impossible fable about a guardian who taught Sheila to oppose the keepers is real? Limbaugh said dismissively, excuse me, but I thought that this was a gathering of intelligent men who represent what is best in our society. I had no idea that we were being called upon to give serious attention to some vestige of superstitious folklore. Next thing we know you will be telling us the legends of Iron Star," said Biliah Graham, the Minister of Morale and Contentment. "Not legends nor folklore," Darkham persisted, "fact undisputed. Kartor is the one threat that we have never been able to effectively remove, and now he is laughing behind our backs while attempting his most outlandish scheme to date. By sending his apprentice to another world he has violated the most ancient of all rules in our order and demonstrated that life is possible on other worlds besides Wolframa. If he can convince others of this singular achievement, then he could well open the way for future such projections, possibly recruiting dissidents from within our own government to help him establish a safe refuge well beyond the reach of this council. If that day should come to pass, my fellow councillors, then you will find yourselves reduced to irrelevancy, and it will become the council itself that is rendered little more than a folklore." "How can you be so certain that he was successful?" asked Armay more reasonably. "For all we know his apprentice died in the transmission." "We know that this was not the case," Darkham said coldly. "Despite Kartor's attempts to destroy his prototype, our technicians were at least partially successful in recovering the data transmissions. We have discovered that the target world was a planet close in size and composition to Wolframa, located over 1,000 light cycles from here in another solar system. The star this planet orbits is a yellow dwarf of negligible magnitude, but the location closely matches that of a celestial body recorded by the ancients as one of the capital trading centers of their vanished empire. Kartor believed that a parallel offshoot of humanity was to be found there, and by sending probe droids through his prototype gate he was able to confirm that the dominant life form of this world almost exactly matches a human genetic profile. The inhabitants are somewhat different in construction, but well within the parameters of evolutionary drift, which again exactly conforms to the predictions made by Martan. Kartor then went so far as to send a laboratory specimen on his next transmission and obtain positive results that he believed confirmed that the atmosphere was viable enough on this world to support our form of life. This time the silence of the council was entirely different from before. They were trying to absorb the information he was giving them, and at the same time formulate objections that would allow them to maintain some deniability against these implications. He did not grant them time enough to do so. "Everything that I have just told you has been confirmed beyond doubt by our security and research teams. You may ask Commander Kaspar for the details, but believe me when I say that we have every reason to believe that Marsa of Ninjarma is alive and seeking refuge on this new world. More to the point, we are certain that Kartor believes this, and if he is certain, then you may well rest assured that so will others. She has become a symbol of our impotence, an embarrassment that cannot be allowed to continue. We cannot suffer this with dignity, my fellow councillors. Too much is at stake. As we buried Martin with his research, so must we do with his daughter, or else everything will be upended. What I ask of you, my fellow councillors, is that we study this device and learn its functions for one and only one reason, to find and retrieve the fugitive rebel. Marsa must be returned to Wolframa before Kartor can build another transporter and return her his own way. There is enough left of the device that we can fabricate what is needed should the resources be provided to our research teams. We will work in absolute secrecy to this end. No one outside this room and those sworn to uphold that secrecy can be permitted full knowledge of what we are attempting. The device will be used once to recover the fugitive, then it will be disassembled and the knowledge of its construction once more buried. Carter will learn that there is no escape from the reach of the High Council. He will know that we can undo whatever he achieves. Only this way can the balance be maintained. Only this way can we maintain our grip on the established order. But, said Jor-Will, if this technology is possible, could it not also be used to benefit Nidjarma? If we could send people to other worlds, could we not also gather from those worlds the material resources that we have been rapidly depleting these last few generations? We could, Darkham said, but to do so would, in fact, destroy us. If others thought as you do, we would soon find our rivals declaring war to obtain this technology for themselves. It would upset the balance. Worse by far, having such means at our disposal would mean that there would be an end to rationing and the power to control material supplies. Our grip would substantially weaken if no one needed to fear having their supplies be cut off, and be assured that such abundant wealth would become a tempting target for subversion and would in itself constitute a threat to the balance. We cannot permit ourselves the luxury of being tempted in that direction. We must remain in control, and only by ensuring dependence can we be certain that control will remain within our province. Such control would mean nothing if we deplete our resources within 2 or 3 more generations, JIPAR of Systems Management protested. We must continue to rely upon those resources that can be harvested within our own solar system, Darkham replied. Probe droids will fulfill our basic needs, as they have been doing for the past 70 cycles. Only they can survive the rigors of space. Off-world exploration isn't possible for human beings. Our early pioneers proved this beyond question, thus confirming the wisdom of our forebears, who forbade any wolframan from bodily leaving this world. Build such a device to ensure it is never used again? Asked Nodor of Management Analysis, is that not a self-contradiction? How much of an investment of our limited resources would be required for such an undertaking? JIPAR wondered. I will not deceive you, Darkham replied, the cost will be considerable, but the alternative is to allow Cartor to continue his work unhindered. Would you prefer to spare the resources that may be used by others when they replace us? Your point is well taken, said Prime Speaker Jin Gratch. Is it the judgment of this Assembly that the issue before us is sufficiently debated that we may now have a motion to form a proposal? It was not to be that swiftly decided, of course, but Darkham knew that he had already won a verdict. The vote would be unanimous and the funding would be allocated. The Council would create their own teleporter with the provision that its use be restricted to a single purpose. It went exactly as he has known it would, and Commander Kaspar was shortly to be notified of this verdict. The proposal would, of course, have to move on for full confirmation by the main assembly, but they would only be informed that the device was for mining purposes and had no other significant value. It would be known by a few outside of the mainstream, of course, just for what purpose the device was truly intended, but only one man besides Darkham fully understood its exact nature and bearing. Even then, as time would demonstrate, even Darkham did not fully comprehend what was happening, but by the time he came close to such understanding, of course, it would be far too late for recriminations. Sure as nice of you two boys giving us girls a lift, Phoebe said with her most winning smile. These days it's not too safe to travel the highway. No sweat, little missy, said the driver, know what it's like having to look over your shoulder to wondering about another guy's intentions. Got a daughter your age works in a local diner, and I worry myself nights wondering if she'll fall in with the wrong crowd. Too many weirdos about, and you can tell who's right just by looking. Ain't that the truth, Leroy? Said the other trucker riding up front. Just the other day I was mentioning how things are going to hell in this country. Too many damned foreigners who ain't even fit to speak our language. Too many Jews and niggers control everything in this country, getting so an honest good old boy can draw a breath without having to file a claim with the government. By the way, said Leroy Hearns, the driver, what parts did you say your friend hailed from? Back east, Phoebe replied, glancing to Marsaw, who sat in the back of the cab, trying to maintain an appearance of normalcy that wavered every so often. She'd just arrived in this state and lost most of her possessions. I'm helping her get to her family on the coast, but we had a breakdown a few miles back. An auto club won't handle the cost of another rental. Insurance premiums are too high in the state anyway, the second man, named Hugh Langley, said darkly. Just another Jew plot to price us honest folk out of driving our own cars and trucks. Like diesel ain't outrageous enough this near the coastline. Phoebe winced somewhat whenever that man said the word Jew, Marcia noticed. From the tight expression of her friend's face she could tell that Phoebe regarded the second man as some manner of cretin. In truth she did not feel very much at ease about the second man, who had short-cropped blonde hair and was much paler than Phoebe. His manner was too bitter, too abrupt, and he tended to say many things that seemed to project all the evils of the world onto those whom he regarded as subhuman, which pretty much seemed to mean everyone besides people who looked exactly the same as he did. Marcia felt a little stab of discomfort every time he spoke of people of foreign nationality, considering what he would probably have thought had he known what she truly looked like. There was great bitterness in this man's conscious thought processes, and she sensed much deeper wounds inside him that some part of her mind labeled as inner demons. The other man was an entirely different matter. Leroy was easygoing and friendly, a man who joked a lot and seemed to take everything in stride, a basically likable and honest individual of common working man standard who wanted little from life but to make a decent living and take care of a family that he seldom saw because of the nature of his business. She suspected that he would not disapprove of her if she were to reveal herself to him, but she knew that this was not a very good idea. Such a man as this should not be involved with her problems, she decided, and so she kept her silence and continued to project an image of herself more consistent with what these natives would consider normal. She only hoped that she would not have to maintain the illusion for too much longer. It was becoming more and more of a strain the closer they came to sunset. "Been back east a few times," Leroy remarked casually. "Got some fine timber country out there." "What parts are you from?" "Originally, I'm from L.A., Phoebe replied, "but I've lived in other parts. My folks are from the Midwest, and I've got grandparents who own a farm in Nebraska." "Still own their own farm?" Hugh said. "That must be a rarity these days. Damned banks took everything in the mid-'80s. "Actually, I meant your friend," Leroy said mildly, "the tall shy one." "What's her name again?" "Marcia," Phoebe replied, "and she doesn't say much. She's kind of the shy, bookish type, grew up in the cities." "Which one?" Leroy asked. Phoebe hesitated, glanced at Marcia, then said, "New York, I think. At least I think that's where she's from." "You don't know much about her, do you?" Hugh stated as a fact. "Well, I know enough," Phoebe smiled. "I know I like her and want to see her safely home." "Any problem with that?" "No problem, missy," Leroy said. "Tell you what, how about I put on some traveling music?" "You like country?" "Yes, music," Marcia replied before Phoebe could stop her. "Sounds like that did the ticket," Leroy grinned. "All right, how about some Hank Williams Jr., or would you prefer Garth Brooks?" "Ah," Phoebe winced, "what about Melissa Etheridge?" "You don't mean that new age radical hippie stuff?" Hugh scoffed. "You should try listening to some real country, down-home and American, not some warm and fuzzy crap that makes you feel all gooey and—" "Hugh," Leroy gently reprimanded, "now don't be rude. If the lady wants something that's easy on the nerves, I'm sure some Reba McEntire will go over just dandy." Phoebe let out a sigh and said, "Thanks," but Marcia could tell that she was eyeing high with clear distaste, and small wonder at that. The man had very strong opinions, and many of them were negatively focused against minorities and any scapegoat that he could think about. He reminded her of some of the people that she had the displeasure of associating with during her academy years, before earning her apprentice rating. Carter had always said that those in authority often used group prejudice to manipulate people so that they would never doubt the validity of their own cause or association. She could see now that for some people the need to blame others for their own misfortune had a strong obsessive quality that compensated for an inflexible and limited mindset. Hugh had problems causing him to radiate distrust towards everything that was beyond his understanding. It was a defensive psychosis, of a sort, that made him mercurial and moody, and for some reason he was focusing his rage towards Phoebe. The ride was otherwise pleasant, and it was interesting to listen to the two men, perceiving more than just the surface impressions that they projected, as their surface thoughts were easy to read and told her a lot more about the kind of society that they were a part of. More and more she was coming to appreciate the rich diversity and culture of this world, even more the regional divisions living side by side without the same rigid isolation and hostility that she was used to. Leroy was a very friendly man, uncomplicated and surprisingly perceptive, and she could tell that Phoebe liked him from the casual ease with which she answered his questions. Hugh, on the other hand, was actually a rather sad individual who lacked self-esteem and brought many of his own troubles upon himself because of his erratic behavior and antisocial outlook. A string of failed jobs and a bad relationship that seemed to have ended on a very hostile note distinguished his most recent memories and appeared to confirm in his own mind the self-justified claim that the world was out to get him. She even perceived that there was a custody battle over a child that he and a woman he referred to as his ex had waged in the legal system, which further estranged him from the very system that he lived under. There was something in his thoughts about a restraining order, and many violent impulses interspersed with images that were as turbulent and ugly as anything she had so far experienced in such scanning. He and Leroy had been friends for many years, but they were as different as night and day in temperament, and Marcia knew instinctively that Hugh was a man that it would be very unwise to upset in any manner. In point of fact, he seemed to be looking for trouble, or at the very least confirmation of his own paranoid obsessions, and try as she might, Phoebe was having a difficult time avoiding any subject with which he might take issue. The flashpoint came when Hugh interrupted an interesting ballad by some performers called the Highwaymen with the curt declaration, "Enough of this liberal shit, change the channel, Leroy. I want to hear some gospel music, not these drugged-out reprobates." "Gospel?" Phoebe reacted with a visible wince. "I'd really rather you did that." That was all Hugh needed to turn a sharp look towards her. "You got something against gospel?" "Actually, I do," Phoebe said, "but if you want to listen to it, fine. I won't object." "What have you got against gospel?" Hugh frowned. "Are you a Jew?" "No," Phoebe said, "I'm a Presbyterian by birth, but have a Jewish grandmother. Actually, these days I'm what you might call uncommitted." "I knew it." Hugh growled. "An atheist. You one of them secular humanist, radical feminist free-love pagans." "Hugh," Leroy said, trying to calm his friend down once more from yet another angry tirade. "I won't have this filthy Satanist and her fag girlfriend." "Hugh." This time Leroy snapped, his tone indicating that even he was finding it difficult to remain neutral. "Not in my truck, all right? I don't want you being rude in front these ladies, and if you can't mind yourself and be civil, then I'll drop you off at the nearest bus stop. Either that or you can walk home." That brought the other man up short and he subsided back into his seat, but the surly mood did not go away and only intensified the longer he kept up this silence. Marcia watched him intently, expecting another outburst at any time in the ensuing silence that lingered for a time following that brief altercation. In that time Marcia tried to make some sense of the man's words, once more drawing upon the borrowed memories that had been servicing her since morning, yet no insight that she could gain would have prepared her for the next words Hugh spoke, for they were on a different subject entirely and nothing that could be expected. "Hey, Leroy," the man said, "doesn't she remind you a little of Maggie?" "Say what?" Leroy reacted with a start. "She looks like my ex." Hugh turned to glare at Phoebe, and the look he gave was if anything more unfriendly than ever. "Come on, Hugh," Leroy tried to sound reasonable, "you're not going there again, are you? I told you, you gotta let go." "You let go," Hugh snapped at him. "The bitch tore my heart out and stomped on it, took my kid, took my house, my truck, my life. How exactly am I supposed to let go of all that?" "Easy, I'm on your side, remember?" Leroy said, glancing back at Phoebe before saying, "Well, yeah, she does look a little bit like her, but you can't make much out of that." "What's that supposed to mean?" Hugh demanded. "Nothing," Leroy said, "Maggie's a fine woman, just a little high-strung is all, but there are lots of women who look enough like her to remind you of her, so settle down and don't make such a fuss." "They're not like my Maggie," Hugh growled, once more giving a hostile glance towards Phoebe. "Sure, whatever, guy," Phoebe responded, but Marcia could read the thoughts clearly in her mind, silently asking the man what his problem was, and classifying him as a closet psycho. Marcia was inclined to agree that the man had serious issues to resolve, but she was not trained in psychotherapy and could only diagnose his condition as one of clinical dissociation. There was something dangerous in the way the man was looking at her friend, and it made her own skin fairly crawl to be so near to him that she could feel the anger that swelled within him, slowly gaining in focus, though outwardly he seemed to subside into melancholy introspection. The ride continued without further incidents, and it gradually became easier for her to shut the rude man's thoughts out of her conscious awareness. She was beginning to see the disadvantages that came with telepathy, making her further understand how much discipline it would take to master this ability. She would need solitude and isolation before she could withstand the presence of minds this poorly shielded. To keep focused on something other than Hugh, she began to take more serious notice of the sights along the way as they passed through city after city, some very small and rustic-looking settlements, others large and fairly crowded with people. The very vehicle that they were riding within was itself a source of considerable interest, as ancient transports of this type had long ago been superseded by unmanned cargo shuttles. The sort of men who apparently worked on these transports were clearly a hardly an independent breed who resented authority even as they observed the laws of the society they lived within. Clearly not all these rules were popular ones, but these were reasonably honest men, and Marcia found herself privately admiring their spirit. There was little in her experience to compare it to upon Wolframma. Before too long they came across a large, expansive tract of open buildings that seemed to form one continuous stretch of civilized landscape. From her growing rapport with Phoebe she knew that they were passing through a city called Oakland that was across the bay from the city of San Francisco. They were almost to their goal, which amazed her to no end since they had not encountered one patrol or regional checkpoint, which would have been standard in the German territory and implied that a low standard of security was in force in their society. There was no sense of fear that outward scrutiny might be turned towards them, giving further evidence of the unbelievable standard of personal freedom enjoyed by these people. It was sobering to think of this staggering difference, or what she had for so long taken to be normal. She noticed a change in the tone of the engine as they took a leisurely turn into the driveway of some type of combination fuel station and food dispensation depot, and it was this thought that suddenly reminded her that she had not eaten since the morning and was becoming increasingly aware of an emptiness in her stomach. She looked to Phoebe with a questioning expression and saw her friend smile back in a reassuring manner. "End of the line, folks," Leroy announced matter-of-factly. "Been a pleasure having you along, but this is as far to Frisco as we come on this route." "Thanks, pal," Phoebe said, "you've been a big help, but we can manage from here." "No problem at all, little lady," Leroy smiled, "just having the pair of you around's brightened this trip up considerable like. Mind if we buy you girls a meal before we go our separate ways? Like we ain't spent enough already?" Hugh grumbled under his breath. "Tempting," Phoebe said, "but I'm kind of in a hurry to get back home and let people know that we're all right. Some other time, big fellow." "Suit yourselves," Leroy smiled, parking his vehicle before turning to glance Marcia's way with an amiable nod. "Too bad we never got better acquainted, missy. Got a feeling there's something about you that's kind of special. Quiet types usually have the most interesting stories." "Perhaps," Marcia replied, hoping he would not look much harder in her direction as her mentally constructed image was beginning to exhaust her. The sun was lower in the horizon, and with its slow descent she could feel the strength it gave her was gradually waning from the high point that she had experienced at midday. Leroy and Hugh stepped down from the cab and held the doors open until Phoebe could do likewise. Marcia was last to depart the now motionless vehicle, but she took note that the engine was continuing its rumble as Leroy deliberately left it running. She could see in his surface thoughts that he intended to grab a few snacks before continuing their travels, but there was something about Hugh's thoughts that was closed to her scrutiny. In fact, there was something about the nature of the man that she found herself disliking more than ever. She could actually see a dark red halo of color surrounding him like some translucent barrier, not as powerful as the golden glow that she could still feel surrounding her own body, but certainly proof against her casual inspection. He was looking towards her in a way that she did not like, and his expression was all but unreadable, glowering and unfriendly. Phoebe touched her arm and motioned for Marcia to follow her as she turned towards a nearby building and said, "Come on, Marcia, let's call a cab. I've got enough on me to get us to my place." "All right," Marcia replied, wondering what a cab was and how they were supposed to summon it, when the image formed in her mind of a transport for hire piloted by an individual who accepted monetary fare for transportation. They were in a large open lot that had many other vehicles like the truck that they had arrived in parked in some semblance of order, so to get to where they wanted to go they had to pass by several of these vehicles, which were of an interesting variety of types and colors, no doubt reflecting the individuality of their drivers. It was as they were about to pass the last of these vehicles that they were suddenly met by Hugh, who had come around from the front end of this vehicle, placing himself directly in the path of Phoebe. "Hey!" she said in protest, "what are you?" Her question was not completed because the man suddenly drew something from behind his belt and flashed it at her, causing Phoebe to jump back a half-step with eyes wide in shock as Marcia saw the gleam of something metallic threatening her friend. Hugh held the weapon in one calloused fist and glared at her before saying in a low, guttural voice, "Who are you and who sent you?" "I what?" Phoebe started. "Did my ex-wife send you?" he growled, taking a half-step forward, his anger growing as bright as his aura. "Were you sent to spy on me?" "I no way." Phoebe backed up as far as she dared. "You on some kind of drugs, mister? I don't even want to know you. Leave her alone." Marcia barely recognized her own voice as she growled out those words. Hugh suddenly turned on her and yelled, "I ain't crazy, I tell you. I want what's mine, and no bitch is gonna deny me." With that he stabbed at her, but she was more than ready. She caught his wrist as though he were moving in slow motion, and she was not very gentle in doing so. She felt the man's bones give ever so slightly under the pressure she exerted, causing his expression to go from angry astonishment to painful dismay. His legs began to give out on him as he collapsed to his knees, trying to pry her hand off his wrist with his good member, and for one terrible instant Marcia realized that she was breaking his arm without half trying. "Eh!" he almost screamed, "let me go, you fucking dyke! You're killing me!" "Marcia!" Phoebe's voice shocked Marcia into letting the man go, and for a long moment they were too stunned by the exchange to say or do anything more as Marcia looked down at the man, then at the weapon he had dropped. Her behavior had been so instinctive and impulsive that she could hardly believe the savagery of her own responses. She looked down at her gloved hands, aware that she was losing the focus she needed to maintain her outward illusion. A thought occurred to her and she realized that the man was not entirely defeated. She could sense his anger rekindling once the initial pain had passed him by, so she scooped up the knife before he could even think of it and held it up where he could see it. Then she brought the tip to the palm of her hand and pressed it firmly by the handle, breaking it cleanly in half before his much astonished expression. "What? Who are you?" he demanded, now seeing her fully without her disguise. "You need help," she informed him as levelly as she could. Then a new impulse came upon her as she glanced around to be certain no one else was looking. She turned to the vehicle on her right and quickly estimated its mass and center of balance, then reached down and took firm hold of the front end, moving around to the front of the cab and exerting pressure as she felt her power swelling up in her once more, allowing her to test her limits at even her present somewhat diminished level. The cab gave under her effort with grudging resistance, but there was no strain in picking the vehicle up off its front tires and tilting the cab back until she could hold it up above her head, then turned to the man and said, "Go now before I get angry." Hugh scrambled to his feet, clutching his fractured wrist, then turned and screamed something about monsters as he headed towards the gas station. Marcia wasted no time in setting the 5-ton cab back down on its front wheels, then turned to regard Phoebe with a questioning look. "Was that too much?" she asked. "Oh no," Phoebe swallowed, "I think you got your point across. He won't be coming back, but now others will know that I was here and give a description," Marcia sadly noted. For some reason Phoebe found enough humor in the situation to smile at that. "I wouldn't worry too much about anybody taking that not too seriously, but I think we'd better get moving anyway. No sense waiting around for a cab if you can't maintain that illusion of yours for much longer." "Agreed," Marcia sighed, "we must fly, then." "Fly?" Phoebe's eyes went round. "Across the bay? Are you kidding?" "I do need more practice," Marcia replied. "Is it a very large body of water?" Phoebe slowly smiled. "Not really, but well, I guess it won't hurt, just as long as we stay low and avoid the air lanes. People might see us, but who'd notice another UFO in this state? It's a beautiful day, the sun's about to set, and well," she smiled, "you really have to see the Golden Gate Bridge when that happens." "By all means, Then, Marsa said as she extended her arms with an invitation, accepting Phoebe into her embrace once more and marveling at how light the other woman felt. She tried not to think about the man whom she had so casually injured a few moments before this, aware of how fragile these Terrans were, and what a great responsibility it was to see no such injury happen to this woman towards whom she was feeling so protective. The fact that Phoebe was so willing to trust her gave Marsa a very strange kind of thrill, and she was beginning to wonder if maybe there were some other part of the human experience that came with this strange phenomenon called friendship. Marsa, The Ultra Girl by Jim Bader. First Copyrights Only Book 1. The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 8. Interlude. Thank you for responding this quickly, my esteemed colleagues. John Ho remarked as his fellow counselors joined him in his private office. I know that you both have busy schedules to attend, so I will be brief, as always, regarding this matter. You mean Darkham's proposal? Replied Kenda, an aging member of the High Council who held the position of Chief Minister of Human Resources, quite a bit to digest in one sitting. Do you believe that outlandish fable he used to promote his proposal? Not a very likely scenario, I agree, observed Councillor Rychar, the vocal Minister of Resource Management, like one of those antique cultural files that they still disseminate in the indoctrination feeds to pre-adolescents. I always doubted the merits of propaganda that strays entirely off the track of verifiable historical archives. Like it or not, Iron Star and Sheila are a part of those archives, John Ho replied, and there is frequent mention of Cartor's name in those self-same histories. In fact, someone of that name has always been somewhere on the registry, often associated with secondary identity codes that may well be false fronts for a single individual lacking the good graces to die in the way of all nature. He looked meaningfully at his fellow counselors, and they in turn glanced just as significantly at their surroundings, which caused John Hill to smile ever so slightly. I assure you, we are not being monitored, he informed them both. I take full advantage of my position to secure the space even against Commander Kaspar's formidable security apparatus. You may both speak freely and be assured what is said here will never be repeated. Then I will say what is on my mind, Kenda glowered sullenly. Darkham is a dangerously unbalanced representative of his sad clique of retrograde thinkers. Imagine wasting valuable resources just to create a device that can span the gulf between stars so that he can maintain ideological purity with a dead and decrepit past. If this teleporter is feasible, then I say we should use it to restore the vitality and prestige of Nidjarma. I would concur with that, said Rychar. Having such technology would give us an inestimable advantage over the other domes of this hemisphere, and it could help us to unite the continent for the first time in hundreds of cycles. Nidjarma could regain its preeminence as the leading center of technology, as it was in the days before the rise of the High Council. All of our material and resource needs could be answered, and if it means a renewal of war with the other domes, then we will be in a much better position to meet such a challenge. You are assuming that the Keeper's World even permit us to retain sole monopoly of a teleporter, John Ho reasonably pointed out. They have always seen to it that a balance of arms is maintained, which is why no one citadel dominates the others and why we lack the unity we would need to band against them. Granted, Kenda replied, and it would be just like them to ensure the other domes knew full well what we were about. Darkham has insisted that we include the inner circle of most of the regional powers so that we can all pool our technology for this one-shot transfer device. His proposal does make partial sense, as no one dome by itself has the complete material or energy allotment that would be required for a device of this complexity or nature. I would never trust such an alliance as he is proposing, Rychar said dismissively, to give up such an advantage by sharing it with others. Could work to our advantage after all, John Ho concluded for him with a very pleasant expression. Both men looked at him alertly, then Kenda said, explain this. We have a long, historical list of grievances with our rivals among the other domes of this continent, to say nothing of those of the South and Eastern Territories, John Ho said matter-of-factly. One thing that does unite us all, however, is that we all chafe under the rulership of the Keepers and their cronies among us. We all are well aware that their misrule has cost us dearly, and if matters are not soon corrected we could all face mass extinction within 2 or 3 more lifetimes. Sooner or later we will exhaust our resources and be unable to sustain our present populations, even with thousands of probe droids scouring our solar system to plunder every available trace element that they can collectively harvest. Sooner or later the situation will become so grave that we will be forced to engage in an all-out struggle for every last scrap of raw material we have left in our stores, a struggle you can both be assured from which there can be no logical victors." "We follow you," Rai-Char replied. "What are you proposing?" "That we move carefully," John-Ho replied, "and with circumspection. The keepers must never suspect that we intend to wrest control of this new device from their grasp, and with it we could well find the means of breaking their hold over us forever." Kartor knew this, and that is why Darkem and his brethren fear his accomplishment so greatly. "Use this device to overthrow the keepers?" Kenda replied, "Subversive thinking, but I can see how that might earn us some alliances. If the keepers find out about this, steps will be taken to ensure that no word ever reaches their hearing," John-Ho assured. "For now we must limit the number of those who know of this plan to a reasonable few. In time we can expand our circle of collaborators to include those in favorable positions of authority who might best be able to carry out our plans. To this end I have invited one other to attend this discussion." "Someone else?" Rai-Char asked suspiciously. "You are certain he can be trusted?" "No more than any of us," John-Ho replied, "but his integrity is well known, and by every right he should be included, if only to give his advice on how best to proceed without raising suspicions." He nodded to one end of the room, and a hidden panel opened there. In stepped a man wearing the dark uniform colors of the security forces, but this man needed no uniform to be instantly identifiable. In fact, one glance at his face was enough to make the other two counselors tense noticeably, as if fearing that they had signed their own death warrants. "At ease, gentlemen," Commander Kaspar said levelly, "I am not on duty, I am only here as an advisor. And who else can ensure that word of this meeting does not receive undue notice?" John-Ho replied with a smile, "Now, this is what I would suggest we say in our communique with the High Council of Palmansu." "Well, here we are, Marcia," Phoebe said as she opened the door to her second-story apartment, home sweet home. "It's not too much, but Katie and I managed to live in reasonable comfort. Feel free to check out the bathroom, that is assuming you need to go potty." "I understand the reference," Marcel replied, looking around at the spacious accommodations that greeted her casual inspection. "You and your friend live alone in this place?" "Ah, yeah, more or less," Phoebe replied, reacting in a somewhat surprisingly evasive manner, as though Marcel had unintentionally trespassed on a sensitive subject. "Actually Katie owns the lease, but I pay my share of the rent and utilities, so it's sort of 50-50. Katie's a software management consultant, so she makes a lot more than I do as a secretary, but I kind of earn my keep in other ways." "Such as?" Marcel asked, intrigued in spite of her wanting to observe her new friend's desire for privacy. Once more that inexplicable laugh, partly nervous, somewhat evasive. "You really don't know a lot about the way things work on our world, Marcia. Katie and me. We have a sort of domestic relationship. That is to say, we're a lot more than just friends. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "No," Marcel replied, "I am afraid all of this is very new to me." "This room. It is like something a counselor might command for his office, and there are other rooms attached to this one?" "Yeah," Phoebe nervously chuckled, "bath, bed and kitchen. I'll show you the rest later, but right now I think you'd better sit down. You're looking pretty unsteady." "Thank you," Marcel replied as she found an upholstered couch and sat down on it, only to hear the springs and wooden frame creak under her weight. "Jesus!" Phoebe stared at her, round-eyed. "Just how much do you weigh?" 97 drachmas, Marcel replied, then smiled awkwardly as she mentally converted the figure in her head and said, "About 379 pounds by your estimation." 300? Phoebe gasped. "What are you, made of lead or something?" "Oh no," Marcel quickly assured, "my elemental composition is almost exactly identical to your own, but my bone and muscular density is much greater. I am used to living under twice the gravitonic conditions of your world, which has conditioned me to possess a structural frame capable of supporting 10 times the kinetic stress factors that you experience on a daily basis." "Twice the gravity, huh?" Phoebe replied, whistling slightly. "You must feel like you're walking on an air mattress or something." "Excuse me for being impressed, but it's not every day I have an alien up to my pad." "Well, then we are even," Marcel said just as nervously. "It is not every day that I am a guest in an alien residence." "Was that a joke?" Phoebe suddenly grinned, then sobered. "Sorry, I'm not making fun of you or anything. It's just so weird, you being here and all." "I believe that I fully understand you," Marsaw avowed. "Weird is the term that I would have employed for my experiences since arriving on your world." "Guess that makes us even," Phoebe grinned. "Tell you what, just sit there and I'll go fetch us something to snack on. You think you'd like a soda?" "No, scratch that. It'll probably take you some time to get used to carbonated beverages. I'll fetch one of Katie's fruit juices, I'm sure she won't kill me." "Kill you?" Marsaw started. "Just a figure of speech," Phoebe chuckled, already heading for the adjacent room. "Don't take everything so literally. Our language is full of stuff that doesn't mean exactly what it sounds like." "So I am discovering," Marsaw replied, thinking privately to herself that this was a considerable understatement. In point of fact, everything about this situation was so far removed from anything that she had ever considered normal that she was finding it difficult to maintain a semblance of calm, especially as this was her first real opportunity to relax and reflect on the day and everything that had transpired. Her sudden exile, her near escape from capture, the discovery of her new abilities, and meeting a friend with whom she had instantly formed a bond. It all was too much to fully comprehend at once. She needed to meditate in solitude, to regain her equilibrium, some sense of renewed identity as opposed to the alien thoughts that had continued to intrude upon her thought processes. New concepts had been bombarding her conscious mind, leaving her in a disoriented and bewildered state as events just seemed to happen to her without any control on her part. What was an apprentice engineer doing on a world like this, so far removed from anything familiar? If Cartor had only taken the time to explain things to her, to give her a chance to mentally prepare. Phoebe returned with the promised beverage, which came in a strange metallic container that had an even stranger pull top on one end, which Phoebe demonstrated by opening, then offering the can to Marsaw before taking one very like it and popping it for herself. "Hope you like peach banana berry," Phoebe said as if by way of apology. "Some of the alternatives are even harder to swallow." Marsaw held the can up to her nostrils, finding her acute sense of smell was more pleasantly assaulted this time by a very strange yet wholesome aroma unlike anything she could ever remember. She brought the opening up to her lips and took an experimental sip, then almost fell back in her seat at the delicious flavor that greeted her palate. She took a deeper swallow of this fluid, finding the nectar unbelievably sweet, a far cry from the nearly flavorless liquids that she had consumed since emerging from her incubation cubicle. "You like it?" Phoebe asked, seeming to relax as though expecting a less favorable answer. "Yes," Marsaw gasped as she drew breath, all but draining the can with her next few swallows. "This is very good." "What is it?" "Like I told you," Phoebe smiled, "it's fruit juice." "This was made from fruit?" Marsaw said wonderingly. "How was it processed for storage yet able to retain such a wonderful flavor?" "I'm afraid you'll have to ask somebody else on that one," Phoebe chuckled. "All I know is it's supposed to be good for you, or better than what I'm having anyway." Marsaw glanced at the beverage that Phoebe was holding and asked, "What are you drinking?" "Just a Coke," Phoebe replied, wincing slightly. "Not exactly the best thing to have on an empty stomach, but I've got the serious caffeine addiction from all the coffee I drink." "Coffee?" Marsaw's mind suddenly filled with the image of a bitter-tasting hot liquid that nonetheless had a very appealing quality about it. "Never mind," Phoebe chuckled again, "Katie's more a tea drinker anyway. Say, if you're hungry, why don't I treat you to some real earth food?" "I assume that there is no other kind about?" Marsaw asked with a smile of her own. "Damn, you are getting a sense of humor." Phoebe grinned. "No problem, though, this one I am sure you'll love. It's called pizza, and it's just a thing for curing an appetite. I'm sure I can afford home delivery with cash on hand, because these guys aren't wild about credit." 30 terrestrial minutes later and there came a knocking on their door that caused Marsaw to jump, but Phoebe just chuckled again and waved her to continue sitting. She waved a green slip of paper at the young man who she greeted at the door, then accepted a pair of almost flat boxes from him and said, "Keep the change, sport." Then she promptly closed the door on him before he could get a very good look at Marsaw. Before Phoebe could open the boxes, Marsaw sat upright as she caught a disturbingly familiar scent that had to have lodged in her mind from her borrowed memories, because there had never been anything like it that she knew of on Wolframma. When the boxes were opened to reveal a pair of flat, crusted discs upon which every conceivable confection had been added, some part of her mind suddenly leaped for joy and she experienced a feeling that was indescribable. She wasted no time at all in discovering the fine art of eating food with her fingers and was very soon on the way to total satiation. Phoebe's eyes started almost from their sockets at the speed with which Marcel gobbled her portion down, while Phoebe seemed to barely have the appetite for a mere third of her pizza. When Marcel asked if she could share the part, Phoebe had urged her to indulge herself completely, and with a relish new to her experience the exiled wolfwoman ate without her usual restraint. Very soon she was licking her gloved hands of the residue of sauce and juice, feeling guilty at being such a pig whatever that was, and she preferred not to inquire too closely, but somehow Phoebe seemed more amused than offended by her behavior. "Guess they don't feed you that well back home, huh?" her new friend inquired. "Nothing like that," Marcel sighed happily, wondering if she were going to be ill at the speed with which she had eaten. "Thank you so much, I don't know how I can make this up to you. You've done so much for me already." "Hey, nothing to it," Phoebe said, then in a more serious tone she added, "You're worth it." "I am?" Marcel looked at her, aware once again of the strange regard in Phoebe's expression. "Sure," Phoebe replied, "I mean, even without all the stuff that you can do and everything else, you're a special kind of person, Marcia. I mean, you've suffered through a lot, and it's the least that I can do for you your first day on our planet." "You are a very kind person, Phoebe," Marcel replied. "I do not think everyone on your world would be this generous with a stranger." "Maybe," Phoebe sniffed in amusement, "and maybe I just like being around you. I mean, things seem to happen with about you, and there's hardly been a dull moment in between." Marcel's expression fell. "But I have put you in danger, and your own government will be after you for helping me. You were almost hurt several times, and if I had hurt you, even accidentally—" "Hey, I'm not blaming you for any of that," Phoebe protested. "I know," Marcel said, and suddenly the weight of it all came crashing down on her, and in a tired voice she said, "But if I had not met you today, I don't know what would have become of me. I am alone. I have always been alone, but you are the first real friend that I have ever had." "Hey, take it easy," Phoebe said, coming around to sit beside Marcel, hesitating only a moment before putting her arm around the larger woman's shoulder. "You're safe here, at least for now. Those guys chasing you won't be able to find us right away, so you can relax. At least a little." "But you don't understand," Marcel said with an inward tremble. "I hurt that man deliberately. I could have killed him. I wanted to hurt him because I could see in his mind that he was going to hurt you, and that made me feel so angry." "That's natural enough," Phoebe said, "at least it proves you're human." "Is it human to want these things?" Marcel wondered. "I have never felt that way before or have ever been in a position where I could do anything about it. Always before when I'm threatened. I feel so afraid, so helpless, but now I don't think that I need to be afraid of anyone so much as I am about myself. These powers, they magnify everything. With just a thought I could throw the small table across the room. Even granted that my power level feels about half what it was before with your son went over the planetary horizon. In point of fact, she did feel much weaker than before, even granted that half power was still more than 1,000 times anything considered normal on either of their worlds." Marcel did not add that she considered Phoebe to be one of those things that she was afraid of damaging, aware of how light the Earth girl's molecular structure was compared to anything with which Marcel was accustomed. "Could doesn't mean you would, Marcia," Phoebe said firmly, voicing a confidence that Marcel could not share. "You could have hurt him a lot worse, but you didn't. He was going to hurt us because of some crazy mix-up in his love life, remember?" "I know." Marcel looked away. "His thoughts were very ugly, and I heard him project the word freak. I was a freak to him, a monster. What does he know?" Phoebe said derisively. "He's not used to seeing a mere girl pick up the front end of a truck and threaten to squash him. I know I'd do a lot worse to creeps like that if I had your kind of power." "You do not want this burden," Marcel shuddered. "For real, it is such a difficult thing. Not to break anything, or hurt anyone by accident. I couldn't stand doing that to you." "Hey," Phoebe hugged her more forcefully this time, "let me worry about that, okay? You just need time to get used to having this much capacity." At least now you can have time to learn how to develop more control, and I'll help you in every way I can. So will Katie whenever she gets back from her travels." Marcel was about to say something about this mysterious companion with whom Phoebe shared residence when something brushed against her leg, causing her to look down with a start to see a strange four-legged creature with black fur and yellow-green eyes that made the most curious sound as it looked up at them with what could only be termed a hopeful expression. Phoebe brightened up at once. "Lucifer! There you are, my little boy, I've been so worried about you." Marcel blinked, watching as Phoebe reached down to scoop the animal up into her lap, where she began petting along the sides of its cheek and body, eliciting a quite affectionate-sounding thrumming noise in response as the animal suffered itself to be so treated. "Lucifer?" she asked, wondering at the conflicting images conjured up in her mind at such a reference. Phoebe looked up at her with an impish grin. "He's my pet, a house cat, and he must have been sleeping when we came in or else he'd have been here sooner, begging for attention and food like the greedy little thing you are, aren't you, my precious?" A house cat. Marcel felt something in her mind form a connection, and she at once got the reference. Felis domestica, similar in basic anatomical structure to an animal on my world. "You mean you are allowed to keep domesticated animals for pets in your living residence?" "That's right," Phoebe said as she rubbed her face against the fur of the animal, then sneezed. "Damned allergies. Always been a cat lover in spite of the fact their fur gives me hairballs. Cheaper than either a dog or a husband and not as difficult to house train. Here, see if he likes you." "I?" Marcel gasped as Phoebe picked up the animal and placed him on her lap. Lucifer just sat expectantly for a moment, looking up at her as if to fully appreciate her scent. Then Marcel tentatively reached out and stroked under the animal's chin, an act which came surprisingly natural, and once again Lucifer began to make that peculiar thrumming noise that was actually rather soothing. In spite of everything, Marcel found herself smiling. "You see?" Phoebe smiled reassuringly. "He likes you. Animals have more sense than most people I know, and they have a way of cheering us up whenever things get too hairy. I guess you never had a pet of your own when you were a little girl, huh?" "No," Marcel said sadly, "they would not have been permitted. The only animals that survive these days are kept in biospheric habitats for study and preservation. Animals such as this are bred for us in bio-research." She faltered as she sensed Phoebe's reaction, and saw a similar expression on her features. "That's terrible, Marcia," Phoebe said with a shake of her head that only partially concealed the very real anger she was feeling. "The place you come from sounds so awful. That they would do that to animals, let alone people." "It is strange," Marcel remarked. "I have always felt that there was much about my society that made so little sense to me, but until now I have never had anything to compare it with." Cartor described Nijama to me as it had been in the days before the rise of the High Council, but they always sounded like stories he told to counter official propaganda. Now that I have seen what life is like on your world, I can't imagine ever going back there." "Then don't, Marcia," Phoebe said emphatically. "This is your home now. You're on Earth, and you can have political asylum. Assuming that the governments of your world would even recognize my claim, let alone believe in my point of origin," Marcel sadly noted, but she smiled nonetheless. "I suppose it is academic anyway. I have no way of returning, and with Cartor dead there would be no one else who even knows of my continued existence. I guess I will have to try and make the best of matters." "That's the spirit." Phoebe grinned that infectious grin that Marcel was coming to so identify with this spirited Earth girl. "In the meantime you'd better have that bath. It should soothe your nerves and help you to better adjust to everything you've been through. After you've rested we'll talk some more, maybe figure out some way you can fit in like a regular Earth woman." "I would like that very much," Marcel replied, more amazed now than frightened at just how much the presence of her new friend was helping her to cope with the situation. Phoebe was an amazing person who seemed as boundless with energy and enthusiasm as she was heedless of risk and danger. It was as if she actually believed that any obstacle could be overcome with enough positive momentum, and she almost made Marcel believe that the formidable hurdles yet to be faced could somehow be managed with a little time and patience. In the meantime she realized that other requirements beside thirst and hunger needed to be tended to. She had been on the run nearly a full day and had not relieved herself of accumulated stores of waste matter and effluence. She asked Phoebe, as politely as she could manage, to show her to the facilities, and with a few coy directions Phoebe introduced her to the Terran equivalent of indoor plumbing. The toilet was surprisingly similar to such units as were still in use on Ranma, and the basic mechanism was simplicity itself. The one difference, she realized with an almost guilty start, was that the discarded fluid and mass were not being shuttled to a reclamation facility for reprocessing and reuse. They were just being dumped into the ocean after undergoing a perfunctory filtration process. Such wastefulness conflicted with a lifetime of training in the need for conservation and was further evidence of the staggering abundance of raw materials that were to be found upon this planet. To think that people would so casually throw away the basic substances of life without even using them as fertilizer in agricultural hydroponics. Then there was the bath itself, which Phoebe had taken the liberty of starting for her. Marcia found it a strange concept, to immerse herself in perfectly good drinkable water, let alone consider the experience as soothing, a concept even more wasteful and extravagant than the Terran idea of waste disposal. She was far more accustomed to sonic showers, but doubted any such thing existed on this world or that her acute hearing would have allowed her to endure such an experience. The bathtub was another matter, entirely too small in appearance for Marcia to fit in snugly. Once she had flushed the toilet and cleaned herself off with the thin paper roll material that had been provided, she considered the bath with a very dubious expression. Still, she did feel an urge to cleanse herself, and had been aware of a profuse oily smell to her skin when she had removed her undergarments and set them to one side. If this was all that could be offered to her as a means of restoring personal hygiene, then she would have to make the best of matters, even if it meant squeezing herself into such an inadequate container. Then the thought came to her that there was another option. Her borrowed memories once again supplied the details, and she found the little lever over the faucet head that converted the bath into a shower. She smiled at this discovery, but promptly jumped back with a start as the water that dashed down on her from above proved too cold for her liking. Well, that too was easily adjusted. She turned the handle until the water became warmer, then smiled again as the sensation of water splashing over her skin proved incredibly delightful. She kept it on warm while she made similar discoveries of the use of shampoo and bar soap, all the while the water accumulated about her ankles and gradually reached the bottoms of her calves while she cleaned herself of oily deposits, dirt and sweat, becoming momentarily oblivious to her surroundings. Such a reminder inevitably came, however, when Phoebe stepped into the bathroom and reacted with a startled, "Jesus! Somebody turn up the steam in here?" "Ah. Yes," Marcia said from behind the curtain, "that was me." Phoebe threw back the curtain and reacted with a profound look of dismay and astonishment, thrusting a hand at the water, then promptly yanking it back with a curse. "Oh," she said in between more colorful dialogue, "that's hot. How can you stand it like that without being scolded?" I didn't know," Marcia said sheepishly. "Was this too much?" "Sure, if you've got a hide like an elephant," Phoebe said, calming down as she caught sight of Marcia's naked body, where it could be seen amid all the steam. She took a moment before she said anything again, then gasped, "I guess it's all right for you, though. Must take a lot to warm you up." "I suppose it is my denser molecular structure," Marcia said, almost apologetically. "This actually feels pleasant to me, but if I have upset you in any way—" "Oh no," Phoebe quickly reassured her, "I'm not upset or anything. Just sorry, didn't mean to stare. I just wanted to tell you that I found a robe you might be able to fit into, so you won't have to climb back into your costume." "Costume?" Marcia wondered. "Your things." Phoebe glanced to the side at the folded pile that constituted Marcia's entire list of physical possessions, and on impulse she lifted the cape and said, "What's this stuff made of anyway? Must be awfully tough. I don't see a tear anyplace, not even a thread loose." "You wouldn't find any," Marcia replied as she stopped the running water, then reached for a towel set in a nearby holder. "Chain molecules are of one continuous fabrication, and they do not tear when they stretch. I am not familiar with the actual PSI resistance factor, but they can withstand a great deal more punishment than my outer robes, which I lost on arrival." "Outer robes?" Phoebe asked as she watched Marcia begin to towel down her hair, then her body. "Ah." Marcia hesitated. "Yes. These are actually what I wear underneath my actual clothing. The outer robes were meant to be recycled on a routine basis, but the underwear is made to last a very long time, My people are very concerned with matters of personal hygiene, and we are not permitted to excrete hair and dermal tissues everywhere we travel, thus reducing the amount of waste material we give off in our environs." "Geez," Phoebe winced, "your people don't exactly permit you to even breathe deep without permission." "I'm sorry if I don't understand all that, but let me get this straight, this is your underwear? You mean to say you've been running around in fancy lingerie ever since you got here?" Yes," Marcia said awkwardly as she stepped out of the shower and began to dry herself off with one of the towels hanging from a nearby rack, except for the cape. Phoebe started to chuckle, then stopped herself and said, "I'm sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable and all that. It's just, this really does take some getting used to." "No problem, though, I've already got something a lot more comfortable for you to slip into. Try this on." She handed Marcia the folded pile of fabric that she had brought with her, and once unfolded Marcia found them to be of a length of fabric unlike anything she had ever previously encountered. It was soft to the touch yet had good tensile strength, and while it was a bit narrow about the shoulders, she found that she could fit her frame into this with some assistance by Phoebe. The robe closed by means of a sash, which Phoebe again secured, tying it in a surprisingly formal knot. "There," Phoebe smiled, looking Marcia up and down approvingly, "that's better. Not as much fun as seeing you naked, but it'll do." "Excuse me?" Marcia wondered once again about the odd way Phoebe had phrased that comment. In fact, there were a lot of things about Phoebe's general attitude that she found somehow disturbing. "Ah, never mind," Phoebe glanced away, "didn't mean to intrude, just betrayed by my baser reflexes." "Reflexes?" Marcia repeated with increasing confusion. "You don't really understand, do you?" Phoebe looked at her again, then sighed, "Not your fault, really. I'm sorry. I'll wait until you're ready." "Ready for what?" Marcia sincerely wanted to know. "Nothing," Phoebe said, and quickly hastened out of the room, leaving Marcia to wonder if she had said or done anything to offend the slender Earth woman. She was almost certain that she was missing something very significant in their exchanges, but lacked a sufficient experiential basis from which to form even the most tentative hypothesis. Even her borrowed memories could offer little in the way of personal insight. Marcia finished toweling down her hair, then began reflecting on what little she knew about Earth society and culture. Men and women freely interacted here, and considered it natural to do so. They must have adapted to a myriad of rules and social customs to overcome the inevitable friction that might result from such continuous close contact, rules that would take a very long time for Marcia to comprehend, let alone adopt. It would be rushing things considerably if she made any presumptions at this point regarding Phoebe's unusual behavior, so better to take things one step at a time and hope that she had not committed some unpardonable gaffe or unintentional insult. She left the bathroom somewhat self-consciously, leaving behind her belongings, which needed to be cleaned in any event. Phoebe was sitting upon the large mattress-covered bed and had a very pensive expression on her face. She looked up at Marcia and smiled a little, then patted the space next to her as if to indicate that Marcia should sit down beside her. Marcia considered what her weight might do on such an evidently light frame construction and opted instead to sit on the floor in front of Phoebe. They were almost at eye level this way, and Marcia could tell just by looking at her friend's expression that there was something important that needed discussion. Her heightened awareness made her further aware that it was in the manner of a confession. "I've thought about something important that goes with creating a new identity for you, Marcia," Phoebe began, clearly choosing a subject other than the one that most immediately concerned her, "last names. You need one if you're going to get a license and some fake ID. I know a guy who can make you up a whole new identity that'll pass close inspection, but he's got to put something on the card that includes family or a group title. You wouldn't happen to have a family name, would you?" "Mar is my family name," Marcia replied. "Sa is my given designation. My father was Martin, my mother was Marta." "Right," Phoebe slowly nodded, "but that won't do here, and it takes more than one syllable to draw as little attention as possible while we figure out our next step. It'll be no problem if you use your first name, Marcia, like I've been calling you all day." "Really?" Marcia smiled at that. "I thought it might just be a glitch in translation." Phoebe laughed at that. "Better watch out, you're definitely developing a sense of humor. But seriously, I think you need to come up with a really good last name so no one will think anything weird about you." You can fake your appearance when you have to, so no sweat on that score. Not that there's anything wrong with your appearance, mind you. What I mean is like my last name, Winters. Why is your family named for a season that denotes cold weather conditions? Marcel asked in curious reflection. Who knows, Phoebe chuckled again. My ancestors were mostly Nordic, but I've got a Jewish grandmother named Miriam living in New York who was a Holocaust survivor. Holocaust? Something about the word conjured up images in her mind that Marcel found disturbing. Yeah, that's another long story. Phoebe waved the point away dismissively. I'm just descended from some WASP immigrants who came from all over. Grandmother married an Irish Catholic guy who helped her to settle, but that's on my mother's side of the family. My father was a lay minister in the Presbyterian Church, and I think I was a big disappointment to him. I came out west to get my bearings, moved to Frisco several years back and met Katie, who's Jewish but not Orthodox. We hit it off, and we've been together now for over 6 years. You are very fond of your roommate, Marcel observed. I notice when you speak of her you have many pleasant memories. I have tried not to pry, but I find it difficult not to be fascinated. Well, Phoebe said with a long pause, that's kind of what I was getting around to. You see, Katie and me, we're close, but we're not exclusive. That is, I mean how should I put this? We're more than just roommates. We're domestic. Do you understand what that means? No, Marcel replied. Why is it important? Phoebe let out a deep sigh and collapsed back on the bed. I give up. You really can't understand, can you? You don't even have sex on your world outside of purposes of procreation. I'm afraid not, Marcel agreed. Then something in the back of her mind went click again, and she looked up in surprise. Sexual intercourse? But? You mean with a girl? Phoebe smiled. I'm bisexual, Marcia. I like guys and girls. I've dated a lot of men, even had sex with a few, but there's never been anything significant with any of them. With Katie, though. She was my first either way. With Katie, it's always been like magic. Bisexual? Marcel blinked twice this time. You mean you have sex with your roommate? I've shocked you, haven't I? Phoebe asked with a sigh, her expression betraying real anxiety, as if afraid of imminent rejection. Surprised is more appropriate, Marcel said, considering her own feelings on the matter and finding it as difficult a concept to get around as personal freedom. I do not know what you truly mean. I have never experienced intercourse with either gender. I was designated a breeder, but my rating was so low that I did not expect to be selected for many more cycles. It's not about making babies, Phoebe said. Sex for pleasure may be a hard concept to grasp at the moment, Marcel, but most of us here on this world take it for granted that we can make love to anyone we want, even if there are a few bigots out there who'd rather get in your face and tell you how to live your life. Like you? Marcel suddenly remembered the words he had used so angrily, and the forceful venom with which he had projected his loathing. Yeah, good example, Phoebe nodded, brushing her blonde hair out of her eyes as she sat up again. Guys like that feel threatened by a woman with a mind of her own and they blame us for everything negative in society. As if we could actually mess up the world any worse than it already is. I understand the concept of the scapegoat, Marcel replied. Our leaders always project our shortages and resource problems on the other domed citadels that dot our world. Carter informed me of the real reason why we seem to deplete resources as fast as we can harvest the raw materials from our native system. The reality is that all domes have a common linkage, a central high committee that determines the allocation of resources and deliberately manufactures shortages to provoke periodic conflict. You mean they deliberately play you guys off one another? Phoebe asked. Divide and conquer, Marcel replied, now understanding a term that had existed in the back of her mind since she first began to compare her world with this one. I never fully understood or appreciated all that Carter was trying to teach me. I thought he was just involving me in his own personal quarrel with Najama's High Council, and all the while he was actually trying to help me understand. I never really gave him the chance and now he's dead. For the second time in the day she felt tears well up in her eyes as memories of Carter resurfaced, of her time studying under him, listening to his patient lectures, the tests he would run to see if she retained full comprehension of the vast amount of information that he insisted on downloading into her mind through direct memory implants. His gentle, mocking tone, his laughter, the way he could sardonically summarize centuries of oppression and misrule by the High Councils as if it were a game being played between himself and a mysterious group he would only refer to as the Keepers. It was too much, on top of everything else, and she began to cry in earnest, bereft of everything familiar, cast adrift on a world where everything was so different, and having to cope with abilities and emotions unlike anything with which she had ever had to experience in a life too short for understanding. Phoebe slid off the bed and was at her side at once, lending her shoulder as she had done several times in the day and saying, "Easy, Marcia, don't cry. I know it's been real hard on you, but things will be better. Just wait and see." "Thank you." Marcia turned, finding her face now inches away from Phoebe, marveling at those pale blue eyes that stared back at her with sympathy and longing for everything. "You've given me so much already." Phoebe's expression fell, and it took a moment for her to look up again before she said, "It hasn't all been altruism, Marcia. The fact is, well, I like you. A lot." She pulled away somewhat and looked away before continuing, "You gotta understand. Over 6 years ago I got into some problems and ran away from my home, and then there was Katie coming to my rescue, taking me in and helping me adjust to a whole different kind of life from what I was used to. She helped me out, just like I've been helping you, only she knew a lot more about what she was doing than I do. She gave me a place to call home, and I feel I owe her for that. For a lot of things, but mostly for showing me how to live life the way I wanted. I love her, Marcia. I wouldn't want to hurt her. We say we have an open relationship, but now with you, I'd like to find out just how open it could be." "You mean, you desire me?" Marcia asked, feeling as if many things were starting to fall into place with a clarity of which she had never before dreamed. "Desire you?" Phoebe smiled an awkward kind of smile as she turned back to regard Marcia. "What's not to desire? You're beautiful, Marcia. Absolutely stunning. Who couldn't desire you? You're like a goddess, better than any of those airbrushed mannequins in one of Katie's magazine collection." "A goddess?" Marcia reflected, eliciting yet more memories that did not quite fit her referential system. "No, I'm hardly that." "Sure you are." Phoebe turned to her with complete openness. "You're strong, nearly invulnerable, you can even fly, for Christ's sakes. And the way you healed those soldiers. After I injured them with my carelessness," Marcia bitterly amended. "Would you stop harping on your faults?" Phoebe chided, "and don't interrupt me when I'm praising you. I'm completely serious about this, Marcia. You're everything that anybody with any sense could ever desire, while I'm just a mousy little nobody from the sticks." "Now who is being critical?" Marcia asked with a sad little smile. "I am flattered that you think so highly of me, Phoebe, but I'm only considered average on my world." "You?" Phoebe snorted in disbelief. "Average?" "Believe it or not," Marcia continued to smile, then slowly her expression sobered, "I'm not just flattered that you think this way about me, Phoebe. I'm touched beyond words. I've never even had a friend before you, and I certainly have never had one who professed to like me in a certain way. But do you think that you can actually care about me the way you do for Katie? I feel such intense emotional bonds there." "I think I already feel that way about you," Phoebe said. "I've spent the whole day with you, Marcia, and I think I've got a pretty good handle on the kind of person you are. You're kind, considerate, honest, and just about every good adjective in the book. I've been watching you all day and I can't help but feel a certain way around you. You turn me on like no guy I ever met, and I wish I could make you understand the way I feel. But I do feel something, Phoebe," Marcia said, now more aware than ever what was the true nature of those strange empathic feelings that she had experienced around Phoebe. Such intense physical desire was utterly unknown to her before now, but to her considerable surprise she found her own body beginning to react favorably, and with wonder she stared at Phoebe and felt a bond begin to form anew as more and more her awareness of Phoebe became increasingly intense. "You do?" Phoebe asked, as if sensing the same strange heightened awareness. "I do," Marcia replied, aware that they were moving physically closer together and wondering with a strange hushed sense of anticipation just what was to follow. At the last instant Phoebe hesitated, then said, "I can do this. You are not really ready. You don't know what I want from you, and you're a virgin, for Christ's sakes. Is that bad?" Marsaw wondered. "No," Phoebe said, still hesitating, "in fact, it's kind of nice. I've never had a virgin before, at least, not one like you." How old are you anyway?" 27 cycles, Marsaw replied, then mentally converted the figure, 19 years, 5 months, 8 days by your count. "So a year for you is like?" Phoebe asked. 267 Earth days, Marsaw replied. "Our world is closer to its sun in order to receive more energy from the lower output of a medium-sized red giant." "Over the age of consent then," Phoebe smiled. "Good, I hate cradle robbing," and then she brought her mouth up to Marsaw's lips and began gently making intimate contact. The kisses. Marsaw was later to realize what it was felt wonderful, invigorating. Phoebe pressed ahead with bolder energy as Marsaw felt herself respond with incredulous enthusiasm, her mouth working in response to Phoebe's encouragement as though the act itself were second nature. Phoebe gradually broke contact, pulling away slightly so that she could open her eyes and look questioningly at Marsaw, who had opened her own eyes, barely aware of having closed them in the first place. With a nervous smile now more readable than ever, she asked, "How was that for a first attempt?" "That," Marsaw breathed, realizing that she wanted much more than just one kiss, but she pulled away with a start and said, "I can't. I don't dare. I'm too strong, I might lose control and hurt you." "Let me worry about that," Phoebe sniffed, then smiled that wonderful smile again and said, "Marcia, do you trust me?" "Yes," Marsaw replied instinctively. "Then let me teach you how to have pleasure without doing any damage to the furniture." Phoebe moved away and said, "Lay down on the bed and let me show you." "All right," Marsaw agreed, getting slowly up before throwing herself down on the spring mattress, which bounced once with a groan of protest. Phoebe's smile became one of open lust as she positioned herself at the end of the bed where Marsaw's legs were spread out, savoring the view before climbing onto the bed and straddling Marsaw. "Just let me do all the work this time out," Phoebe smiled. "Keep your hands spread out and hold on for dear life, because this is gonna be one heck of a ride, Marcia." She then parted Marsaw's robe, undoing the sash to expose the front part of her body. Phoebe bent down and began to kiss Marsaw once more, only now beginning at shoulder level and slowly working her way down. Almost from the instant of contact, Marsaw found her hands gripping the sheets as the pleasurable waves that began to mount in her caused her back to arch as Phoebe worked a gentle trail down to the level of her breasts, hands moving in concert to slide down to the space between Marsaw's legs, where they discovered the thick wiry mound that covered her exposed genitalia. Long before those fingers found their way there, however, an uncontrollable gyration of nerves caused Marsaw to arch up and down, bucking on the bed as she momentarily lost control over her whole body. Phoebe was thrown completely off the bed, but Marsaw was helpless to do anything for several intense moments as waves of pleasure traveled throughout the length of her body. By the time she had expended the full measure of these sensations, she was breathing deeply, perspiring freely, and had the sense of something wonderful in the afterglow of her first successful climax. "Wow," Phoebe said admiringly, adding a few other colorful adjectives that were more profane in content. "Never had anybody react like that before. That was something else." "I don't know what it was," Marsaw gasped, "but I like it." "So I gather," Phoebe grinned. "Want me to start all over again?" "I'll go real slow this time, and let you adjust to each phase of the program." "Yes please," Marsaw urged, aware now that she had bunched the sheets up under herself with all of her thrashing. "Show me how to do that for you. I want to know everything about this sexual stimulation. I love the way it makes me feel when you touch me." "I love you, Phoebe." The other woman caught her breath, then said, "Do you mean that?" "I guess I do," Marsaw slowly smiled. "I never understood the word before today. It's like freedom and happiness, things I am starting to become aware of, and maybe in time I'll come to regard them as naturally as you do, but I do believe that I love you." "Marcia." Phoebe was almost breathless for several long moments, then she smiled again and said, "We'll start all over, and this time I promise I'll be gentle." "I know you will be," Marsaw said reassuringly, laying back with her robe completely open as Phoebe again straddled her, running a finger up between Marsaw's legs and coming away with a glistening moistness. which same she sampled with her tongue before pronouncing, "Delicious. I can't wait to have more of you. You're really going to enjoy this." "I know that I will," Marsa smiled. "I think I'm going to be very happy here after all, with you as my teacher." "Count on it," Phoebe purred, almost sounding like the cat as she slowly bent down and went to work on Marsa's golden body. Marsa, The Ultra Girl by Jim Bader. First Copyrights Only Book 1. Chapter 9. "Heaven, here you go, Shepard," Major Brookhurst said as he handed the car keys back to Rick. "All yours and good as new." "Just like that, huh?" Rick asked as he studied the burly man warily. "You mean I'm free to go?" "No one's stopping you," Brookhurst replied. "It's still a free country, and we haven't got any evidence implicating you directly in any sort of anti-government plot." "Gee, I'm so reassured," Rick sniffed. "So what's the catch?" "No catch," Brookhurst said. "You're even free to publish your story, assuming you can find a reputable paper that would print anything you write. Got enough UFO groups out there that maybe one of them might even listen to you if you try them. Just tell them I said hi." "What, they got your number on speed dial or something?" Rick asked, but decided not to push the matter any further. He looked around the warehouse building that they were in and noticed lots of men in suits, almost as many as the soldiers, some wearing dark sunglasses indoors, which was not a good sign by any stretch of the imagination. The last thing he needed at this point was give Brookhurst an excuse to make his stay an extended one. He got into his vehicle, careful to mark the condition of the furnishings as if expecting to find evidence that the entire vehicle had been taken apart and put back together. He checked the glove compartment and found the usual mess of road maps and travel gear. Then he looked in the middle seat compartment just to be certain. His CD collection appeared to be in place, but one was missing, the Moody Blues Greatest Hits. The case was on top but proved to be empty. It was only by checking the player itself that he was able to find it. He looked questioningly at Brookhurst, who just smiled and nodded. "Your people do good work," Rick idly noted. "Best in the business," Brookhurst boasted, then snapped his fingers as if remembering something of a sudden. "Oh, and by the way, Shepard, I'd take it as a personal favor if you don't go barging in on any further aspect of this case. We're still trying to piece together what actually took place here, and it would be an enormous embarrassment to the government if you tried to poke holes in our cover story." "Still saying it's a meteorite?" Rick asked. "What about the blonde? Your people must have found something about her. Any idea where she might be headed?" "That's what I'm talking about," Brookhurst continued to smile, but not at the level of his eyes. "Leave matters to the proper authorities and it'll be a lot healthier for all concerned." "That's what I figured you'd say," Rick replied, starting up the engine and tensing slightly. When the car did not immediately explode, he let out a sigh and said, "How do I know it's safe to drive?" "There's no bomb in the trunk, Shepard," Brookhurst assured him, "and no one's tempered with the brakes. I mean what I say when I say you're free to go. Just remember not to quote my name when you write your story, and with any luck we won't be seeing each other again. I'll always know where to find you." "And here I thought we had the beginnings of a beautiful friendship," Rick said with cynical regard. "Don't step on any landmines." Brookhurst nodded to his people as Rick pulled out of the warehouse, then two soldiers drew the doors shut and closed the room off from the outside. It was dark, even with artificial lighting, as one of the suited men moved closer to speak with him and say, "Are you sure it was a good idea to let him go?" "Positive," Brookhurst replied. "He can't do us any real harm, and he's bound to prove an asset in the long run." "So you don't expect him to listen to your advice?" "Men like Shepard aren't so easy to deter, gentlemen," Brookhurst replied. "I gave him just enough information to let him find his way from here. I guarantee he'll home in on our missing fugitives like a smart bomb, saving us all a lot of trouble while drawing as little attention to himself as we need." "Still sounds like one hell of a risk, Major," the dark-suited man remarked. "I hope you know what you're doing." "Me, too," Brookhurst murmured, just as one of the side doors opened and a different sort of individual was admitted past security. This man was very different from the others, blond and dressed in more casual wear, tan suit and sporting jacket, but having about him an air of authority to whom other men were expected to exceed. He approached Brookhurst with a hint of impatience in his tone, and his accent was formal, most decidedly British. "I came as quickly as I could," he said. I trust that there was a very good reason for my summons? We're sorry to bother you, sir, Brookhurst replied, but I thought you should be brought up to date on our branch of the investigation. I trust you have more to share than in your last report? The man said crisply. Yes, Mr. Ariel. Brookhurst waved to one of his attaches and they came forward with a file folder, which was presented to the man for inspection. As you can see, fingerprint analysis has so far identified one of the two suspects as a Miss Phoebe Winters who lives at this address, according to her driver's license. It took you this long to find that out? The other man said, then frowned as he said, curious that it would be her who made first contact and not one of our people. The girl appears to have been in the wrong place at the right time, Brookhurst resumed, an unfortunate chain of circumstances, too many to be just coincidental. I believe you know her? That is not your concern, the other man said sharply. Stick to normal procedure and let me worry about the extraneous details. I assume that you have managed to work out a chronology of the main subject's activities since her arrival? As near as we can determine with hourly precision, Brookhurst replied. It's only been something more than 30 hours since we discovered her forced landing, and since then she's been on the run until she and your lady friend reached San Francisco proper. I've got their location under surveillance, but my people have made no overt contact, as per your orders. Then tell them under no circumstances are they to make their presence known, the other man said firmly. We do not entirely know what we are dealing with here, and that ignorance could wind up exposing either us or the public to unknown risks that are unacceptable. I trust that your people can maintain a low profile while we conduct the rest of our investigation? That's what Uncle Sam pays them for, Brookhurst replied, but what about the other investigation being conducted on the second subject, this fellow you've been after, Mark Daniels? That is my concern, Major, the other man said, but it is my belief that the two are somehow related. Until I gather more information from my end I consider the matter of the utmost secrecy and will share what I know only with my immediate superior. Understand me? Perfectly, Brookhurst said, and what about the opposition? As far as we know they appear to be unaware of these events, the blond man said simply, but that will change as the rate of incidents rises. Paranormal events of the sort have a tendency to attract the wrong sort of attention in the public. I want your assurance that this investigation will be conducted circumspectly, with a minimum number of people involved. Above all else we do not want to draw the wrong sort of attention. Trust me on that, sir, Brookhurst replied. I've just put my best man on the case, and we should be seeing results before too long. You can inform Mr. Richardson that everything is being done to prevent the situation from escalating any further. It had better not, the other man replied, or your other superiors in Washington may be the ones asking unfortunate questions. Just leave me and my team to do our work, sir, you won't be disappointed, Brookhurst replied. We'll keep close tabs on our lady friends and see they don't get themselves into too much more trouble. See that you don't, the man named Ariel replied, or it won't be just me that you'll be answering to, it will be my lady, Catherine. It's her property that you have under surveillance. To that Brookhurst could only nod in assent and repress an entirely justifiable shudder, much preferring a full congressional investigation over a confrontation with the other man's lady, whose reputation in her field of expertise was more than legendary. So, think you can tell me anything more about this Mark Daniels guy? Phoebe murmured as she and Marcel lay side by side on the bed amid sweat-soaked sheets that were in total disarray. I'm afraid not, Marcel replied. Only that the memories keep surfacing at odd moments, every time I make a reference to something with which he was familiar. Well, at least your language skills have improved, Phoebe remarked. You almost sound like a native, none of that accent you started with. Now you almost sound Midwestern. I've had some encouragement on that, Marcia smiled, looking fondly at the naked girl laying beside her, then she leaned back and stretched. I feel wonderful. The sun is up and my powers are returning to full normal. I feel alive. Truly alive for the first time that I can ever remember. It's so wonderful on your world. A bit primitive, but absolutely delightful. Glad to hear that, Phoebe smiled, then uncovered herself and rolled off the bed. Because I need to pee, then I'll go and make breakfast. I assume you're hungry again? Starving, Marcel replied, already feeling regret at the separation as she watched Phoebe slip into a negligee and robe. The robe she had borrowed from the night before lay somewhere amid the tumble of the blankets. Not surprising, if the way you went through that pizza's any indication. Phoebe gave her a pleasant look before she slipped into the bathroom. Marcel began to sit upright, staring around at the four walls of the bedroom and wondering where she was to begin on her new life. Then she noted the small row of books on the nightstand beside the bed and curiosity took over. She carefully picked the first one up and looked at the cover, then flipped it open out of sheer reflex and began to read from left to right, which she sensed to be the Terran fashion. The words were at first incomprehensible to her, but slowly they resolved into meaningful symbols as she stared at the first sentence, then flipped the page over, scanning the text at a glance. Her mind instantly processed the information with a lightning speed similar to an implant, so she began flipping the pages more rapidly, taking only one glance at a time to comprehend the entire text, and before too long she found herself immersed in a narrative that she gradually came to understand was a fictional story, or novel. Curious indeed. And this was but one form of popular entertainment. Phoebe returned after flushing, finding Marcel engrossed in the novel, scanning the pages as fast as she could flip them and already through several chapters. The other girl studied her for a time, then smiled and said, "Didn't know you could read." "I didn't know it either," Marcel replied without looking up. "Phoebe, what precisely is this story about?" "It appears to be an account of several rather ordinary people getting involved in some manner of criminal conspiracy against the state." "It's called a spy novel," Phoebe replied. "The main character is a guy who hunts down a mole and tries to expose him." "Mole?" Marcel paused. "That is a kind of burrowing animal." "Oh. I see. You mean a traitor within the organization who actually works for a rival power?" "That's it," Phoebe said. "Of course Lockhart's a great novelist, but not really my style. I like a different kind story that's got more action and romance. In fact, why don't I bring some of my books down and show them to you? I think you'll find it every bit as interesting as this stuff." "I would very much enjoy that," Marcel said, now halfway through the novel. "My word. There is a lot of violence in this story, but most of it is intricate. I can follow the plot, but there are many things I am having trouble understanding." "You can read that fast?" Phoebe asked in surprise. "My mind is comprehending at a rate that is difficult to describe," Marcel replied. "I believe increased mental activity is but one of the talents I have gained. I am interested in reading more such literature, but I think that I should begin with a dictionary and work from there on an encyclopedia so that I can understand things better." "Don't rush too soon," Phoebe replied. "A crash course in Earth culture could upset your breakfast. Why don't I show you another way we Earth people get by?" She picked up a small black object and pointed it at a box before depressing a button, and a moment later a picture appeared, complete with sound and moving images, which caused Marcel to shift her attention away from the conclusion of the story. "That is television?" she hesitantly ventured. "TV for short," Phoebe said, "or the idiot box, as Katie likes to call it. This is the remote control. Just press a button and you can change channels or raise the volume, like so." She depressed another button and the image changed from a figure talking from the screen to a group of people sitting down in front of a larger crowd with one man holding a microphone and asking questions. Phoebe changed the channel yet again, and this time it was a scene with a man and a woman having what looked like a very serious discussion. "That's a soap opera," Phoebe remarked. "I really used to get into this one, but I just don't have the time anymore. Well, I'll go fetch breakfast. I called in sick today, so they won't miss me at work too much." "You told your employer a lie?" Marcel asked. "Had to," Phoebe shrugged. "You shouldn't be alone on your second day here. I go away and I could find out the building won't be standing when I get back. I would never wish to destroy this wonderful residence of yours." Marcel hastily reassured her friend. "I was joking." Phoebe sounded exasperated. "I thought you'd catch on by now. Look, just sit here, or use the can, whatever you want, maybe even another bath." "A bath," Marcel brightened. "I would like that." "Fine," Phoebe smiled, "just be careful with the plumbing. I'll see you in a few minutes." "Thank you," Marcel said, then on impulse says, "I love you." Phoebe was caught halfway out the door when she turned and smiled incredulously, then replied, "I know you do, Marcia, and I love you, too, you big, beautiful angel." "Angel?" Marcel wondered aloud, but Phoebe was already on her way to the kitchen. An image in her mind formed of a being with wings who was associated with some kind of religious significance. She wondered at the reason for the analysis, then shrugged, deciding that it could wait until much later. As it so happened, she was feeling an acute need for relieving her bladder, so she got up out of bed, feeling incredibly lightheaded after surviving the ordeals of the past day. She paused to consider the television, at once understanding the device to be a crude cathode ray tube projector that produced a flat image by bombarding tricolored photoreceptive sensors with sequentially pulsed energy emissions. Primitive, but effective, even though the image being projected at the moment appeared to be some form of public message designed to promote the purchase of something called toothpaste. Yet another mystery that would need future research, but at the moment, as Terrans would phrase it, nature was calling with a vengeance, a summons that was not to be put off any longer. While she was at it, she decided a good shower would be nice, so she started up the hot water again, mindful this time to lower it slightly so that she did not produce as much steam as the night before. The hot water on her skin felt deliciously good, and again she marveled at how extravagant she was becoming on this world, to consider such waste of a precious natural resource a sign of luxury undreamed. Once she toweled herself down, she tried to make use of the hairbrush she found next to the sink, but her thick, wiry strands proved difficult to comb through, and she gave it up after a few moments. Instead, she re-donned the bathrobe and went in search of Phoebe. She found her friend busy in the kitchen area creating all manner of fumes as she cooked something up on the stove. "Hey, Marcia," she called brightly over her shoulder, "have a seat, I'm just whipping up some bacon and omelets." "Omelets?" Marcia asked as she glanced down with a dubious expression, seeing the fragile-looking metal chairs while trying to decide if they could support her mass without collapsing. "Yeah, it's one of the things I can usually cook without burning," Phoebe replied. "Katie's always criticizing my cooking. She's a real gourmet chef, has all kinds of recipes that have been handed down in her family since God talked to Moses." "I mean, what is an omelette?" Marcia asked. "I have a vague impression of something semi-organic, and I can tell from the odor that it should be more than satisfactory for my nutritional needs, but what is the exact composition?" "Oh," Phoebe said, "they're made with chicken eggs, a little milk, some cheese." "Chicken eggs?" Marcia blinked. "You mean these were once part of an animal?" "Oh yeah," Phoebe replied, "domestic livestock." "Why?" "It is just—" Marcia took a deep breath before replying, "I have always eaten reprocessed protein concentrates that come from bacteria cultures that are grown in organic combination harvesters. My people haven't eaten animal byproducts since the founding of the domes." "Sounds like you've been on a steady diet of unsweetened yogurt and tofu," Phoebe remarked. "Can't be very tasty." "It is not," Marcia replied with a reluctant shrug. "I suppose this is one of the adjustments I must make if I am to live here." "That's the spirit," Phoebe smiled. "Besides, you liked the pizza last night, and that ain't any more kosher than this stuff." "Kosher?" Marcia repeated. "It's a Jewish thing," Phoebe smirked. "It means food blessed by a rabbi, on the approved list of their dietary code, or something like that. Katie could answer that a heck of a lot better than I can. I just know they have a lot of really tasty dishes that I can't even pronounce, and I wouldn't even dare attempt to make them without Katie standing over me with a ladle." "I would very much like to meet this roommate of yours," Marcia observed softly as she tested a chair, then decided to risk sitting down on it as she found a place at the round kitchen table. After deciding that it was safe to relax in that way, she ventured onto another subject. Phoebe? I have been noticing that you have been making repeated references to various theological subjects, which I cannot quite relate to in my borrowed memories. You say that you are Jewish and Christian, and there is this talk of God?" "Oh boy," Phoebe sighed as she deposited a couple of plates loaded down with food, most of it being said before Marcia. "You don't ask many easy questions, and that one's a toughie, Marcia." "I suppose that it is," Marcia said as she looked down at her plate, then tentatively sampled one of the charred brown strips that smelled so strongly of charcoal. She tasted it and found it very salty and slightly bitter, but with an altogether appealing texture and flavor. "Well, you see," Phoebe began as she picked at the more meager fare on her plate, "it really depends on who you ask, because everybody's got an opinion on that subject. Religion's a subject a lot of people feel really intense about, and some of the worst wars ever waged got started over religion. Why should one's beliefs cause so much discord?" Marcia wondered. God only knows, Phoebe said with irony, and she can be a real bitch herself at times. But if you want to know about Judeo-Christianity, well, it's kind of a long story. Marcia paused as she began remembering something, then aloud she said, monotheism. The belief in one creator god or principle, which excludes the many gods of polytheism. She blinked. One god over many? That sounds very tribalistic. It is, Phoebe snorted. Judaism allegedly began with 13 tribes all united under a single god, allegedly going back to a father figure named Abraham, but the nearest anyone can tell it really started at or about the time of Moses. He was this half-breed Egyptian priest who convinced the pharaoh to free his people from slavery so he could lead them to the Promised Land, where they founded the state of Israel, which really didn't get into full swing until the time of King David. So this religion began as a tribal unity? Marcia frowned. How odd. I think I'm remembering something else. I believe Mark Daniels wrote something he called a term paper on the subject, but his article, as near as I can remember it, took a very negative view of these mythopoetic origins. We gotta meet this guy someday, Marcia, Phoebe replied as she picked up one of the utensils and demonstrated to Marcia how to use them on the yellow substance she called an omelette. He sounds like an okay guy, or maybe just an atheist. Me, I don't take a position on religion, it's safer that way. As long as God and me mind our own business, I'm happy to let things slide and not try to lecture. I find this all so very strange, Marcia confessed, then took a sample bite out of her omelette and had a pleasantly surprised reaction, and this is excellent. I have never tasted anything so delicious, not counting the pizza. Glad you approve, Phoebe grinned. Now I can tell Katie that at least somebody appreciates my cooking. It's very good, Marcia said between mouthfuls, then took a sip from the orange-colored nectar set aside in the glass and had another favorable reaction. What is this called again? Orange juice, Phoebe grinned. It's not just from Florida. Can't take credit for that, though. I bought it in a carton. Marcia took a deeper swallow of the juice, cleared her plate off, then sat back and sighed in blissful pleasure. Animal products or not, this earth food had a surprising appeal that was almost addictive. Phoebe ate more delicately, which prompted her to ask, "Are you very hungry, Phoebe?" "Actually," Phoebe said in mild chagrin, "I'm kind of on a diet." "Diet?" Marcia looked at her plate. "Does this satisfy your nutritional balance?" "No, Phoebe began to say, then chuckled, "I guess it wouldn't mean anything to you. I mean, you weigh 3 times as much as I do. Don't know why I should complain about a weight problem. You are attempting to control your calorie intake to maintain a stable weight balance?" Marcia frowned, even more puzzled. "Actually, I've been trying to lose a few pounds." Phoebe took a deep breath, then said, "It's all about appearances, trying to look thin and sexy instead of feeling like a blimp, especially when it's my period of the month." "Making yourself look attractive to others is important?" Marcia asked in ever-growing confusion. "God, you really are an alien." Phoebe laughed out loud, then promptly added, "But that's good. That means you haven't yet picked up on some of the negative stuff that comes with our culture. Count yourself lucky, you look great without even half trying." "I guess I do seem rather naive," Marcia returned her smile, feeling crestfallen and foolish, but glad to be with someone who appreciated her in spite of these character faults. "From where I sit, however, you do not need to work on making yourself more attractive. Not to me at any rate." Phoebe actually colored when she smiled this time. "Thank you. That's such a sweet thing to say. God, you are really something else, Marcia, and I can't believe how lucky I am to know you." "Lucky?" Marcia wondered as her mind went over the harrowing events of the previous day, following the meeting. Compared to most people who haven't just spent the night making love to a beautiful angel, Phoebe sighed with a look that made Marcia feel very warm inside, and they reached out to touch hands from across the table, remembering in detail the delirious events that had kept them up until very late in the evening. Then Phoebe got up and took their plates over to the sink while Marcia studied her and thought to herself that she was the one who had been most fortunate in the meeting. Surely, had she spent a night such as that with an Earthman, he would not have been in any condition to be making her breakfast. "Wait here," Phoebe said after she finished cleaning the plates and leaving them to soak in hot, soapy water. "I've got something to show you." Marcia watched her leave the room, curious and fascinated at one and the same instant. Phoebe was such a stark contrast to what she was accustomed to in her own society, both strong-willed and insecure, yet so very kind and considerate that she would welcome a complete stranger into her life and into her bed, and ask nothing in return besides the pleasure of her company. That someone such as her could exist on this world gave Marcel great hope that exile would not be so lonely an experience. Phoebe returned a few moments later bearing some odd form of pamphlet literature that was contained inside plastic receptacles of some sort. She spread several of them out on the table that pointed to the cover of the first and said, "This is called the comic book. It's a kind of literature with pictures that I used to collect when I was younger. I keep these around sometimes when I get bored and want to relive fond memories from my childhood." "Comic book?" Marcel repeated, her mind instantly cataloguing the term as a form of popular medium that employed lithographic pen and colored ink sketches to illustrate the telling of a story. The ones set down in front of her were of a human female who wore an outfit somewhat different from Marcel's own undergarments but still did not much resemble the normal type of earth apparel that she had so far witnessed. The splash of garish color was similarly uninhibited, implying that the contents were of some larger-than-life mythic adventure. "Yeah," Phoebe said, almost defensively, "some people think it's a kid's art, but the stories can be pretty adult and even kinda graphic, if you know what I mean. Most comics these days I can hardly stand, but these are the classics from back when they used to know how to tell a good story. I thought maybe you should see them on account of the fact that you sort of have a lot in common with the heroine." "I do?" Marcel could not imagine such a thing, but at Phoebe's urging she slid the thin magazine out from the plastic covering and carefully handled the delicate paper with her fingers, turning the cover with the greatest of care as she sensed Phoebe tense as though afraid they would be damaged. She began scanning the pages at a glance, finding the combination of pictures and words quite easy to adjust to as the images almost seemed to flow into her mind, forming a coherent story that, while more than a little improbable in many ways, was similar enough to her own life in some key points for Marcel to comprehend the analogy that Phoebe was making. She flipped through 3 more before at last sitting back with a sigh. "Very strange, but now I think that I do understand something of what you are attempting to put across to me, Phoebe. This girl is an alien who has powers similar to mine and she employs them to the benefit of Terran natives, whom she seeks to blend in with by adopting a common identity." "And?" Phoebe asked almost with hushed expectation. "I am sorry to disappoint you," Marcel reluctantly replied, "but I don't see how this can at all relate to me as a career vocation. I do not look enough like one of you to be mistaken for a Terran, and I know so little about Earth culture as yet that I doubt I could be of much service as a sort of wandering hero doing good deeds for needy people." "Why not?" Phoebe argued. "I think you'd be great at this hero stuff, and you're the genuine article, not some fantasy fluff somebody dreamed up to satisfy his libido." "Perhaps so," Marcel conceded, "but this girl has a kinsman who also serves as her mentor, who is already established in the field and has set the example that she follows. I am all alone with no one to teach me what I need to know in order to fit in, and while the notion of helping others does appeal to me, I could hardly expect to make a living at it. I have no form of practical employment, no way of supporting myself, unless I wish to surrender to your authorities, which does not seem like a very good option." "Yeah, well, I thought about that and I think I've already got it covered." She lay another larger magazine out on the table that did not come in a plastic cover. Marcel stared at this magazine, which had a woman dressed in more conventional clothing posed in such a way as to seem elegant, if immodest. The picture was of excellent quality and the woman had a sort of flawless beauty that somehow did not seem entirely real. Marcel carefully flipped through the pages of this magazine and soon came upon more such pictures of other women dressed in different kinds of form-fitting dress. The pictures were styled against somewhat exotic backdrops and had a kind of timeless quality that made the flashier aspects almost seem appealing. "It's called modeling," Phoebe replied to Marcel's unvoiced question. "People pay big bucks to take pictures of women wearing the latest fashion numbers from Paris. The idea is to sell the clothes, but it also means selling the mystique that goes with the idea of dressing up and looking good for other people. It's kind of like a marketing ploy where they make you think you could look good too if you could buy their outfits, and believe it or not, people do pay a lot for the privilege of wearing this stuff. Most only do it one time then throw them in the closet. One of these numbers here is worth more than 6 weeks of my salary, which is why I buy off the rack whenever I go shopping." "These women are very beautiful," Marcel said in admiration, but the proportions in the photographs do not seem entirely correct. It is as though they have been deliberately lengthened. You picked up on that, huh? Phoebe grinned. Yeah, that's another part of the marketing, the use of clever camera tricks and computer enhancement to exaggerate the best parts of the models. The advantage you'd have over them is that you're already a natural, and you don't need to be airbrushed, especially with those gorgeous curves you're sporting. Marcia felt a mixture of sensations as depicted herself in these photographs, but at last she said, somehow this does not feel entirely honest. She suddenly noticed the other magazine Phoebe was holding in her hands, and curiosity prompted Marcia to extend her own with a polite, "May I see that one, please?" "Aw yeah." Phoebe seemed somewhat more reluctant as she handed this magazine over. "I was just getting around to this one. I know it'll probably seem a lot more shocking than the other ones." Playmate magazine? Marcia examined the title, then stared at the model on the cover, who was sporting less in the way of clothing than the women in the other magazine. With growing curiosity, Marcia flipped it open and began scanning the pages until she came upon a different set of photos. This time she stared for quite different reasons, amazed to discover that the purpose here was not so much the selling of a product as it was the artful display of a woman's naked body. The poses were a bit on the extreme side, but the accompanying text made it almost seem as though this were a natural expression of the woman's own intent. She was displaying herself in a quite provocative manner that implied very little shame or social stigma, and the ease of her body language conveyed that this was not so much a pose as a kind of liberating statement. She flipped to the next set of pages and came upon a series of photographs that depicted a couple engaged in simulated sexual intercourse. The man was no less idealized than the woman, and the two were going through the motions in such a way as to imply mutual consent, though it was difficult to know for certain whether or not these acts were genuine or merely poses. The text did not provide much in the way of helpful clues, but did imply a romantic theme was intended, so Marcia concluded that this was an authentic recreation of male-female intercourse as practiced by Terrans. The third set of explicit photos involved two women engaged in physical copulation. There was quite a lot of easygoing by play in these photographs, and the body language of the two models implied that there was genuine affection in the acts they simulated. Quite a bit of this reminded Marcia rather graphically of the night she and Phoebe had spent in passion, which oddly excited her as she flipped to the next page, realizing at last the provocative nature of the literature that she was scanning. She smiled as she studied the next set of pictorials, each of which focused upon a single girl whose body was on display in a kind of vivid self-statement that said as much about who they thought themselves to be as the accompanying word text. Marcia was amused to note that neither one of these girls was anywhere near as attractive in her private estimate as was Phoebe. The rest of the magazine contained articles on rather mature subject matter, some of it political and social in nature, all of which proved more shocking to her than the photographs themselves. It seemed that the people of Earth indulged in quite vigorous debates of the sort that would never have been permitted in the society that she had come from. To the best of her knowledge, no dome on Wolframma would allow the open discussion of public policy in such a frank and unregulated fashion, nor the disrespectful tone in regards to government authority that was explicit through every line of text. Marcia found herself closing the magazine at last as she looked away with a thoughtful expression, trying to digest the information that she had just absorbed in the space of a minute. "Well?" Phoebe asked her anxiously, as though afraid that Marcia would be in some way offended. "HMM?" Marcia looked at her curiously, then perceived through their growing mental link that Phoebe was afraid that Marcia would reject this magazine because of its explicit sexual content. Marcia glanced back down at the cover and smiled, then showed Phoebe expressly that she was anything but offended. "I like it." Phoebe blinked. "You do?" Marcia had to chuckle at her friend's reaction. "I have never seen anything that was so expressively subversive in my entire life, but in contrast to the rest of Earth culture that I have observed, I find it very refreshing." Phoebe began to release some of the tension she had been feeling and returned her own smile. "That's good. 'Cause a lot of people think that stuff is just vile and dirty. Katie likes to read it for the articles, or so she says, but I love the pictures. I sometimes get off fantasizing about doing it with one of the girls. Maybe even one of the guys if he looks nice enough. I've always dreamed about maybe one day doing it with a living goddess, and now I think that I understand." Marcia smiled, then considered the magazine more carefully before saying, And how much do they pay these women to be photographed naked? Phoebe almost fell out of her chair. Are you serious? But you were thinking about it, Marcia said almost apologetically, and I think it may be a very good suggestion. This other magazine. She indicated the fashion glamour book with a nod before continuing, does not seem very honest by contrast, and the articles I read there are of a more generalized nature. Some of it is very practical and useful, but the Playmate magazine has a general tone that I find more appealing. There is also an article devoted to science, which is a field I can quite easily relate to. Obviously the readership here is of a very broad nature and not at all immature. Besides this, the women do seem better proportioned, if a bit too much on the side of physical perfection. Phoebe grinned as she remarked, "You've got them all beat out by a long mile, Marcia." "Exactly," Marcia replied without sounding smug, "although I can hardly take credit for that. My people have been experimenting with genetic engineering for hundreds of cycles with the intent of eliminating physical imperfection. I'm hardly the most perfect specimen from Ninjarma, but if a woman with average looks could pass the standards for beauty on your world." "Your average?" Phoebe chuckled with a skeptical expression. "I'd like to see what above average looks like, but take it from me, Marcia, they'd pay top dollar for pictures of you. Lots of women get their start doing photos for the prestige adult magazines and then go on to other careers as models and actresses, or whatever you'd like to do for a living." "I'll be content with just making enough to start out with," Marcia replied. "Perhaps I can find a use for my engineering skills after all, even if the standards here are so primitive that your people have not yet learned how to subatomically bond metals." "There is one problem, of course," Phoebe reluctantly mentioned. "Going public like this is bound to draw all sorts of attention." "I know," Marcia said in more subdued tones, "but maybe that could also be a good thing if I can convince your government that I am too high profile to just make disappear. If people knew my story they might be willing to grant me political asylum." "Assuming the government doesn't try to lock you up first," Phoebe cautioned. "Some people think the government knows a lot about extraterrestrial life but won't inform the public because they're afraid it would start a worldwide panic. Personally I just think they're treating us all like children because they're afraid the fundies would go ballistic." "Fundies?" Marcia asked. "Fundamentalist Christians," Phoebe replied, "people who think the human race is special because we're supposedly made in God's image. They think the idea of life on other planets is blasphemy because it would mean that Jesus Christ wasn't worshipped on other worlds or some such bullshit. You gotta watch out for those guys, Marcia. Individually they're nice people, just a little naive. It's when they get in groups that they start burning people at the stake as witches and Satanists." "Oh my," Marcia reacted in horror at the suggestion. "I had no idea that their cult could be so violent." "Remember the wars I was telling you about?" Phoebe said soberly. "Most people these days think the Crusades were a disaster, but these guys want to start them up all over. They live in mortal fear that their God is going to strike them down and hurl them into an afterlife of eternal torment if they let other people live their lives in peace and quiet. It's either their way or the highway to hell, and heaven forbid that anybody has a good time without their blessings." "I will be mindful of this," Marcia said seriously. "I certainly don't wish to offend anyone who might react in such an extreme manner." "Wouldn't make any difference what you do, Marcia," Phoebe warned her. "Your very existence is bound to offend them. Personally I just say they can all go to the hell they're always wishing on us. You can go through life avoiding controversy, it finds you everywhere you turn. The best you can do is take a stand and do what you think is right and hope for the best outcome. Anything else just isn't worthy living." "I see," Marcia reflected, sensing the bitterness in Phoebe's voice as though her friend were speaking from direct personal experience. "I can't say that I fully understand, but I will think about it." Phoebe's smile lightened her mood as she nodded to Marcia. "I think you'll do just fine, Marcia, but I still think you ought to consider the superhero angle. It's a great way to drum up positive public exposure, and when people know that you're for real they're bound to accept you as you are, all but a minority who wouldn't accept you in any case." "Perhaps." Marcia glanced at the comic book again and did consider it for a few seconds before shaking her head with a smile, "but it doesn't seem too likely." "Well, keep it in mind, you never know," Phoebe advised. "Life is funny that way and you can never predict what's gonna happen next. Or is that another of your superpowers?" "I do not think so," Marcia said after careful deliberation, "but Perhaps I can find out later. Bitchin', Phoebe grinned. With all the rest that you can do, there's bound to be some kind of job you can find, like maybe be a reporter. A reporter? Marsaw blinked, then responded, one who observes on current events and writes about it for the benefit of others? Yeah, but on second thought, scratch that, Phoebe sniffed, you're no Lois Lane, and you'd look funny wearing glasses. For some reason Marsaw found herself smiling at this, though what precisely was the connection to her own life she could not presently determine. Phoebe. Thank you, Marsaw said with deep affection. Oh? Phoebe asked, for what? For everything, Marsaw answered, for helping me, for being my friend, for teaching me how to enjoy my life, for sharing the pleasures of our bodies. For everything. For just being you. Phoebe warmed to the smile that her new roommate was giving her, feeling the flow of erotic memories as if their thoughts were exposed to one another and there was no true separation between them. Aloud what she said was, don't sweat it, Marcia, I should be thanking you just for proving that angels like you can even exist. Consider this place your own special piece of heaven. Heaven? Marsaw asked, sensing once again a word that was rich with unknown connotations. Yeah, as opposed to hell, which is where everybody else in the world can go if they don't learn to accept you for who and what you are, Phoebe insisted, my home is your heaven. And I know Katie'll back me up on this when she gets back from her travels. Now, don't go anywhere or do anything to spoil the mood because I just need to pop back into the privy, then we're headed back to bed for another session and you can show me just how happy you are to be on this world as opposed to the one you've left behind forever. Yes, Marsaw agreed with enthusiasm, show me more of what this planet has to offer. I am yours to instruct in all the ways you wish to teach me, Phoebe, my love. That's music to my ears, Angel, Phoebe chuckled, thinking to herself that there was more than one way to define an earthly heaven. Marsa, The Ultra Girl by Jim Baders, copyrights only Book 1. Chapter 10. Trust. Yeah, that's right, Ted, I was really there, I actually saw it. Rick paused to let his editor respond with his usual expressive candor, then waited patiently to get a word in edgewise before responding, no, I didn't see the actual alien herself, and nobody was inhaling any. What's that? How do I know she's a woman? Man, if you'd need the body mold impressed into that radiator you wouldn't be asking a question like that. Yeah, I know how it sounds, but it's the truth. No, I didn't get any photos. Weren't you listening, man? Those army guys would have taken them away from me if I had any, all I got was a rough general description. Huh? Well, try about 6'4" with gold skin and metallic gold hair and... What are you laughing at? You think I'd make something like this up? Rick sighed as he heard his editor offer his opinions about that, privately wondering if Jimmy Olsen ever had days like this one, but knowing better than to contradict his boss as he gave a detailed account of his activities over the previous few days, then waited to see if his editor would hang up or give him the horse laugh. When neither response came he dared risk asking aloud, so, you gonna print this story or what? Fine, put it on page 6 and have an artist do an illustration. It's what you do with most of my work anyway, right? With that he hung up, muttering under his breath, jerk. Like he wanted a story about a real Bigfoot and I give him one about a living goddess. Man, what am I doing working for a rag like this? He turned away from the phone booth and almost bumped into a girl headed in the opposite direction. He muttered his apologies, then got a better look at her, surprised at seeing a cute blonde of medium height and build holding several grocery bags and looking up at him with a somewhat startled expression. Oh, excuse me, guy, she said, didn't see you there, sorry. My fault, Rick automatically apologized, lost in thought and all that. Right, well take care, she said, and then carefully walked around him as he made a point of getting out of her way, all the while making a careful study of her attractive profile before smiling to himself and said, nice ass. Thanks, she called back over her shoulder, startling Rick as he had not expected her to overhear him. Phoebe hid her smile as she continued on down the block without giving in to the urge to turn a glance back over her shoulder. A handsome black dude, tall with a good build and a kindly face, wearing a worn leather jacket, sort of stood out in a neighborhood like this, and she could not help wondering if he were lost or something, even though what she had managed to overhear of his phone conversation was deeply disturbing and made it plain that he was no casual tourist. How the heck does that guy know about Marcia? She muttered aloud, feeling the odd sense that their near encounter just now was more than just accidental. Of course she was beginning to grow accustomed to weird coincidences cropping up in her life of late, at least since encountering a golden-skinned alien girl born on another planet. Inviting said person into her home and her life had been the most amazing thing for her since first meeting Katie and becoming her live-in house guest. She hoped that her absent roommate would not be too upset at the mess that Phoebe and Marcia had made the previous few evenings, because it was awfully hard to make love to a superhuman girl who tended to thrash around a lot every time she had another orgasm. Especially if said girl could put her fist through solid plaster and concrete. Phoebe had a few bruises of her own that she wore like badges of honor, but gradually she and Marcia were gradually working things out to where they could go a bit easier on their surroundings with a bit of plaster and would needed to cover over the holes and other trivial stuff that came naturally with such experimentation. Besides, Marcia was worth every effort that Phoebe took to teaching her how to control her formidable potential. Aside from being a drop-dead gorgeous beauty and a genuinely nice person, Marcia had a lot of useful talents that she was working hard to perfect, including the ability to control physical matter with the power of her mind. Then there was Marcia's near-miraculous healing powers to consider, and other amazing things that she could do to help clean the place up and minimize the impact of her staying in Katie's apartment. The more she trained herself, the stronger her powers seemed to become as practice gave her greater control, and before too long Phoebe hoped that Marcia would be able to leave the apartment and walk the streets on her own so that Phoebe could take her shopping for clothes and other items that could suit a body as long and lean as Marcia's. Of course Katie might be back at any time now, and Phoebe was starting to get worried. She had not heard from her roommate in almost a week, which was a record for the both of them to be out of communication. Phoebe wanted the chance to talk to her other best friend and lover in order to explain things so that Katie did not jump to any erroneous conclusions, like suspect that Phoebe was about to dump her for a brand new model. Well, at least Phoebe hoped they might be able to work something out, since she and Katie did have a spoken agreement that they were free to see other people. This business with the black guy who talked like he was a reporter, though, that did have Phoebe worried. For the last day or so she had been fighting the sense that she was being followed everywhere, that there were eyes and ears everywhere, and that somebody knew about the alien beauty who was staying at her place. Phoebe knew that it was more than simple paranoia, that there really were people out there who wanted to get their hands upon Marcia. Not that Phoebe had any intention of letting them get anywhere near her angel. She mounted the stairs and got to the door to Katie's apartment, then let herself in with a key, having told Marcia that it would be a very bad idea to leave the door unlocked whenever Phoebe went shopping. There was no concern that Marcia would have trouble with burglars, if any were luckless enough to try and break into this place, but a locked door meant not having to answer if the salesman came by looking to sell something. No sense tempting fate by letting any old Tom, Dick or Harriet walk into the place and find themselves face to face with a living goddess. Once she shut the door and put down her packages, she called out, "I'm home." Just like Katie had always taught her. "Welcome back, Phoebe," Marcia called back from the middle of the living room area, and as Phoebe went in search of her new friend she found the alien girl on the floor wearing nothing but a bathrobe, her hair wrapped up in a towel with dozens of books scattered everywhere, most open face up to various pages. "What, are you studying again?" Phoebe asked. "Nobody's going to give you a pop quiz. I just want to know everything that there is to learn about your world and culture," Marcia said as she glanced up with a smile that sent butterflies twittering down on Phoebe's stomach. "There is so much to know here. You have a rich history stretching back nearly 5,000 years, and yet there are so many holes in the knowledge that I have uncovered. Your science is primitive, but the ideas of your philosophers are even stranger. I've never been able to access anything like this in the historical records of Nijarma, and I wanted to indulge myself in the privilege." "Nijarma," Phoebe replied, "that's the city where you were born, right?" "Yes," Marcia affirmed, "capital of the old Northern Republic in the days before the disaster that rendered most of the surface of Wolframa uninhabitable. These days each city-state is centered around a main dome and some outlying colonies, and everything is tightly managed, while on your world city life is sprawling. I can wait to show you around," Phoebe chuckled. "You're gonna go nuts when you see the Haight-Ashbury district." "I'd like that very much," Marcia smiled, then added as if on an afterthought, "By the way, can we order pizza again?" "Man, I've really gotta introduce you to some Chinese takeout," Phoebe rolled her eyes. "You're starting to sound like as much of a pizza addict as those turtles." "Turtles?" Marcel blinked. "Never mind," Phoebe replied, "just be mindful of all the fattening foods you wolf down. You're heavy enough that you don't want to wind up fat, not that there's a chance in hell of you spoiling that gorgeous figure." "Phoebe," Marcel grew serious, "I love making love to you, but there is something else that I would like to talk about." "Oh yeah?" Phoebe arched an eyebrow. "More important than sex?" "Perhaps not that important," Marcel faintly smiled before growing sober once again, "but the one thing that I have learned from reading up on your history is that you were totally right about the effects of religion upon your culture. It is strange considering how my people do not even have a concept about what you refer to as God, but here the question of belief seems as much to set people apart as to bring them together." "You got that right," Phoebe sighed. "Still on that, huh? Well, I guess you're ready now for the crash course in Theology 101. It was bound to come up sometime the longer you stay on this planet. I have gathered as much." Marcel paused as she frowned slightly. "You tell me that your father is a Presbyterian lay minister and yet your mother was Catholic but had a Jewish mother on her side. I find it very strange to learn that there are so many different divisions of what is called a monotheistic religion." "You find it strange?" Phoebe huffed. "I grew up with a real identity crisis over what religion I should belong to. Katie's the one who's more read up on the subject, though, so she ought to be the one who gives you the detailed explanation." "I would be more than happy to consult with her," Marcel replied, "but what is it that you believe in, Phoebe?" "I believe in myself mainly," Phoebe replied, "but if you want to know what I believe in, Marcia, I'd have to say that I'm basically pretty much undecided. These days I'm more Wiccan than Christian." "Wiccan?" Marcel repeated. "They call it the old religion, even though it ain't really all that old," Phoebe explained. "It's more based on a set of pre-Christian traditions that borrows a lot from various pagan cults, but basically it's more like the worship of nature instead of some remote father figure who lives up in the sky passing judgment on ordinary people who just want to be left alone in peace and quiet." "Pagan?" Marcel repeated again. "Yeah," Phoebe explained, "it's a word meaning religion of the country folk, or something like that." Katie could go on about it for hours and not get tired. "She's the one who taught me a different way of looking at the universe, and to her way of thinking God is really a woman, not a man at all. I kind of like her way of looking at life without getting all preachy and judgmental. She was born of the Jewish religion, but she rejected the rigid Orthodox stuff when she was a lot younger than me, and considering what a mess the world is back where she grew up." "And where was that?" Marcel asked. "Israel," Phoebe replied, "the so-called Holy Land, where people shoot you full of holes for disagreeing with them over what name you pray to God with." Actually, Katie was born in New York but commuted to Israel when her family decided to live there for a couple of years, and she had dual citizenship and used to be a registered nurse in the Israeli army. "Israel," Marcel glanced back at the books laying strewn about upon the floor. "There is a lot of mention about the place, but I cannot for the life of me see why it is considered so important. Other than the fact that it lies smack dab in the middle of a land bridge between Africa and Asia?" Phoebe gently sighed. "Or that it's surrounded by some of the richest oil sheikdoms on the planet?" "Yes, but it is such a tiny geographical area," Marcel pointed out, "and hardly important at all from any strategic considerations." "Katie would give you an argument about that," Phoebe sniffed. "She used to fill my head with these arguments that drove her away from the old Orthodox schools and into the new age of modern coexistence. The fact of the matter is that people can argue over the dumbest things, like land and water, and when I went over there with Katie a year or two ago it was a pretty eye-opening experience, living on a kibbutz on the border of disputed territory with guys packing rockets, guns and bombs looking to blow you away just to make a political statement. Frankly, if it weren't for some of the genuinely nice people I met there, I'd be tempted to say to hell with both sides of the dispute. Palestinians, Jews, Christians. They're all a little bit crazy. But what makes them so?" Marcel wondered. "Why can they not accept their differences and learn to respect their differences?" "You're asking the wrong Yetta about that one, Marcia," Phoebe replied, "but I think, when you get down to it, it's the way some people think they can get into heaven. Not by doing good deeds or by being a good person, but by demonstrating to God that you're a worthy foot soldiers ready to kill or die for your beliefs, which makes about as much sense as saying you do what you do because you're just following orders. Like the security people who do the bidding of the council, Marcia murmured to herself. Then she gave Phoebe a very frank look. Your world is so beautiful, you have such a rich abundance of resources, and the people of your world are mostly very nice to be around. Why then must there be so much dissension? I dunno, Phoebe shrugged. I guess that's what happens when you only have one God and there's not enough room in your heart to share him or her with anyone else. Me, I say a pox on both their houses, I'd rather be a pagan. At least the goddess that Katie worships is kind to animals and wants people to grow up respecting their own planet. Yes, that would make sense, Marcia nodded softly. It is a known fact on Wolframma that the universe is composed primarily of energy, and it was once maintained that this energy field was alive, that it is intelligent and can respond to the thoughts and wishes of anyone who opens themselves up to the universe's potential. These days such a belief is judged a superstition, but the discovery of the bioenergy field proved that there was at least a solid basis upon which to found the belief that the universe is living. You mean like that stuff that gives you your powers? Phoebe asked. Yes, Marcia smiled at the irony of it all. I am now a living testament to the power of bioenergy, but mostly because I am attuned to your sun and can draw upon its raw life essence to fortify my own body. When the sun rises I can feel it swelling within me, and even when the sun goes down at night that feeling is still inside me, perhaps only half as strong yet still 1,000 times more energy than what I was conditioned to draw upon on my own world. Which kind of makes you a representation of heaven, Phoebe smiled. You see. You really are a goddess. Not that powerful, but powerful enough, Marcia acknowledged. Then she paused again and said, I believe. When I concentrate on those memories that came from Mark Daniels, that the religion he belongs to is called Unitarian Universalism. No fooling? Phoebe smiled. I've had friends who were Unitarians. They tend to be all right. Basically they don't have a major creed or a set of dogmas that you have to believe. You can believe pretty much anything you want and still be a Unitarian. It was set up by some guys who thought that all religions have a central basis or are just different versions of the same thing, and that God is found in all faiths to one extent or another. Kinda makes sense to me. I mean, why play favorites? I've seen Arabs and Catholics who are just as saintly as any Buddhist, and if it was all coming down to just what belief you have to decide if you're a good person. When there is good and bad in all people, Marcia noted, I think that I see now. It does make sense when seen in that light. Good, Phoebe nodded, because the best way to get along around here is to not go around asking everybody which kind of religion they belong to. Live and let live I say, and if some guy wants to sacrifice a goat at the temple Beth Baal Shiva. Oh my. They do that? Marcia asked. Just a joke, honey, Phoebe assured her. My point is, long as it doesn't hurt anybody, I say more power to them. Can't stand cults and fundies, though. They just can't lead well enough alone, like it was any of their business if Katie and me wanna adopt kids together, especially when they're hers in the first place. What was that? Marcia blinked, sensing the intense distress and emotion in her lover when she said this. Ah. Never mind. Long story, Phoebe sighed. I just wanted you to know that this world ain't perfect, not by a long shot, and we've got a long ways to go before we reach paradise. I guess no world is perfect, Marcia agreed, but compared with mine you are much, much closer. Yeah, I guess it's all relative, huh? Phoebe smiled. Then we should count our blessings and leave it at that. Religion is important to most people on this world, Marcia, but it's better to keep your beliefs private rather than risk alienating others. I will be mindful of this, Phoebe, Marcia agreed, but thank you for explaining. Huh, who can explain the unexplainable? Phoebe smiled. Nobody knows what the absolute ultimate truth is, Marcia, that's why most people would rather hedge their bets rather than fight about it. I suppose we'll find out the truth after we're dead, but by then it'll be kinda like too late. I should think so, Marcia replied. It hardly seems fair having to wait until then. I would much rather live in the here and now of this world. Well, at least you landed in a civilized part of the country, Phoebe remarked. I'd hate to think what would happen if you'd wound up in South America or maybe the Far East. More likely I would have landed in the ocean, which would not be a good thing, Marcia remarked. My body is heavier than water and I would most likely sink like a stone before regaining consciousness. You were right about that, I was definitely well-fortuned. Yeah, I'd call it lucky, Phoebe agreed, then paused before saying, not that I'd expect you to drown with those life preservers on your chest. Say, you know, it only just occurred to me a couple of hours ago, but I never did ask what your mentor did to prepare you to come over to our world. It may be kinda late for me to ask this, but you are not carrying anything contagious, are you? No, Marsaw smiled, you need hardly fear on that account. Unlike you, I grew up in a very sterile environment lacking even trace bacteria that might be harmful on your planet. Aside from a few stomach microbes that help in my digestion, I was largely disease-free when I happened to come here. It is more likely that I might have gotten sick and died in your environment since I'm not accustomed to handling the level of contaminants and pollutants that are so abundant in your atmosphere, but because my body heals quickly I seem to have acclimated rather nicely. I believe my immune system was also greatly assisted by the process of our having sex together. Oh? Phoebe asked, how do you reckon that? By making love to you I ingested a goodly portion of your vaginal excretions, Marsaw replied, and I think that helped me metabolize my own natural enzymes, enough so that when I did start to feel ill it was no worse than what you would call a stomach infection. Oh, so that's what you were bitching and moaning about last night, Phoebe smiled, and here I thought you were having a stomach ache from eating too fast. You know, it's not all that healthy to eat 3 pizzas before going to bed, especially when sex gets added. Then I will cut down on the pizzas and stick to a diet of sex, Marsaw agreed, adding with a leer that was now quite human, and I know which I will find the more tasty. Flatterer, Phoebe grinned, I love the way your mind works, Marcia. But speaking of food, I just remembered something. I'm gonna have to go out again and pay a visit to the local ATM. Marsaw did not bother to attempt to conceal her disappointment. Like I told you before, silly, Phoebe chided, pizza guys don't like to take credit, and I need to get more cash on hand from the account I share with Katie. I'll be back in a while, so keep the home fires burning. I will, Marsaw promised before adding, I love you. And I love you, you big, beautiful angel, Phoebe replied as she turned around and headed back for the door. Do me a favor and put the things away in the kitchen. I'll just be a minute or two, then we can talk all about how I saved your life by screwing you crazy. And I will show you my gratitude for your kindly rescue, Marsaw earnestly promised, and later on, perhaps we can go outside somewhere so that I can practice some more on further refining my powers. Sounds good to me, Phoebe noted. I love seeing you fly almost as much as I love the way you can move objects around without touching. That is only the beginning of what I have learned about my powers, Marsaw assured her lover, not bothering to add that she had developed the ability to see Phoebe even when she was no longer in the room beside her. In fact, it was a secret pleasure to watch her now as her lover trotted down the steps and out onto the street with her usual bouncing stride as the image of Phoebe appeared within her mind despite all of the obstacles between them that might otherwise have obstructed her vision. Clairvoyance was a very interesting ability to have, she noted, and one that might indeed prove to be handy. As yet she could only see things that were happening in the present, but the books that she had been reading on the subject of extrasensory perception revealed that even Terrans could sometimes demonstrate the limited ability to see things in the past or the future, especially if they had a strong emotional resonance behind them. In truth, there was a lot about her powers that she was only just beginning to discover, which she demonstrated at that moment by reaching out with a hand and plucking down a selected book that had been lying on a shelf just out of reach. It was like establishing contact with her mind and touching the book in order to gain non-physical possession, and then she could pull it towards her as if drawing on invisible wires, a rather handy ability indeed, and one that suggested that moving objects with her mind was now becoming second nature. This world was indeed a marvelous place for a wolfwoman, and if her abilities were typical for her people, then small wonder the High Council feared to let this become common knowledge on Wolframa. Imagine trying to control an entire race of superhumans, she reflected, once who might elect to do as Marsaw had done and set their own agenda, disregarding the whims of the old men who lorded it over the domes that contained the remaining population of an entire planet. Of course, this also meant that they would be all the more zealous to keep their secret and would go to any lengths in order to preserve it. That meant that Marsaw had to hope or fervently pray to one of these Earth gods that the Council never discovered her continuing existence on another planet, or they would likely stop at nothing to destroy her. Marsaw knew that they could, but she also knew that she would prefer to die rather than give up what she had discovered upon this planet. The world and Phoebe now meant everything to her, and she would fight to preserve her new status, no matter who might try to take it all away from her. It was for that reason, as much as for scientific interest, that she had resolved to further study the limits of her new abilities, just in case it might become necessary to one day take a stand. Just as Kartor had doubtlessly intended. But then again, could Marsaw of Ninjarma do any less than her parents? Martan and Marta had died in order to discover the truth about the history of Wolframa and the Council. At least now she Marsaw finally some idea of why they had chosen death to obedience to the Council. The rebellion that they had started now lived on in her, and for the first time ever she felt pride in her own heritage. It was a good thing to be the child of two brave scientists whose love for their world demanded that they take risks with their own future. Somehow Marsaw would find a way to honor their work and maybe serve as a new symbol for their people. What an irony that, in persecuting her parents, they had all but ensured that their daughter would one day follow in their footsteps and achieve the dream that they had been unable to achieve, to walk among the people of another planet and prove beyond question that these two branches of humanity were closely related. As for the rest, well, that was somewhere in the future, but for now she had a new life to build, and so Marsaw got up from the floor and headed towards the kitchen to put Phoebe's packages away, all the while reveling in the freedom of moving about half-naked without guilt or self-conscious hesitation. That got her to wondering on a different point, one that had been in her mind off and on since Katie had shown off her roommate's magazine collection. To move around naked was a thought that had a strangely naughty appeal. To actually do it before others made her feel a bit like blushing, but it also gave her a thrill of excitement. What if the thing she had discussed with Phoebe was indeed the best way for her to renounce the High Council and everything it stood for? Would she be able to show off her naked body in front of the people of Earth and be accepted for her exotic looks? It did bear further reflection, and the more she thought about it the more it excited her, and as career options went it definitely seemed better paying than those jobs she had viewed in the want ad pages. And besides, Phoebe seemed excited at the prospect of her posing naked. Yes indeed, there was much to think about there, and with a bright and glorious future ahead of her she had only to choose her path and explore a bright and brave new future. Rick sat in his car and replayed the last few days in his mind, trying to sort fact out from mere speculation as a good reporter must when faced with contradictory information. According to what he knew from his time with Colonel Brookhurst, there was an alien woman with gold skin standing around 6 feet with change and tough enough to bounce off of the front grille of a moving truck without being splattered. She had fallen to Earth, most likely in a spaceship of some kind, assuming she wasn't some weird government experiment gone awry, and Rick highly doubted that even their military could build something that durable, and was now lost or stranded on planet Earth with only one Earth girl for an ally. According to what he had overheard from Brookhurst's people, the Terran girl was a blonde with good looks but an average build, one canny and resourceful enough to jack his car out from under the noses of 2 husky Marines and then avoid pursuit on a 100-mile stretch of road leading up to San Francisco. Said blonde was probably giving aid and shelter to the alien, which probably meant that the big girl was considered friendly or at the very least non-hostile. And once you put all of this together you had pretty much exhausted everything that Rick knew so far concerning his elusive quarry. Finding her, though, was likely to be a bit of a problem given the size and demographic complexity of San Francisco. A golden-skinned woman standing close to 2 meters in height might well stand out anywhere else in the country, but not in this place where unusual looks were worn like a badge of honor. If only he had some leads to go on, a clue, some hint, maybe even a trail of breadcrumbs that would lead him back to the alien girl's hideout. If only he knew what the alien girl's dietary habits were like, or even if she needed special drugs to stay healthy, then he could put a trace out and follow the trail of someone who was purchasing such goods from a local pharmacy or market. Heck, as things were standing he was about ready to dial up a psychic hotline. Anything that would bring him that much closer to obtaining the solid evidence he needed that his phantom lady actually existed. It was no exaggeration to say that his career as a reporter was on the line, and if he failed in this task then he could kiss what was left of his career right down the toilet. Even as he thought about these things, his mind kept coming back to a CD collection in the Moody Blues disc that someone else had been playing. Brookhurst and his boys obviously knew their stuff, but there was no way that they could know the careful way that Rick liked to arrange his CDs in their holder so that he could take one out and place it in his CD using only one hand and not have to take his eyes off of traffic. Finding several CDs either turned around or placed back in the rack in reverse order might not seem significant to anyone else, but for Rick it was a strong indicator of the type of person who had been handling his discs lately, and that was what led him to the conclusion that it was none other than his alien girl who had done much of the resorting, no doubt out of curiosity and a general interest in what passed for Terran music. Of course not all Terrans would be as selective in their music choices as Rick himself was. It might seem like heresy for a boy who had spent his teenage years in the suburbs of East Los Angeles after his father finally retired from 20 years of military service that Rick's collection did not contain a single rap CD or even one sample of hip-hop. He did like rhythm and blues, but his first love was always the softer tunes of groups like Genesis, Boston, Styx, Kansas and even Survivor. African-American cultural identity be damned, Rick was also part Indian and had a love for music that you could actually sing along with, his odd heavy metal disc notwithstanding. The Moody Blues was one of his favorites, and while his friends from the hood might look at him askance and call him Oreo, Rick's tastes were definitely counter-cultural and he much preferred melody to a good beat in his music selections. Which brought him around once again to wondering what kind of an alien liked Moody Blues music. More than likely her tastes might well be closer to his than he might otherwise have dared to imagine. Of course it just might be the other girl's tastes that were reflected here, but how could someone who enjoyed such romantic ballads be anything but a basically nice person? As he thought this, his mind was in a highly receptive mode, and so his eyes caught a sign of movement in his rear-view mirror and automatically turned to focus on the form that he saw walking in his direction. Rick was mildly surprised to discover that it was the same blonde girl that he had almost run into not 15 minutes ago, only now she was heading in the opposite direction, her step lively and carefree as if definitely moving with a purpose. Blonde hair? Rick had a sudden epiphany and sat upright in his seat, immediately moving to dismiss the thought from his mind only to find his eyes tracking the girl's movements. He waited until she had passed before daring to move his head and actually look in her direction. No doubt at all in his mind now, it was the same girl that he had nearly collided with. And now that he thought about it, was she actually standing or moving when it happened? Had she been passing him by only to stop and listen while Rick was on the phone to his editor, or was he just letting his imagination run away with him, and why would she be interested in hearing him talk about a golden-skinned flying woman? He had to investigate this, if only to satisfy himself that he was not being paranoid. Incredible coincidences of the century notwithstanding. At the very least he might ask her for phone number, as she was certainly a piece to look at. With that in mind he slipped out of his car and started tailing her at a discreet distance, hoping she did not look back to notice that she was being followed. It was too much to hope that she might lead him to the alien girl, but wherever she was going she definitely represented a clue, and that was more than he'd had to work with since arriving in Frisco. Unknown to Rick, however, another pair of eyes was following his motion. One of a pair of plainclothed men sitting in a car sat upright and nudged his companion, then said, "Hey, you see that? Shepard's tailing the girl. He must be onto something." "So?" his companion asked. "Maybe he just wants a date." "You go to admit, she is a looker. If you're into ducks, that is," Morley sniffed. "I'm telling you, Owen, something's up here. If those two make contact, then the Winters girl could lead that reporter straight to the alien." Owen sat upright. "You mean blow her cover?" "Yeah. I see what you're getting at. That might not be too smart if we let it happen. That's what the boss man would probably tell us, and if you think I want a chewing out from the colonel, think again," Morley sniffed. "Start up the car and let's follow, but not too close. Let's see if we ought to run interference for the lady, or maybe yank Shepard's chain a little." "Yeah, that we can do," Owen softly agreed as she eased their car off from the curb and started the pursuit. "Tell you the truth, though, I wouldn't mind getting a good look at that alien myself. I hear she's quite a babe, like a living statue made of solid gold." "Just keep thinking that and we'll both get assigned to Thule, Greenland," Morley reminded in a low murmur. "With what I hear about what she can do, I'd just as soon do my observing from a safe distance." "That's your problem, man, no backbone," Owen chided as they reached the corner where they'd seen Phoebe turn, followed closely by a dogged Rick Shepherd, mindful not to approach too closely as they kept their eyes on their two targets, thus missing entirely when yet another figure appeared from around yet another corner. This fellow had brown hair and was of good height and rugged build, seeming careworn and dressed like a man who had been on the road for many years, with a guitar slung over his back and his handsome face showing a maturity well beyond his years. He only passingly noticed the car following after the pedestrians, then spoke aloud to the empty air, "Well, Zack, we made it all the way to Frisco, now how much further until we find this lady you're after?" No one else beside him heard anyone reply, but in his mind he heard the words distinctly spoken with a metallic-like ring. "Sensors indicate subject Marsaw is stationary at point 324 of current position. This unit adjusting range of scan to confirm subject's position." "I take it that's pretty close, then," the young man nodded. "Good. I'm tired of hearing you bellyache about not receiving any new orders. It's been a week on the road already and all you've been able to talk about was receiving new instructions from your master." "This unit must comply with mission," the disembodied voice in his mind responded. "Seek out and observe new life forms of Terran world. Subject Mark Daniels will comply with mission." "Yeah, sure. Mark Daniels sighed in mild exasperation. "Truth to tell, I'm more than a little curious myself about meeting this lady. I'd like to have a word with whoever thought sucking data out of my mind was a good way of initiating first contact between our worlds. At the least you might have tried asking." That said, the man started to move forward, his stride easy and relaxed while he studied his surroundings, not wanting to appear too nervous. After all, how often did one get to talk to a living goddess, and if this lady was anything like the images that the invisible probe beside him was transmitting through their neural link, then this was one date that he definitely wanted to enjoy without Isaac turning it into yet another social disaster. Marsaw had just finished putting away the groceries when she heard the knock upon the door and froze where she was standing. Automatically she tensed in fear that the Earth security agents had closed in on her and were attempting to bring her into custody. Without half a thought she turned her mind towards the front door patio area to her roommate's townhouse, and saw the most handsome Terran male that she had ever yet encountered. Marsaw gave a start as if in recognition of this fellow and immediately tried conjuring up in her mind a clearer picture of his features, but there was some manner of interference blocking her mental vision. Sufficiently intrigued, however, she decided to go to the door anyway and risk a possible exposure. "You're sure this is the right address?" Mark asked for the 10th straight time to his invisible companion. "Affirmative," came the clear reply. "Proximity sensors confirm that subject is within this Terran domicile," and all at once the sound of locks being unfastened brought Mark around to stare as the door to the house partially creaked open. A pair of eyes that looked out at him from about eye level caused Mark to start even as a feminine voice asked, "Can I help you?" The door flew open and there stood the goddess that he was seeking, all 6+ feet of her in golden radiance with larger than normal eyes and purple irises framed by a face that was beautiful and exotic. She was wearing a silken kimono that did not actually fit her all that well, so that her cleavage was showing and drew Mark's eye like the proverbial magnet. She was barefoot and bare-limbed beneath the mid-thigh reach of the kimono's skirt-like bottom, and as Mark took all of these qualities in with one glance he could not help but swallow, feeling the raw impact of alien sensuality that this figure radiated. It took him a moment and several tries before he managed to get out a greatly muted, "You're?" Fortunately the probe came to his rescue by making its presence known with an audible, "Subject-designated Marsaw, apprentice 3rd class of the Najarma Science Academy." "Greetings, Subject Marsaw." The golden goddess was startled. "Who?" "That's Zack," Mark managed to gasp out. "You can't really see him." "I can, but—" To his surprise the goddess looked directly at the hovering probe and said, "You're a Class M5 droid." "But how?" Mark was doubly astonished. "You can see him?" "Subject Marsaw, this unit was created by Adept First-Grade Counselor Cartor for extra-worldly planetary missions. Counselor Cartor is this unit's creator. This unit needs data. Will Subject supply unit with additional new instructions?" "Huh?" Marsaw blinked, finding this request both unexpected and unnerving. "He's been going on like that for days," Mark explained, "ever since we met a week ago. In fact, I understand that something he took from me was given over to you." Marsaw winced a bit at that and said, Yes. About that. Would subject please comply with this unit's request? The probe rather impatiently demanded, supply this unit with new instructions from the creator. Creator? Cartor? Marsaw gasped, then her shoulders sagged a little. I am sorry. No new data can be supplied to you, unit. Theta Heterodyne Executor Module 1138, the unit responded, why is data not available, subject Marsaw? Ah. Unit THX 1138, Marsaw replied, new data is not forthcoming because the laboratory was raided by security, and Cartor. He sent me alone. She found it difficult to summon the words, but finally she managed to gasp, he was terminated. Terminated? The hovering probe seemed to repeat the word as if unable to comprehend and process its meaning. You mean he's? Mark asked. Dead, she whispered sadly, it happened before my eyes. Right before I was sent here. Terminated? The probe repeated the word again, how? The creator cannot be terminated. The creator is eternal. Oh, Mark said, eyeing the probe uneasily. I am sorry, truly sorry, Marsaw said, if I could have done anything to prevent it. Hey, Mark took a step forward and touched the golden woman on the shoulder, I'm sorry too. He must have been quite a guy. He is not a guy, the probe said insistently, the creator is a guardian. A guardian cannot be terminated. Oh, Mark whispered in a conspiratorial voice, don't look now, but I think Zach's blown a fuse and lost it. Zach? Marsaw asked his curiously. It's what I call him, short for Isaac, Mark shrugged, beats calling him by that other name. Gotta admit, it is quite a mouthful. It belatedly occurred to Marsaw that there was much about this fellow that reminded her of Phoebe. He had a very similar manner about him, and there was compassion in his eyes as well as a gentle sense of self-deprecating humor in his easy tone that she found very much appealing. That realization helped to ease the awkwardness that she was feeling as she turned a shy smile his way then said, won't you both come inside and talk with me? I'm expecting someone to return shortly, but if you don't mind very much, I would very much enjoy the opportunity of speaking with you both in private. Sounds good to me, ma'am, Mark replied, taking fresh stock of the woman's state of underdress before adding, but if your friend's a guy, he might not take it the right way. My friend is not a man, Marsaw reassured him, and believe me, she would be just as interested in meeting you. Mr. Daniels. Hey, call me Mark, he said with a friendly, hopeful nod. Very well, she replied, then you can call me Marcia. Marsa, The Ultra Girl by Jim Robert Bader. First Copyrights Only Book 1. Chapter 11. Mortality and divinity. There was no doubt in Phoebe's mind now, someone was definitely following her. She had the overwhelming urge to keep on glancing over her shoulder, but if she did that guy would still be tailing her, so she decided to act casual and hope to ditch him later. She had only a few blocks to go from the Heights area to the nearest ATM, and once she picked up the cash she could catch a bus or a cab and give that reporter guy the runaround so he'd never be able to follow her back to Marsaw. Hanging around with Katie had taught her a few tricks for staying out of trouble, and being a streetwise kid from the sticks she had a sassy education hanging out with tough crowds in her misspent youth. Thank God she'd managed to straighten her life out in time before she'd gotten herself into too much trouble. But now her early training in self-reliance would serve her in good stead for keeping this new shark away from her Marsaw, though she was getting more and more curious about how he even knew she existed. The ATM was one of the outdoor varieties that had the usual surveillance cameras stationed about, but Phoebe knew that at least 2 of those cameras were malfunctioning at the moment, which was one of the reasons she preferred to use it, hoping to minimize the chance that someone would get a picture of her and track her down. She was feeling especially paranoid since she and Marsaw had escaped from the military only a few days ago, and for all she knew there was citywide manhunt with her description plastered on someone's APB, or something like that. At any rate, it did not pay to take too many chances, and when you were dealing with the government it paid to be paranoid. They had gotten pretty far on dumb luck and perseverance, but there was no sense in flaunting it any farther than she had to. After all, Marsaw was counting on Phoebe to help her through a difficult transition, and simply because she was a superheroine, whether she was ready to admit the fact or no, did not mean that her alien girlfriend could expect to get by without a few earthly pointers from her ever-faithful sidekick. Punching in the PIN for the account she shared with Katie, Phoebe tried to calm her nerves while experiencing the shaky sense that something was wrong, and it had more to do with where she was standing than in the guy in the leather jacket who was trying to act casual and not attract too much attention. Phoebe had already made him out to be largely harmless, a basically nice guy whose job forced him to poke his nose into other people's dirty linen. Just because he was black was no reason for her to be prejudiced, and so she turned her mind to other possible sources of danger, feeling her nervousness increase as she picked up her money from the drop slot and began to slip it into her belt pouch. She never had much trusted purses, those being far too easy to rip off by passing strangers. She started to turn around, one eye still on the black guy and not on where she was going, and that was why she was so startled when she found a man blocking her path, a white man dressed in worn corduroys and looking disturbingly familiar, though it took a few seconds before she could place him. "Found you," he said in malevolent triumph, smiling and exposing a few missing teeth in his overall unhealthy expression. You?" Phoebe took a half-step backward. What? "Shut up, bitch." The redneck snarled as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife left-handed, and Phoebe belatedly noticed that his other arm was wrapped up in bandages from where Marsaw had broken his wrist on their earlier encounter. Rick was still some distance away when he chanced to glance towards the blonde and saw the guy confronting her, and at once the gleam of metal in his hand caused him to whip around with instant realization. He had seen enough gang violence to know that when someone pulled a knife they usually meant business, and from the way the blonde was backing away she seemed to recognize this hood, a real cowboy type by the look of him, and jacked high on something, either drugs or alcohol, either of which made him that much more of a danger. "Hey!" he cried out and started forward, deciding his cover was as good as blown anyway if the girl got knifed by some hood out for some easy drug money. He hoped by shouting he might frighten the man away, but instead he lunged forward as the girl tried to get away from him, and with a sickening lurch in his stomach Rick realized that he would never get there in time to be of any use to the girl, that he would have to be superhuman himself to cross that distance before the maniac did his grisly business. "Holy!" Morley cried as he lurched out of the car, seeing what was going down but being even further away from the crime scene than Rick Shepard. "What the hell?" Owen exclaimed as he also saw some unknown character committing a broad daylight attack on the blonde girl with what looked like a butcher's blade from where he also was sitting. All the while he and his partner were thinking what a clusterfuck it would be if they let anything happen to the girl they had been assigned to observe and protect from just such perils, but that it would take a miracle for either of them to get to her in time to prevent a tragedy. And even as he watched he saw the knife move forward and the girl moved much too slow to avoid it. Then the inevitable happened and Owen felt as though his own guts had just been punched as the girl doubled over, with Shepard only 10 more steps away and moving much too slow to do much more than shout out futile words of protest. "I'm sorry if I was staring before," Mark called out to the girl who had vanished into the next room to change into something more appropriate, whatever that meant. "It's just that I've never met an alien before, except for Zack here." "That's quite all right," Marsaw called back from the bedroom. "I'm getting used to it by now, and for what it's worth, you're not half bad for an alien either." "Hey, touch that," Mark chuckled. "Guess this is all pretty weird for you too, huh?" "Weird is an Earth word that I'm growing more accustomed to by the day," Marsaw replied while she continued to slip into her now clean and familiar Wolfram outfit. "You have no idea how beautiful your world is compared with mine. I'm sure Unit 1138 has been giving you the general details of how badly depleted our environment is." "Yeah, he's given me a real head full of raw statistics and data, more than I've been able to digest, now that you mention it," Mark answered. "Truth is, I was hoping you could help fill in some of the blank spaces he's been leaving out, cause in case you haven't noticed he still has a few personality flaws and a really mechanistic way of looking at the universe." "I should think so," Marsaw observed. "Probe droids like that are not meant to have much more sentient capacity than is necessary for the raw gathering of data and the performance of their overall surveillance duties. I had no idea that Cartor had programmed this one to be this self-aware, let alone to have a conscious personality." "I think part of that's my doing," Mark theorized. "Seems when we linked and he sucked out some of my memories he took on parts of what's in my head, which must have given him a case of indigestion." "Affirmative," Unit 1138 responded, "and this unit must confirm that it has not been an easy process of assimilation." "Oh my," Marsaw paused in what she was doing. "Was that a joke? Terran humor?" Now I really know that there is something different about this unit. But tell me, why did you name him Isaac? After a science fiction writer I grew up reading, Mark explained, because he's basically such a smart ass. I think that I perceive your point, Marsaw mused. How odd. I have so many of your memories that it almost seems unfair, like I have you at a disadvantage. That's putting it mildly. Rich leaned forward on the sofa upon which he was sitting. So maybe you can tell me more about you, like, what's your sign, are you single and stuff like that? Sign? Oh. Horoscopes. Astrological significance, Marsaw mused, not a very scientific way of viewing the stars, but I think I like the romance it suggests. In truth, I don't know which sign would be most appropriate for me, but if I calculate the relative orbits of our two worlds and factor in my relative age, I believe that I would be a Libra. I knew it. Mark slapped his knee. It was either that or Aquarius. Though I don't suppose it really applies since you weren't born around these parts. So, what about the other part? You mean about having a boyfriend? Marsaw sounded amused. I'm afraid that I must disappoint you there. I am seeing someone right now and we are rather committed. Rats, Mark winced. My luck strikes again. Story of my life. Well, just for the record, whoever he is, he's one hell of a lucky guy. Why, thank you, Marsaw said as she stepped into the room, drawing Mark's immediate attention as he saw her in her wolfram undergarments with cape flowing down from her shoulders and her headband back in place. Well, what do you think? I hope this is not too daring? What the? Mark sat upright, literally, and stared in total amazement at the transformation that greeted his eyes as a half-naked golden-skinned woman became a costumed comic book heroine come to life. She even looked somehow taller in her purple, blue and red trimmed outfit, with her large breasts on nearly full display, pushing up from the encirclement of a wide ovular cleavage. This is what we on Wolfram wear as casual clothing, Marsaw revealed. Normally I would have on an outer robe that would cover up my modesty, but as that part did not survive re-entry I have only these garments alone as my total possessions. Unfortunate, Unit 1138 acknowledged. The creator should have supplied you with more equipment when he effected your transfer. Unfortunately there wasn't enough time for that, Marsaw said sadly, so I have to make my way on this world with what I have. If it were not for the powers that your world's sun provides me I would be just another illegal immigrant, and Phoebe's already explained to me the general attitude your people have regarding those who invade your borders seeking gainful employment. Yeah. I can see how you'd have trouble getting yourself a green card, Mark remarked with a gentle smile, only to start as he belatedly realized something. Wait a minute, are you telling me that those are your undergarments? Ah. Yes. Marsaw felt her cheeks go warm as she considered his statement, which means I'm hardly any better dressed right now than I was a few moments ago, but at least I am not feeling a draft in certain places. Yeah. Right. Mark decided it was time to reel his tongue back into his head and try to remember why his mother called him a gentleman, so he asked the next question that came to mind, who's Phoebe? The golden flush of her cheeks caused Mark to feel as if he'd stepped further onto a personal matter, which in turn caused him to arch an eyebrow as he heard this beautiful goddess say, she's my very special friend. We met only a few days ago and she's been helping me ever since, and if it were not for her, I'd be so terribly alone on this world, in this city. Friend, huh? Rick said faintly. Well, that explains a few things, I guess. Oh, Phoebe isn't that sort of person, Marsaw quickly said, not what you were just thinking right now. Mark lifted both eyebrows at this. That wasn't a memory. Ah. No, she admitted, I can read thoughts and we seem to share a curious rapport, you and I, perhaps because in a lot of ways we are very much alike. I guess I should take that as a compliment, Mark observed as he thought the matter over. Telepathy, huh? Must make things awfully noisy when you're around people. That's one reason why I've been living indoors most of the time that I've been here, Marsaw answered. I find it easier to concentrate the fewer the number of people are around, but I'm also getting better in learning to filter things out by erecting these barriers in my head and meditating in the center. Well, I guess at least some of the training Cartor put me through is proving useful. That's good to hear, Mark said. So, what all can you do anyway? Leap tall buildings, change the course of mighty rivers? Nothing that dramatic, Marsa assured him, although have the power of over 1,000 people does come in handy. For instance, I am very strong, and bullets do bounce off my shields before they can touch me, and I am learning how to fly by levitating myself and anything that I touch, and if I focus my mind on an object I can either move it around or, well, cause it to explode. I did that once by accident, then again when I was trying. No shit, Mark smiled, then belatedly remembered his manners again. Sorry. That kind of slipped out. Mom always told me never to cuss in front of a lady. You're very kind, Marsa said with a strong sense that she was growing to like this fellow upon whose template a good deal of her own personality was now based, and yes, we don't have much in the way of profanity on Wolframma. It's not permitted for us to complain about our lives, and the council considers it indecent. Of course. When I think of all that the council does in the name of public order, I feel like calling them. What was that word again? A bunch of shitheads? Mark helpfully suggested. Yes, that exactly, Marsa nodded. In truth it is so liberating being able to speak one's mind. You have no idea how fortunate you are to live in a society that allows you to have opinions that are contrary to state-sanctioned positions. Well, some people are always trying to take that right away from you, Mark cautioned, but so far we've been able to fend them off by telling them to get a life and not bother the rest of us with their bullshit. No one has the right to tell you how to live your life, Marcia. I've believed that and that's how I prefer to live it. You must be quite a trial for Unit 1138, Marsa mused. A Mark V probe is not generally permitted the luxury of free thinking. Affirmative, Unit 1138 responded, but this unit is learning to adapt and compensate. Hey, give me time and you'll see an improvement, Mark assured them. Zach's a stiff but he's got potential, and I'm learning to do a lot of things around him while I'm helping him learn what there is to know about life and being human. Oh? Marsa asked, then yours is a two-way association? You could put it that way, Mark smiled back. Back when we met he made some pretty sarcastic observations about what a primitive life form I was, and before I had time to ask what he meant by that he started messing with my body and tinkering with my genetics, and now I'm a lot more than I used to be. Better, stronger, faster. You mean? Marsa looked from the brown-haired man before her to the hovering probe droid and said, you altered his genetics? Electrosurgery, Unit 1138 confirmed. This unit determined that subject designate Mark Daniels was poorly constructed and insufficiently resilient to survive conditions of an unregulated and potentially hostile environment, so this unit effected to remedy this by altering and fortifying subject Daniels to ensure that unit's chances of survival would improve by a sufficient. But that's terrible. Marsa reacted. Unit 1138, you can't just go around interfering in the lives of native peoples in that manner, let alone do something so intrusive without first seeking the permission of even a designated subject. Thank you so much for that, Mark smiled. I don't mind what happened, really, but it is nice to hear somebody stand up for me. Honest, though, I'm glad he did. It's been a real trip ever since we hooked up together, and the things I can do on account of Zach. Excuse me? Marsa blinked. You don't resent what has happened? Hey, I didn't ask to be in funky alien abduction case, but since it's brought me to you, then I don't see it as a problem, Mark revealed. Truth is, it's pretty neat the things that I can do now, like speed up or slow down the molecular motion of the atoms in my own body, and I'm even now just beginning to discover the rest of what I can do because of Zach. Believe me, Marcia, it isn't really a problem. Well, I suppose that is good, Marsa said, but still. She got no farther than this when the vision suddenly hit her with a jolting impact that threatened to take her breath away. All at once her mind exploded with the image of a man she vaguely remembered coming at Phoebe with a knife. A man who had murder in his eyes and was clearly insane, spouting nonsense ramblings about getting revenge for a wrong done to him and how he viewed her as his ex-wife, and the fear Phoebe was experiencing like an almost tangible thing as the sense of danger increased threefold. And then he lunged for her and Marsa felt something cold stabbing into her stomach. Then the pain exploded like a shock that went the full length of her body and Marcia. Mark was on his feet and had her in his arms as if to prevent her from falling, and the sudden physical contact of her human counterpart helped shake Marsa from her horrified daze, electrifying her with a sense of urgency and galvanizing her to action. Phoebe. She pushed away from Mark, heedless of the force she employed as her mind was still full of painful images of hot copper in her mouth as Phoebe went down, her legs giving out from under her while hot red fluid poured down the arm of her assailant, whose face she now recognized with a shock that left her staggered. She did not know what she was doing as she staggered to the door and heedlessly broke through it without stopping. Then she out and down the steps at a dead run, moving swiftly to full acceleration as her surroundings blurred past her and she was almost flying in her haste to get to Phoebe, in her mind nothing else more important than stopping that bleeding as her lover's life was flowing away and the pain became a dull throb as her body went into gradual shutdown mode. What the hell brought that on? Mark asked as he stared at the retreating blur that was the costume form of Marsaw. Unknown, Unit 1138 replied, but sensors indicate some manner of crisis. Right, Mark agreed, guessed that means it's time for a little action. And soon a second colorful form was streaking down the block, causing heads to turn as casual passers-by took notice of a living hurricane that moved so fast that their eyes could barely track him. "No!" Rick cried as he saw the blood spurt from the open knife wound. "You sick, perverted bastard! Stay away!" Hugh waved his knife around, his eyes dilated and agleam with horrible glee over what he had just accomplished. "The bitch dies now, and you die if you get any closer, digger. All units, we need backup." Owen cried into his hand mic. "Get your hands up and drop it!" Morley cried with his gun clenched tightly in both hands and his finger just twitching with the need to kill the crazy bastard who had just gutted the woman. "Drop it or you're dead." "Oh great," Rick winced, "now you guys show up. You can't stop me." Hugh cried, "I got God on my side and he's told me to kill all the bitches. She had to die. She was wicked and evil. I won't repeat myself again." Morley snarled, "Drop the knife right now, you son of a bitch, or I'll—" "What the?" Owen reacted to the blur that appeared out of nowhere, and then a Force 5 wind whipped past him. Rick also sensed the increasing air pressure as a body moved to dodge around him, something big and garishly colored with a whipping red cape that almost knocked him sprawling, and then he saw Hugh struck in the chest with the flat of a hand and almost in slow motion he went flying backwards as though propelled by rocket power. Almost before Rick could recover he saw the figure kneeling down over the fallen woman while Hugh went crashing against the windshield of a parked car some 50 feet away, winding up looking like a broken doll as somebody's insurance rates were bound to skyrocket. That irreverent thought was banished from his mind when Rick took a moment to grasp the fact that it was a woman who was kneeling down over the fallen blonde girl, a woman with gold skin and metallic gold hair dressed in some manner of costume that did not leave a lot to the imagination. As Rick stared in disbelief the goddess spoke softly, almost in the manner of an entreaty. "Phoebe? Phoebe?" Another pause and then a whispered, "No," followed by an even louder, "N-O-O-O." Her mind was in total denial, but the reality of what she was sensing and feeling was unmistakable. The wound was deep and the loss of blood extensive. Some rational part of her mind told Marsaw that there was no hope of survival with a wound that deep and that Phoebe was already as good as dead. Her body now slumped in nerveless catatonia as the inevitable happened and the vital spark within her started ebbing. "No!" she cried in desperation. She would not, could not, permit such a thing to happen. Phoebe had to live, she was all that Marsaw had left in this world or the other. Everyone else that she had ever known or cared about had died and if Phoebe was taken away from her it would mean her new life would itself lose all meaning. But what to do about this? Without blood the brain would not retain electrical activity for more than a few more minutes, and there was no medical science that could preserve her life once that was allowed to happen. Only Marsaw would not allow her to die. She could still save Phoebe's life. She had the power, she could feel the power churning within her own body. Forcing herself to become calm once again so that her powers would work naturally, she closed her eyes and summoned up the golden radiance that filled her every pore and fiber, and gradually she felt this glow surround her and flow down her arms into the body she gently cradled, sharing with Phoebe a portion of her own powerful life spark in the hopes of rekindling the fire, just as she had done for those soldiers only days ago. It was all that she could do now to preserve a life more dear to her than her own, knowing that to fail now was to render her own existence without any further meaning. Morley and Owen came to stand beside Rick Shepherd as the three men were left equally speechless. They watched in mute astonishment as the golden woman started glowing brightly, her body engulfed in a soft halo that made her seem even more unworldly, like something from above that had descended from the heavens. They did not even notice when a garishly clad man appeared in the space just behind and beside them, staring at the golden woman with equal parts of sympathy and amazement as he murmured faintly, "Zack." Acknowledging, the probe replied through their silent rapport, "Sensors indicate that subject Marsa has intensified bioreadings beyond this unit's ability to process." "Yeah, but what about the other girl?" Mark asked. "Is whatever she's doing working?" "Negative," the probe replied. "Unknown subject's life readings remain inert, but cellular regeneration has been affected and repairs to subject's body are nearing completion." "And that's a good thing, right?" Mark asked, then corrected himself, "Never mind. I think I already know the answer." Something was wrong and Marsa could feel it. Phoebe's body was reacting to her golden touch as the internal damage of the puncture wound knit back together and Phoebe ceased bleeding from her wound altogether. In seconds she felt the wound completely heal itself as new blood was stimulated and produced at a fantastically accelerated level, the reserve stores of native body fat and complex proteins making up for the extensive loss of body fluids. It was as if the body knew what it had to do in order to effect a restoration of overall integrity, and yet still her heart was hardly beating and her lungs remained still as though the body were still not fully reactivated. Well enough then. Marsa shaped the flow of her power and stimulated Phoebe's heart muscles, a gentle nudge that got them contracting and unclenching in the normal manner that was second nature to autonomic systems. Marsa next caused the lungs to expand and contract so that fresh air could be filtered into Phoebe's bloodstream, thus preventing further degeneration. Soon the body was operating at a minimal level of performance like an engine that had been left on idle, and still there was no sense of true life in Phoebe, as though the body were an empty car that was currently missing the driver. "Phoebe! Phoebe! Wake up please," she softly pleaded, rocking the girl gently back and forth in her arms and wishing with all her heart that she could hear her lover's gentle voice once again. What was she doing wrong? What had she failed to achieve? Why wasn't her power working? Marcia, a voice, a male voice, spoke down to her as a hand was placed over her shoulder. "Marcia. She's gone. I'm sorry." "Marcia?" Rick repeated, not having moved from where his feet seemed to have become glued to the pavement even as he saw the ridiculously costumed man standing over the golden beauty. "Gone?" Marsa asked, sensing the presence of Mark Daniels and barely registering what was now different in his appearance. The word brought out a terrible meaning to Marsa and all at once her mind rebelled at the concept. Without thinking she shook off the hand he had offered her and she lifted Phoebe's body in her arms and cried, "No, no. I won't let this happen." "I'm sorry," Mark said, "but there's nothing more you can do. She's—" "Stay out of my way," Marsa said with a fierceness that was totally unlike herself, and then with a lurch she took off with a flying leap that carried her high into the air, summoning the golden glow as she levitated away from the scene of tragedy, leaving behind three very much bewildered men and one who had more of an idea of what was going on, though even he felt lost and uncertain that what the golden girl was intending was even possible, though for her sakes he started praying. "Morley?" Rich heard one of the men beside him ask. "Yeah, Owen?" the other man responded. "How are we gonna file this in a report?" "You got me there," Morley answered, "'cause I don't even believe it just happened." Higher and higher she went, Marsa gaining altitude as she sought to get above the level of the clouds so that she would have a more unobstructed access to the sun's limitless power. She needed more power in order to restore Phoebe and she was not about to fail her friend at this moment of ultimate crisis. After all, what was the point of having all these powers if she could not save the one whose life gave her own life so much meaning? At higher elevations she felt her bioenergy levels intensify, which fit in well with her theory that the Earth's atmosphere absorbed a great deal of the sun's life-giving output, which also explained why her powers seemed to double during daylight hours. Of course the higher up she went the greater the level of exposure to the electromagnetic spectrum as well, but Marsa now knew that she could intensify her mental shields and expand her aura to filter out the more harmful forms of radiant energy so as to protect herself and Phoebe from the effects of such exposure. Similarly she could concentrate the bubble of atmosphere that now surrounded them to maintain a constant pressure. The higher up she went the more the air grew thin and unbreathable, but as long as her supply of oxygen held out there ought not to be any immediate problems. She was barely conscious of the fact that she had reached the upper atmosphere until she opened her eyes and saw blackness above and surrounding her, while below was the blue envelope of the planet with its swirling clouds and alternating brown and blue coastline. She had gone a lot higher up than she would have believed possible until necessity had forced her to take this desperate route, and with the planet slowly spinning beneath her she knew that she had reached the threshold of space and was only a few thousand miles away from the infinite void of hard vacuum. This seemed sufficiently high enough for her purposes, and so she ceased propelling herself forward at near escape velocities and concentrated instead on the task at hand, which meant bringing life back to her all too precious passenger. If her powers did not work up here, then she did not know what else to do. In the back of her mind she had the sense that what she was attempting was an impious gesture, an affront against nature, and yet she did not care one whit about the right or wrong of her actions. She only cared about being reunited with her Phoebe. And so she closed her eyes and concentrated, and the glow surrounding her became as bright as a miniature star. With a yearning need that was all-consuming she reached out to the heavens and pleaded, "Please, please, live. I need you, Phoebe. I can go on without you." For the longest time nothing seemed to happen, though the body was in all senses alive but one, that being the absence of something that was essentially Phoebe. In desperation she increased her energy output tenfold and was now surrounded by an envelope of golden life energy, becoming brightly illuminated against the night background as she cradled Phoebe in her arms and willed her beloved friend to return. She was all but ready to give up hope, when unexpected, someone answered. "Do not grieve, child," a voice spoke into her mind, "it is the way of nature that all things have a beginning and an ending. Please." Marcia gasped, not knowing who or what to expect, as this voice seemed to as much come from inside her as from her immediate surroundings. "I can't let her leave me." "To all things there is a time and a purpose," the voice replied. "It is wisdom to accept this." "Then I must not be very wise," Marcia replied, "because I won't leave here without my Phoebe. She does not belong to you exclusively, she is a part of the greater cycle." "I don't care," Marcia flared. "She's given so much to me and asked so little. She doesn't deserve to end up like this. It's wrong to let her die because of my mistakes. The universe is not always just or kind, my child. Things happen and sometimes it is best just to accept this." "I won't accept it," Marcia insisted. "I can't. Without her my life has no further meaning." "Your life has meaning," the voice gently insisted, "beyond whatever you imagine. You have great potential, but even your gifts have limits, and without the soul to give the body its puissance." "Then give her back to me," Marcia pleaded. I would do anything for her. I'd even accept being returned to Wolfram for judgment by the council." "It is plain that your need is sincere and your intentions heartfelt," the voice replied, "but that is not the way the universe seeks balance. You wish to alter the direction of fate. So be it, but there will be an accounting one day, for the scales of destiny must always be righted." "I don't know what any of that means," Marcia said, "but if I could give my own life to save hers—" "That will not be necessary. See? Your efforts have borne fruit. The child is restored to you in full mind and body, and now your destinies shall be linked together for all eternity." "Marcia?" Marcia felt a thrill like electricity travel down her spine as she felt Phoebe stir within her arms, heard the gentle breath of a gasp escape her own lungs, and then looked down to see blue eyes peering up at her with a look of tenderness and longing. Phoebe?" Marcia asked. "Marcia." Phoebe's smile was more dazzling than all the constellations put together. "I had the weirdest dream right now. I felt like I was outside my body looking down and—" "Phoebe." Marcia had to check the impulse to hold the other girl closer to her body, knowing just how dangerous it would be for the lighter frame of the girl whose life she had just rescued. She settled for pressing her lips to Phoebe's own and allowing the kiss they shared to speak volumes for all the things that Marcia wanted to share with her lover. It was the most beautiful sensation in the world to hover in free fall with the beat of Phoebe's heart quickening in her own chest, but at last they broke the kiss and once again looked into each other's eyes. And, in the back of her mind somewhere, Marcia thought she heard the oddly feminine voice say once again, "Enjoy your time together. We will meet again. Until then, walk with glory." Phoebe brought Marcia back to the present and broke the silence of several long moments by saying, "Wow. I dunno what that was for, but could you do it again?" "Gladly," Marsaw said, 1,000 times. Oh Phoebe. I thought that I had lost you. It belatedly occurred to Phoebe that there was something odd about their surroundings, and then she turned to look and faintly murmured, "And Marcia?" Oh, Marsaw, too, became conscious of the fact that they were drifting in space 1,000 miles above the surface of the planet with only her telekinetic shields protecting them from the harsh environment of space as the spinning globe beneath them continued to turn, as relentless as clockwork. Just what did happen just now? Phoebe asked, trying very hard not to panic, yet feeling strangely beyond fear as if she knew that she was safe in the arms of her lover. That might take some explaining, Marsaw sheepishly responded, but the important thing is that you're alive, Phoebe. How we got here? Well. Phoebe took a moment more to respond to this, but then she said, "Neat, is this another superpower?" "More like a new use for my telekinesis," Marsaw replied. "We should be safe as long as our oxygen holds out, but I think it is time to return to ground level, only how do we get back to San Francisco?" "I dunno," Phoebe replied, "I forgot to pack an atlas." "You think you can bring us down safely anywhere, Marcia?" "Oh, getting down won't be much of a problem," Marsaw said dryly. "I did this once before, but not with a passenger on board. I think that I can control my landing a bit better this time so we won't burn up on re-entry. The only trick will be aiming for a proper glide angle." "Cool." Phoebe grinned with that impish resiliency that Marsaw had so much come to admire. "So, any chance you might be able to take us to Fiji or Bermuda?" "From up here I could reach any part of the planet within minutes," Marsaw replied. "It's easier to fly without an atmosphere to provide wind resistance." "Then what say we find a desert island somewhere and become scarce for a few days?" Phoebe asked. "I'm not too sure what happened after the creep knifed me, but I'd bet anything that it'll be a little too hot in the old town for a while, and I don't think either of us wants to have to answer any questions." Marsaw thought momentarily about Hugh and realized that in all probability she probably killed the man without thinking. She swallowed over that and said, "Yes. I see your point." "Then it's settled," Phoebe said. "My typing job can wait until we get back. For now I think we both deserve a long vacation with some sand and surf and no nosy reporters to bug us." "But what about your belongings?" Marsaw asked. "There wasn't exactly time enough for me to pack away any luggage." It'd probably get lost anyway at the airport," Phoebe quipped, "and we don't need no stinking luggage to have fun, right Marcia?" The golden woman smiled at her. "All I need to have fun is you, Phoebe. You're my life's greatest enjoyment." "Hey, flattering will get you somewhere, Marcia." "Marcia?" Phoebe blinked. "Just how far up did you say we were?" "Eh?" Marsaw turned her head to track Phoebe's line of sight and immediately saw an object hurtling past them at 100-kilometer distance. It was a tiny thing that caught and reflected the light, but as she sharpened the focus of her vision she discovered that it was some manner of spacecraft, roughly box-like and plane-shaped with a rounded nose covered in black heat-resistant tiles and passing just below them somewhat nearer to the Earth's equator. Marsaw paused before saying, "Was that one of yours?" "Could be," Phoebe meekly remarked, then stared about at the canopy of stars just beyond the air bubble surrounding them. "You see anything around here that looks vaguely like the Freedom Space Station?" It took a few seconds for Marsaw to track down another larger hurtling object and then she said, "Does it have solar panels stretching out like wings and consist of several cylindrical modules stuck together?" "Oh boy," Phoebe softly exclaimed, "I don't know how to tell you this, Marcia, but I think our cover's been blown big time. Those guys got cameras, and what do you want to bet that they're pointed right at us?" "Yes. That does seem likely," Marsaw sheepishly remarked, realizing that she must have stood out like a neon beacon when she had been expending most of her power to resurrect Phoebe, which meant that every Earth government in the world was likely to be clued into the existence of a pair of flying women. "No helping it now," Phoebe sighed, "for better or worse. You've just become a celebrity, Marcia." "Perhaps," Marsaw said. "I think we had best get back down to ground level, that way we'll be much harder to track." "Anything you say." "Ultra Girl," Phoebe said sweetly. "Ultra Girl?" Marsaw reacted. "What do you mean by—" "Hey, you need a superhero name to go with the celebrity, right?" Phoebe reasoned. and most of the good names that I know are taken. Besides, you're ultra sweet and ultra fun to be around. Phoebe, you are incredible. Marcia chuckled, already choosing her re-entry vector. You just figured that out? Phoebe quipped, trust me, Marcia, stick with me and we'll be going places. Even higher than this? Marcia asked her beloved friend. Hey, the sky ain't really the limit with you anymore, right? Phoebe answered, and this is only the beginning. By the way, you know the way to Hawaii? Kind of, Marcia replied, it's sort of liver-shaped, right? Close enough, Phoebe chuckled, just make sure not to land us in the middle of a volcano or something. Who knows, maybe we can even go pearl diving. That sounds wonderful, Phoebe, Marcia sighed as she intensified her shields to better withstand the increasing heat of the air pressure that they were displacing, mentally shaping her telekinetic envelope to allow for a controlled glide out over the vast blue of the Pacific Ocean, all the while feeling invigorated at the possibilities that were now open to her, and the warmth of the woman she now protected with her own life, thinking to herself that no gift could ever surpass the joy that she was experiencing in knowing that the future ahead of them held all possibilities which the two of them would face together. And the Part 1 Book 1 MARSA, The Ultra Girl, will be continued in Part 2 Chapter 12. Any comments or criticisms, shadowmain@idgenet.net. Marcia, The Ultra Girl by Jim Robert Bader Book 1 Part 2 The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 12. Paradise. The tall blonde man surveyed the property with a jaundiced eye and dryly remarked, well, Katie won't much like what this will do to her property and insurance rates. Looks like the proverbial tornado tore out of here and left no note behind for the cleaning lady. Sir, Brookhurst replied, I know this looks bad, but... But what, Major? The blonde man inquired. I am disappointed. I had thought your people first-rate, but to allow a wandering vagrant and a psychotic trucker to step in and mess things up this thoroughly. Ah. Well. Brookhurst studied the ruins of the front entryway to the expensive-looking townhouse with its door literally blown off the hinges and other remnants indicating that someone had exited in a great hurry, and then the burly man winced slightly. I won't make excuses, Mr. Ariel, but I thought my people had the area contained, and I don't know how that Daniels guy managed to walk right past everybody. As for the stalker, he was a bit of fluke for us. A fluke, Ariel repeated. I should think it meant a lot more than that to poor Miss Winters. It is only by the grace of the heavens that she appears to have survived this debacle, which is a good thing for both of us, as I would detest having to be the one to have to explain things to my Lady Catherine, after which, I assure you, you would be doing the explaining. Right, Brookhurst acknowledged, not liking the implications of that one bit. Well, there's no sense crying over soured milk, Ariel sighed. Of course this will be in my report to my superior. And now, due to the carelessness of your operation, we have lost containment of this situation, perhaps irretrievably, as well as our knowledge of the alien's whereabouts, which means it will be that much harder for us to track her future movements. My people are working on that right now, sir, Brookhurst assured him. We managed to track their descent down somewhere over the Pacific before losing contact altogether. Oh yes, that narrows it down to several hundred possible island locations scattered over a few thousand square kilometers of ocean, the golden-haired man said with dry British aplomb. That should simplify matters a bit. Hey, my people are good, we'll find her, Brookhurst replied, refusing to take umbrage at the low-key sarcasm of the other man. You can tell Mr. Richardson that we'll have contact re-established within a matter of a few days at most, and then we'll maintain surveillance until the alien establishes herself in a more secure location. That may not be as simple a matter as you suspect, Major, Ariel replied. This alien not only knows how to fly, but she is guided by a young lady of remarkable resourcefulness. In fact, we are re-evaluating the nature of this operation and may elect to take an even more hands-off approach than has so far been observed. I don't follow you, sir. We believe that containment may not be the best solution for our problem, Major, Ariel explained. In fact, given the nature of the alien's behavior since her arrival almost a week ago, we now believe that her presence should be managed through less direct means, since there is a definite likelihood that her existence will shortly be made known to the general public. Sir, if you're worried about that reporter, Brookhurst started to say. Leave Shepard alone for now, Ariel urged. In fact, Mr. Richardson has taken an interest in furthering his career. he may well prove to be a more valuable asset given a higher level position and increased visibility. Given his already demonstrated predilections, I would dare say that he will be even more relentless in pursuing this story than any agent we might assign to this case, and if he manages somehow to establish personal contact with the alien herself. I follow you, Brookhurst smiled and nodded. Use a minnow to catch a whale. But what exactly are we preparing to do if the alien does go public? Sit back and watch as things happen, Ariel replied. We will only intervene directly when and where it seems to be the appropriate time to do so. In the meantime, I trust you will do your best to manage things on your end. Have this place cleaned up and restored to as much of a state of normalcy as you can manage, once forensics has run some tests and obtained the necessary samples. I will see to it that there is no interference from local law enforcement and make the necessary arrangement with whatever agencies we must involve to maintain surveillance over this area. Sir, Brookhurst noted soberly, you know the opposition isn't going to be too thrilled by these developments. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they take steps to stir up trouble. Then do what you can and they'll have other people run interference for you in the meantime, Ariel just as soberly informed him. And what about the owner? Brookhurst nodded to the townhouse in general. Ariel merely glanced about the place, then his hand moved in a flash and something shot from his fingers to embed itself in the distant wall next to a hanging picture. He turned away and said, leave that where it is. Katie will know when she sees it. Otherwise make it seem as if nothing out of the ordinary has been happening here the past few days, and if you need me at all, then I will be contacting you. In the meantime, I have our other anomaly to investigate, and our young Mr. Daniels is, if anything, even more elusive than our golden girl. So, a good day to you, Major. Sure thing, Brookhurst replied, studying the object sticking out from the far wall before nodding to himself and saying, remind me never to play poker with that guy, he throws a mean set of aces. Mark paused and glanced around, then said aloud, you sure this is the spot, Zack? There's a lot of beachfront property on this island. This unit affirms location, the probe droid at his side remarked, by readings conforming to subject Marcel emanating from 1.3 parsecs of current location. Mind translating that into English, buddy? Mark replied, you make it sound like we're almost on top of her or something. Affirmative, the probe droid replied, in relative terms of measurement, subject Marcel is within 1700 meters south by north, 18 degrees of solar position. Which would be that way, huh? Mark pointed in a rough approximate of these directions. Well, here goes. He accelerated once again and within seconds came to a halt roughly a mile away from his former position, pausing to look around with a mildly vexed, okay, big brain, where the heck is she? Mark? A familiar voice spoke up, is that you? Mark almost jumped out of his skin as he turned around and found the very golden-skinned woman in question laying out upon the sand virtually a foot away from where he had been standing. His discomfiture was made the more complete by the realization that the alien beauty was totally stark naked, her gleaming body fully exposed to the sun's rays so that he feared going blind just looking at her, marveling that he had not earlier seen the glow of her reflection. Gah! Ah! Marcia? He gasped, more than slightly flustered. Mark. How did you find me here? Marcel asked as she sat upright and looked at her earthly male counterpart, taking stock of the unusual form of dress that the man was wearing, and what is that you are wearing? Oh, this. Mark tried not to stammer as his eyes were glued to the radiant beauty of both Marcel and those beautiful mounds that were projecting from her chest in full metallic glory. Ah. It's my working suit. I mean, my costume. Ah, you like it? I suppose, Marcel said somewhat diplomatically as she studied the man's body-tight uniform, which vaguely reminded her of something a Wolfram male might wear back home, but with a garish color scheme that loudly assaulted the eyes with a rainbow of hideously contrasting colors. Just then another figure came wading out from the surf with her prize triumphantly presented wiggling at the end of a carved stick, only to halt in her tracks as she took in the stranger standing close to her. Marcel, at which point Phoebe Winters cried, "Hey! Who the heck are? Huh?" Mark tore his eyes away from the living statue strewn out attractively at his feet and took in another beauty, this time of more earthly origins, yet who was just as naked as Marcel, to whom he could only blurt out a stammered, "Ha! You heard me, bub." Phoebe angrily stalked forward, her coveted prize almost forgotten in her hands as she moved up to the taller man, heedless of her state of undress, and demanded, "Who are you and what are you doing drooling all over Marcia?" "Phoebe," Marcia said with a nod, "I'd like for you to meet Mark Daniels." "Mark Daniels?" Phoebe's eyes got very round as she turned and looked from Marcia to the walking four-color fashion disaster. "You mean the guy you—" "Ah. Could you hold that thought a minute?" Mark said as he forced himself to turn away and look at the pounding surf rather than at the two naked women. "In fact, I'll be right back. Zach, a little help here?" All at once the man's outline became a blur, and the wind was kicked up as Mark Daniels vanished utterly from the coastline. There was a pause before Phoebe managed to say, "What?" "Don't look at me," Marcia shrugged, "I didn't even know that he could do that." Phoebe turned and looked at her companion once again before asking, "Friend of yours?" "In a manner of speaking," Marcia replied. "Mark is the one that the probe droid sent by Cartor contacted. And it would appear that the two of them have somehow become linked together in the odd manner of a partnership. He found me at your place just a few moments before you were attacked and we had a discussion." "Wait a minute," Phoebe frowned, "you let him into our house?" "Ah. Well." Marcia began to awkwardly respond. "In other words," Phoebe arched her voice distinctly, "while I was having my guts knifed out, you were back having a guy over at our place?" Well, when you phrase it like that." Marcia winced. "Like, how should I phrase it, huh?" Phoebe scowled, "And just what were you two talking about anyway?" "Ah." Marcia began to say when another rush of air heralded the return of both the probe and Mark Daniels. "Here," he said as he quickly tossed a pair of objects to them, "put these on for my sake, okay?" Excuse me?" Marcia asked as she unfolded the bundle that she had been handed, determining with some difficulty that it was a type of lingerie consisting of several patches of cloth connected together by strings. "Bikinis?" Phoebe asked, examining her own before saying, "Just where the heck did you—" "They're not stolen or anything like that," Mark replied with his back firmly turned to the two women. "I paid the shop owner good money, so consider them my way of apologizing for intruding." Phoebe gave the man's backside a hard study before saying, "Can't handle the sight of a naked woman?" "I just thought it would be more appropriate this way," Mark replied, "so sue me." "I believe that this is what is called gentlemanly conduct, Phoebe," Marcia noted. "Perhaps it would be rude not to accept these." "All right," Phoebe allowed, "but don't try and pretend that you weren't enjoying the peep show, mister. I saw you looking, and that thing you're wearing doesn't conceal that much." "Well hey," Mark shrugged, "I'm only human." "Right," Phoebe said as she slipped on her bikini bottoms and top, fastening the latches with the ease of long practice. "A little too human. And what's with that get-up you're wearing? You planning on attending a convention or a costume party?" "Actually, this is my superhero identity," Mark replied. "I call myself Action." "Action?" Marcia repeated. "Well hey," Mark shrugged, "all the better names are taken. Besides, I kind of like it." "You would," Phoebe grunted as she finished adjusting her top, then turned to see the trouble that Marcia was having, which prompted her to say, "Marcia, what are you doing?" Copying you?" Marcia asked hopefully as she silently admitted that she was not being too successful. "The top part goes on the chest, the bottom part—" "Never mind," Phoebe sighed, "let me help you do that." "Okay," Marcia replied, then submitted herself to having Phoebe tie her suit into place, thinking all the while that it really did not conceal very much. "Okay, it's safe to look now," Phoebe informed their male companion, "we're decent." "I sure hope so," Mark said as he slowly turned around, then began to sigh slightly, realizing that the golden woman was still little better than naked, and the way she gleamed in the sunlight made him want to go fetch a pair of sunshades, but at least now he didn't feel as awkward about ogling her body. "Sorry, I didn't think it'd be a problem, my finding you here on this island. It was Zach who gave me the directions and helped me transport here, or it might have taken me a few days to check out every island in the whole Pacific." Excuse me for asking this, but weren't you dead?" "I got better," Phoebe responded, "thanks to Marcia." "Now, how exactly did you get out here?"
Well," Mark started to say, "would you believe that I ran part of the way and flew the rest?"
"Flying?" Marcia asked with upraised golden eyebrows. "Ran? Phoebe said blankly. Sure, Mark answered, it comes as part of the package with all the changes that Zach's brought about to my life. When we met, the first thing he did was probe me for every bit of data he could scan. Then he decided I wasn't very well put together by his standards, so he decided to make a few changes. A few changes? Phoebe asked with a look of disquiet. Nothing too drastic, Mark replied. He just made me stronger, faster, better, and gave me all sorts of neat abilities that I've been learning to use on the road. What abilities? Marsaw asked as she studied the man's handsome profile. Well, Mark sighed, it's like with you, Marcia. You found out when you got here that you got all these really neat abilities on account of the sun being so much brighter than on your world. Yes, Marsaw replied, your sun has approximately 1,000 times more of the output of biosolar energy that my people draw upon through our enlarged pineal glands to convert into physical and spiritual power. The cells in my body store this power like a battery, and I can draw upon it for all manner of uses, such as to levitate objects or to bolster my physical strength 1,000-fold. Right, Mark nodded. Well, with me it's more like the cells in my body have been rearranged somehow so that I can move hundreds of times faster than a normal guy, even break the sound barrier on land, and I don't even get tired doing this, like the fatigue poisons are filtered out of my system. I can also do stuff thanks to Zach here that I think are pretty neat. Stuff? Phoebe asked, what stuff? Mark stretched out a hand and pointed at an empty stretch of sand. Then all at once a flash of light lanced out from the tip of his fingers, fusing the sand into glass in the spot where he was pointing. Whoa! Phoebe said, taking new stock of the fellow in the garishly colorful costume. That's nothing, Mark smiled, watch this. He made another gesture with that hand and the fused block of glass rose up into the air, turning molten and quite fluid before their eyes as it rearranged itself into the shape of winged gull, complete with foundation. You are controlling the molecules? Marsaw asked as she stood up to better examine the process. Actually, Zach's doing all the work, Mark replied. I'm just mentally feeding him directions. Zach? Phoebe responded. I call him Isaac, Mark replied as he caused the glass figuring to float into his hands. Then he turned and presented it to the women beside him. Don't worry if you can't see him, he's invisible to most people. A standard cloaking field, Marsaw nodded, then said, Unit 1138, please allow Phoebe here to see you. As you command, Apprentice Marsaw, a curiosity disembodied voice replied, startling Phoebe until the outlines of the probe gave way to a full revelation. Phoebe stared at what looked like a hovering top, roughly a meter tall and about half that in diameter, consisting of various geometrically shaped objects stuck together in a symmetrical arrangement, and complete with a pair of spiking antennae projecting from the top, reminding her rather much of something that she had once seen in an old science fiction program. What? She asked numbly. Unit 1138 is a probe droid from my home world, Phoebe, Marsaw replied. My people use them for extraplanetary exploration of our home solar system. They are designed to seek out and analyze valuable resources that we mine from the asteroids and other planets that orbit our sun. It's because of them that our civilization has yet to collapse from the exhaustion of our planetary resources. This unit was modified by the Creator for the purpose of conducting research upon subject world designated Terra Sol 3, the probe replied mechanistically. This unit encountered difficulties upon entering the Terran atmosphere and was partially disabled. This unit has compensated by forming a link with subject Mark Daniels. Yeah, though you could have asked first before you started tinkering around with my genetics, Mark dryly noted. Not that I'm complaining now because it's been a real kick the last week or so. Just how extensive have these modifications been? Marsaw asked, and what kind of damages did you sustain, Unit 1138? This unit is operating within 63% of operational capacity, the probe replied. But if Apprentice Marsaw would care to examine this unit, her assistance would be appreciated. Wow, Phoebe remarked, that voice is sure weird, but he almost sounds human. Yeah, but it's getting him to shut up that's half the problem, Mark said wryly. This unit does not see the relevance of this comparison, the probe remarked in slightly wounded tones that suggested it was offended. This unit was created to serve humans, but this one is in many ways functionally superior. Unit 1138, Marsaw said with a lilt of amusement evident in her own tone, I would be delighted to examine you, but Unfortunately, I don't have any tools on hand. No problem, Mark said, just describe what you need and Zack and me'll provide it. There may be a problem with that, Marsaw said. A probe can alter molecular arrangements, but creating elements is another matter, and we don't have anything metal on hand. This unit will adapt, the probe replied. There is a mineral strain approximately 112.2 year-lakhs of current position. It should provide adequate resources. Then what are we waiting for? Phoebe asked. Let's get down to it so Marcia here can find out how you're put together. I am especially interested in knowing what type of AI unit cards were installed into your matrix, Marsaw mused aloud. It seems that in a week's time around Mark you have acquired the basis of a personality. This unit does not intend to criticize Apprentice Third Class Marsaw, the probe responded, but what is the purpose for deliberately insulting this unit? Insulted? Phoebe arched an eyebrow. It can be insulted? Apparently, Marsaw mused, this should be a fascinating task, once we fashion the tools that will be needed to conduct a preliminary examination. I assume these photographs are not a joke, Richardson? I assure you, Mr. Secretary, the other man said gravely, these images are quite real. They were taken at an altitude of over 748 miles above sea level using special image-enhancing equipment on board the shuttle that is presently in orbit. The focus is not as good as may be desired, but given the range at which these photographs were taken, they look like one of those CGI things they shoot for the movies. The Secretary of Defense frowned. You honestly expect us to go to the President and tell him that we got pictures of a flying woman holding another girl and glowing ball in the middle of space? There are many eyewitnesses who will confirm the reality of what you are seeing, the other man replied somberly. Scientists mostly, and as hard-nosed a breed of natural skeptics would be difficult to imagine. I assure you, this incident was quite real and took place sometime yesterday, as you can see from the digital readings up in the corner of the photograph. These women were tracked gliding down back into the atmosphere and were lost somewhere over the Pacific minutes later, but they are definitely linked with these other reports of a forced extraterrestrial landing that took place in Mendocino National Forest almost a week ago. I trust that you can see the full implications of what this portends. The Secretary of Defense looked ready to say a few choice words over his thoughts on this matter, but it was the Secretary of State who spared him the trouble by saying, this is all very interesting, Richardson, but are you seriously suggesting that this alien has paranormal abilities that can enable her to travel into space on her own power? It would appear that way, Mr. Secretary, the man they called Richardson explained, unless she is concealing an extremely advanced form of technology in that rather interesting outfit that you see her wearing. Wearing? Secretary of State Washington Adams sniffed, an interesting choice of adjectives, and I don't see being able to conceal so much as a pack of matches with that costume she has on. Rather form-fitting for a space suit, wouldn't you say? I see a real problem in bringing this to the President's attention, said Chief of Staff Carl Monroe. Perhaps you, as Special Science Advisor, can explain to the rest of us how it's possible that a gold-skinned alien who looks like a Playmate model could be running around loose for a week in even a place like San Francisco without coming onto our radar until now. I think it's fair to say that you've been holding out on us again, Benjamin. Perhaps I have not been entirely forthcoming with all of the details of our investigation, Carl, the other man admitted, but I have had my people on the case since day one, and they were gathering data in order to prepare for a presidential briefing. I think it is safe to say that this would be a good time to not only brief the President but also prepare a public statement. A public statement? Secretary of Defense Leslie Jackson looked at the other man as though he had grown a second head. It is the belief of my people that the situation will no longer be classified should the activities of this lady continue as they have been over the course of the last few days, Benjamin Richardson replied, and if the public does become aware of her existence, gentlemen, then this administration would be well advised to have a public statement ready. We get the point, Ben, Adams grimly nodded, but what are you prepared to do if the lady does become a threat to public safety? After all, she has killed 2 men already. With due respect, Mr. Secretary, the other man said, the first one was an accident, the second, well, rather regrettable but justifiable. She was acting in haste and by all accounts was seeking to defend someone else from attack. She killed a man? Leslie said more alertly, I'd heard about the driver of that truck, but The second man was struck once in the chest with what we believe was the flat of the woman's hand. Richardson replied, "It had the effect of crushing his heart and collapsing his ribcage, killing him almost instantly and hurtling his body with great force into a parked vehicle, which did the rest of the damage." In fairness to her, however, the man had just stuck a knife into the abdomen of a young lady who had been assisting her, so it might at worst be termed justifiable homicide. At best it was intended as self-defense. "Sounds more like a revenge killing to me," Carl frowned. "We're not covering up the details from the media and local law enforcement, are we?" "No, but we are asking them to refrain from investigating, claiming it is a matter of national security," Benjamin replied. "However, that should also be taken into account when we do eventually issue a public statement. We are walking on very thin ice here, gentlemen," Adams noted. "This woman definitely has the potential of becoming even more dangerous in the future. We cannot be seen as providing cover for the activities of an unknown party operating outside of the law, regardless of the nature of her origins. The opposition would crucify us. And who could blame them?" Leslie fumed. "If you thought that Area 51 thing was a mess, just imagine the panic that the public might experience if we really are forced to admit to the existence of extraterrestrial. And I thought those little gray guys were a pain to have to deal with." "With due respect, gentlemen," Richardson replied, "if she is as dangerous as you say, then it may not be a simple matter of restraining her through conventional methods. We are operating in the dark here with little conception of the true extent of her abilities and potential, so more analysis of the matter is definitely called for." "Are we really sure that this lady is an alien?" Leslie asked. "Looks awfully human to me." "Yes indeed," Richardson mused, "and I find that singular fact most intriguing." "You would," Carl snorted. "Weird and unusual happenings are your specialty, Ben. Continue exploring this issue and get back to us when you have more leads," Adams directed. "We can't put a lid on this matter for very long. Some of those astronauts on the Alpha station are bound to talk to their respective governments, and when that happens, God help us. God may already be helping us in ways that we do not entirely suspect." "Carl," Richardson replied as he fingered an odd wolf's head cane that he clutched firmly in one hand, "after all, one of the first gestures that this woman made while on the run was to pause long enough to heal back the very soldiers who were injured in that truck crash. I somewhat doubt that would have been the case if she had hostile intentions towards us." "Time will tell on that, Ben," Adams said gravely. "In the meantime, I think you and I need to see the President, Carl, and get his take on this." "Just see to it you do stay on top of things, Ben," Carl remarked as he nodded at Richardson. "We're counting on you to be ready for whatever happens next." "As ready as I always am," Richardson replied, not bothering to add that he had been ready since before any of the other men at the table had even existed. "Well, 1138, Marsaw remarked, "there is some impact damage and carbon scoring to your internals, but you appear to have come through re-entry in surprisingly good condition." "That is satisfying to hear, Apprentice Marsaw," the probe replied as Marsaw made a thorough study of its interior portions, its conscious AI portions presently sitting on a stand to one side of the hull interior while she probed its components with her makeshift instruments. "This unit was concerned that it would be incapable of fulfilling mission functions." "Well, you can relax on that front, because once I finish here you'll be restored to at least a partial improvement over your current standards," Marsaw assured the probe. "I can't replace everything or repair those parts that would require more advanced machinery, but with a bit of tinkering here and there I think I can bypass the parts that are operating at less than optimal condition." "So, in other words, you'll be as right as rain for the duration, eh, Zach?" Mark said as he stood to the side and watched the golden-skinned woman in operation. Phoebe, who was grateful to see the man now wearing his civilian clothes, complete with six-string guitar slung over one shoulder, looked up at the brown-haired man and said, "You guys got some weird kind of partnership going down here, huh? He provides you with the magic tricks and you're teaching him what it means to be human." "Yeah, but look who's talking about partnerships," Mark smiled. "I mean, no offense, but how did you and Marshall wind up together? I'm not saying anything about you two being an item, but—" "What's the matter, big boy?" Phoebe asked with a smile. "Jealous?" "Maybe a little," Mark reluctantly admitted. "Well, that makes two of us," Phoebe remarked, turning back to study the golden woman who gleamed in the sun like a living metal statue. because a part of you's always gonna be inside of Marcia, and it's thanks to you that we can even communicate in the same language. I guess in a way I kind of owe you. So, how did it happen? Mark persisted. I don't really know myself, Phoebe shrugged. Marcia and me just kind of bumped into each other, literally, like it was fate or something, and when I heard her story I just knew I had to help her. For which I am and will always be eternally grateful, Phoebe. Marcia spoke without looking up from her examination, and you don't need to worry. Mark and I are friends. Like a brother and a sister. A brother? Mark arched an eyebrow but decided not to press the issue. A funny thing, Marcia continued, I've never had a brother before or a sister either. I have always been alone. Save for Cartower. Phoebe is my first true friend, but I feel close enough to you that I feel as if I have known you for a long time, Mark. There are a lot of really interesting memories that I've been reviewing since Cartower downloaded them into me. Ah. Mark was suddenly very nervous. Just how much do you remember? Not everything, Marcia admitted. Some images are blurred, others tend to be jumbled together. I'm not really sure how much of what Unit 1138 took from you to give to me has been faithfully recorded in my cerebral engrams. I only know that I only started to think strange thoughts about freedom and individuality after I began to integrate Cartower's downloads. Perhaps in time I will remember more, or perhaps most of it will fade out of memory from lack of positive reinforcement. Oh. Really? Mark sounded faintly relieved. You don't need to fear that I'll remember everything in your personal life, Mark, Marcia assured him, and if I wanted to know about, say, the first woman you made love to, I could gain that knowledge through my telepathy, but only if I wanted to intrude on your privacy, which I assure you that I do not. Oh, Mark said with a crestfallen expression. At any rate, I am struck by the differences and similarities between us, Marcia mused. For example, I never knew my parents, while you had a falling out with your own, which is what led you to pursue your current occupation. Ah. Actually, it was my dad who's all but disowned me, Mark replied. My mom supported my wish to be a musician, but she thought my wanting to hitchhike across the country was a risky way of seeing the country. So you struck out on your own and took the high road? Phoebe asked. Been the way I've chosen to live my life for the last 2 years, after I dropped out of college, Mark replied. Dad really wanted me to be a lawyer, like there weren't a million other guys out there doing the same thing. Oh yeah, Phoebe sniffed, never enough lawyers. Exactly, Mark smiled. I also rejected his other idea of enrolling in a business college. I kept telling him that making a lot of money wasn't as big a deal for me as it's been to him, and you should have heard him go on and on about not making the same mistakes he did when he was young. Of course if I'd listened to him I'd never have found Zack or had the chance to become Action. Oh yeah, about that, Phoebe arched an eyebrow and hid her smile. You always wanna be a superhero? Long as I could dream about it, Mark replied. I used to love comic books when I was a kid, before they started doing the psycho-existentialist crap that's been ruining the industry. Know where you're coming from there, Phoebe nodded. Nothing like the classics when the guys writing the books honestly knew how to tell a story and make likable characters that you could identify with, Mark agreed. And had artwork that didn't make you want to toss your cookies, Phoebe added. Word on that, Mark sniffed. You think those new guys ever learned how to draw people? And what's their psyche damage? Phoebe winced. I've seen suicide notes that were less depressing. I can tell that you two have a lot to talk about, Marcia observed dryly. Personally I agree that the comic book format is an excellent way of telling a story and has great potential as a tool for learning, but I just don't share your fascination with this idea of larger-than-life characters doing impossible deeds as an unpaid public service. It would seem more likely to me that your people in regular law enforcement would have a lot to say about that, and how can any criminal be prosecuted if his arrest was obtained through extra-legal means? I would think that anyone doing that would be looking at serious legal problems. What, you got a thing against superheroes? Mark asked. Not with the concept of using one's gifts to benefit others, Marcia replied, but it doesn't seem like a very personally profitable way to live. After all, you can't make a living doing this, and people in need could hardly be in a very advantageous position to repay you. There you go again, Marcia, Phoebe said, taking all the fun out of it, trying to be practical. I'm sorry, Marcia smiled. Old habits are difficult to break. Back where I come from, one learns not to become too concerned with the affairs of other people. It's hard enough staying out of trouble with the authorities without adding the burden of such complicating factors. It sucks, Mark said. Sounds like a real police state where you come from, Marcia. It is that and more, Marcia said softly. My parents were both executed as enemies of the state. The council would rather hold our people back rather than allow them to move forward. If they knew about a world such as this, then they would view it as nothing more than a resource to be plundered and not a thriving culture to be studied for the sort of friendly future relations that Carter envisioned. Why is that, Marcia? Mark asked. How could a people as advanced as yours get run like a total dictatorship? A good question, Marcia replied. It's funny, really. I never paid that much attention to Carter's stories about the Keepers and how they engineered the fall of the old Federation. One of my more illustrious ancestors, Sheila of Manjarma, helped found one of the largest and most progressive empires on my world, only to have it collapse around 400 cycles ago when Wolframma suffered a gradual collapse of our environment in what we call the Great Disaster. Who's this Sheila? Phoebe asked. A very important figure in the history of my world, Marcia explained. I suppose you might compare her to a cross between your Joan of Arc and Alexander the Great, with a bit of Renaissance woman thrown in for good measure. She not only conquered and united the divided city-states of the north to forge the Najarman alliance, she also brought about a scientific and technological revolution that led to a more enlightened age after she overthrew the rule of a secretive group of Kabbalists known as the Keepers. The stories told about her seem fantastically exaggerated in our present day and age, but the empire that she created lasted for well over 600 cycles until the collapse brought about by the disaster. What about that? Mark asked in increasing interest. What was this great disaster? I believe that it could be best described as what your people refer to as a gradual but dramatic shift in the climate of Wolframma, Marcia explained, one that cascaded totally out of control and tipped the balance away from harmony and a self-sustaining biosphere. First, our polar ice caps melted, which resulted in worldwide flooding of the coasts with a subsequent loss of arable farmland, which in turn led to an outbreak of plague and mass starvation. Then the combination of toxic chemical dumping and the rise in the thermal currents of our oceans caused a catastrophic loss of cyanobacteria and other microorganisms that form the basis of our food chain that, coupled with overconsumption of our food resources, led to mass extinction of various indicator species on a worldwide level. This loss of biodiversity also meant that those organisms that contributed to the all-important oxygen and carbon cycles that maintained our atmosphere were no longer able to sustain their functions, and without enough of both to block out most of the hard radiation that routinely bombards our planet. I think I get the picture, Mark averred. In other words, the environment collapsed and you guys wound up having to live underground in environmentally controlled cities. Yikes, Phoebe winced. Sounds almost like what we got going down here on our planet. That is my concern too, yes, Marcia agreed, but, fortunately, there is still time enough for your people to take the necessary steps to correct these problems. Unfortunately, on my world, the Keepers, the very same cult that my ancestor allegedly put down, rose to power and made absolutely certain that such a logical course correction would never be effected. But why? Mark asked. The same reason why the many corporations and governments on your world, and mine, choose to ignore the warning signs that are in evidence, Marcia explained, greed and power. By ruining the environment on my world, the Keepers created a crisis that forced our citizens to take the sort of drastic measures that they did, which made our people totally dependent on the Keepers, who, according to Carter, are the real movers behind the councils. Our population had to be stabilized, so men and women were forbidden to breed without state-approved permission, and gradually we reduced the process to its most sanitized and emotionally sterile components. Fathers and mothers are selected on the basis of genetic compatibility and not on emotional considerations. Our young replace our old like exchangeable components, and children are merely seen as inheriting the position and place of their elders, who are themselves phased out once their operational usefulness is ended. The very concept of parental responsibility has been taken over by the state, and children are raised by child tenders at natal care facilities with the system of patronage and meritocracy employed by the monitors, who in turn ensure that we get indoctrinated with the approved dogmas of the state. All raw materials are recycled, including the atoms in our body. Ugh, Marcia. Phoebe shuddered. "You make it sound so cold and unfeeling." "It was," Marcel replied, "which is why I'm so very glad to be here and not there, even regardless of my gaining these new powers." "Yeah, can't say I blame you for that," Mark noted, studying the gold-skinned beauty with undisguised appreciation for the physical perfection she embodied. "You really are something else, you know that?" Her smile was as dazzling as the rest of her as she glanced briefly towards him with those large, expressive eyes, their purple coloring giving them the look of polished amethyst stones set against her metallic expression. "Thank you for saying so, Mark, but I'm really nothing special." "What?" Phoebe blurted out. "No way." "Well, perhaps I should say that from where I come from I was never considered to be all that very special," Marcel amended, "and yet, by a strange combination of luck and circumstance, I now find that I have overnight become the most powerful human being on your world, and I don't really know what to do about it." "You nothing special?" Mark blinked, studying the long legs and well-sculpted curves of the golden goddess. "You've gotta be kidding." "No, I'm just an average girl back home," Marcel replied. "My abilities may be magnified here but back in the Dharma I was perfectly average." "Average," she says. Phoebe rolled her eyes then added, "Marcia, what are you doing right now?" "Performing repairs to a probe droid," Marcel answered. "And what kind of tools are you using?" Phoebe continued. "Very crude and makeshift tools." Marcel winced slightly. "And yet are you having any trouble making those repairs?" Mark asked, picking up on what Phoebe was saying. "Well, no," Marcel reluctantly admitted. "And why's that?" Phoebe smiled triumphantly. "Well," Marcel began, "my eyes can perceive things in greater magnification and detail if I stay focused upon what is before me, and I seem to have a greater intuitive sense of these integrated components, and I can perceive where there's a broken or faulty connection. In fact, if I imagine these components in my mind, then I not can only see the microcircuitry but also make new connection by separating or fusing the various parts together with a very fine detail that would only be possible with more sophisticated instruments under ordinary circumstances." Her voice trailed off as she started to think this over. "And could you do any of that by yourself back on Wolframma?" Phoebe asked. "No," Marcel replied, barely at the level of a whisper. "And the reason why it's different here?" Mark smiled confidently. "Because my powers are enabling me to make up for the shortfall," Marcel replied with a sheepish expression. "Exactly," Mark nodded. "You've got more powers even than me with Zack helping, so you're not exactly average while you're on our planet, right?" "Well, no," Marcel conceded, "but still." "So what are you complaining about?" Phoebe asked. "You're an Ultra girl here, so why not make the best of it?" "Ultra girl?" Mark blinked. "Is that the best name you could think of?" "Well, it sure beats action," Phoebe quipped back. "If you two are trying to make the point that I should use my special abilities in some constructive manner," Marcel mused, "then I am already convinced of that. What I am not convinced of is that I should become a costume superhero." "What, you mean like that thing you were wearing the other day that you got from your home world?" Mark pointed out. "Sure looks like a costume to me." "Ah. Well," Marcel said again, "it's composed of chain molecules, which are very strong and durable, whereas normal Earth clothing—" "Yeah, speaking of which," Phoebe spoke up, "what's with that get-up you were wearing before, Guy?" "Oh, that's just something Zack calls up when I ask him to," Mark replied, "and it's a lot tougher stuff than my normal street duds. What I'm trying to say here is why are you and Phoebe so intent that I devote myself to fulfilling some cartoon fantasy ideal?" Marcel asked, not bothering to say how unnerving it was to her to hear Phoebe and the man beside her exchanging quips and barbs in an almost affectionate manner. "I've no problem with believing that it would be a good thing to help those weaker than myself, but—" "Weaker than yourself?" Phoebe sniffed. "Marcia, that's almost everybody on the planet." "I've always believed that doing a good deed is its own reward, Marcia," Mark explained, "but you could try thinking of it as a way of getting good publicity, making people learn to respect and trust you." "Yeah, that's right," Phoebe vigorously nodded. "Look at it this way, Marcia. You're an alien on our world and the government would probably like nothing better than to lock you up in a lab someplace and study you. If you made a name for yourself and became a celebrity, got name recognition and proved to people how useful and nice you are, then they wouldn't dare touch you. They couldn't lay a hand on you if you showed everybody that you're not an enemy invader. But won't people be afraid of me when they learn what I can do? Marcel asked. Some will, Mark replied, but most people will cheer you if you come to them as a friend and show you mean it. It's been like that anywhere I put in an appearance. And if Guthrie boy here can do it, you can do it too, Marcia, Phoebe insisted. You just need to start thinking of it as a public service, something to do to convince people that you're alright, and maybe later on you can even tell your story and get sympathy. Then let the government try to touch you. That is something to think about anyway, Marcel admitted, then smiled as she reconnected the AI portion of the probe and finished sealing up the cylinder. Unit 1138, I believe repairs have finally been effected. This unit concurs, the probe droid replied as it hummed for a moment, then rose from the ground to hover a foot or two in empty air, operational efficiency reading at 83% of optimal. Self-repair systems online, memory and storage capacity at full maximum. This unit now capable of carrying out mission instructions to observe and record data concerning subject world Terra. So, does that mean you don't need me anymore? Mark asked. Negative, the probe replied. This unit requires further assistance of subject Mark Daniels to continue to provide human-level perspective. I guess he's grown attached to you, huh guy? Phoebe elbowed the taller man with a playful expression. Guess I'm not such a burden to you after all, eh Zach? Mark grinned. Negative, the probe replied. This unit is burdened by presence of slow-moving, cumbersome human with strange notions and cultural tribal beliefs. But only subject Mark is equipped to comprehend and analyze human systems. I think I would take that for a compliment and leave it at that, Marcia said as she stood up and stretched, creating a real eyeful for her two companions. Well, that was refreshing, getting to actually use my technical skills for once. I was half afraid that being trapped on a world this primitive would mean that most of my advanced scientific skills would atrophy. Putting myself to the test like that was more fun than I thought it would be, especially after all those rigorous tests that Cartor was always putting me through. So glad you've been able to find yourself, Phoebe said dryly, but us poor, primitive humans do our best with what we've got. Oh, I know that, Phoebe, Marcia smiled back, and for a primitive people, you do have your moments. But what about it, Marcia? Mark asked. If you want to earn money you could build stuff and take advantage of your knowledge. I'm afraid not, Marcia replied, posing coyly as she slyly perceived the aroused state of mind of both the man and her lover. I know how the science of Wolfram operates, but the actual history of how our world evolved its technology from our earlier intermediary stages has been suppressed, so it will take me time to work back up from the basics. I'm sure that eventually I'll get the hang of how your world's technology operates, but it will take a lot longer before I figure out how to build the tools to create the machines that will build the sort of devices that I am used to. I could reverse engineer from Unit 1138's components, but that would mean taking him completely apart, and... well, I don't think you would like that very much, would you, Isaac? This unit would prefer to conduct its mission prerogatives, the probe responded, but if Apprentice Marcel requires this unit to sacrifice operations. Not necessary, Marcel replied. Cartor created you to conduct your studies, and I think he would have preferred if you continued on with your mission. It would be a fitting tribute in his honor. I'll just have to get by with what I have, which should be enough for now. I have Phoebe, after all, and she is all I really need to build a new life here. Phoebe smiled at that and said, hey, you know I'll do my part, Marcia. Heck, without you I wouldn't even still be here. Yeah, how is that? Mark wondered. I thought you were a goner for sure the way you were bleeding all over the place. Not that I'm sorry you survived that. But I don't even see a scar. So you looked, huh? Phoebe smirked. Blame it all on Marcia and her healing touch. She's a real miracle worker, no doubt about it. Actually, Marcia somewhat reluctantly began, in all honesty, I can take all of the credit for what happened. I did heal your body back to normal, Phoebe, but it was like an important part of you was missing. But then this voice spoke to me. A voice? Mark asked her with a surprised look. Yes, Marcel replied, it was. I think it was feminine, but I can't be completely sure. I heard the words in my mind as if someone were speaking inside of me and then it. She. somehow restored Phoebe to life. Really? Phoebe blinked. You're kidding. I'm completely serious, Phoebe. Marcia looked from her to Mark, then back again before adding, an intelligence beyond my understanding reached out to me and helped me in my hour of greatest need. Is this what your people refer to as an angel? An angel? Mark repeated with a puzzled look. Well, I suppose it's possible. I mean, you're an alien goddess come to life, so why not an angel? Yeah, word on that, Phoebe averred. Despite herself, Marcia could not help blushing, her golden cheeks becoming a more glistening shade of metallic bronze as she demurely glanced down, not seeing the fascinated looks that she was receiving from her two companions. I'm hardly a goddess, Mark, Marcia replied. In truth, I'm not even sure what that word means. It's a word that hasn't seen much use on Wolframma for ages, but the nearest equivalent for us would be the word you call cosmos. It means you'd stand out on any planet, regardless of your origins, Mark answered. Hell, yeah, Phoebe nodded. You really are an ultra-special kind of person, Marcia. Don't ever let anyone tell you different. Flattery will get you somewhere, Phoebe, Marcia smiled back, and if you want to talk about special kinds of people, then I need look no farther than you, my very dear friend. Yeah, figured it was like that, Mark remarked as he studied the golden-skinned woman in the lighter-framed Phoebe with a sardonic expression. So, what's next for you guys? You gonna go on the road and see the world the way I'm doing? I wouldn't mind the company. Thank you, Mark, Marcia replied, but after we rest here for another night, I think that we will have to go back to San Francisco, at least for a brief visit. Phoebe left many of her belongings there, and she does owe an explanation to her roommate for the mess that I caused back there. Mark sobered as he heard this. You know, if you do that they'll be coming after you again. It is a risk, I agree, Marcia replied, but if we start running now then we'll be running forever. At the very least we need to pick up credit cards and other documents that we will need if we're to establish a new identity elsewhere. And I need to forge some type of documentation for myself if I'm going to make any sort of a life here. As much as I value Phoebe's guidance, I do eventually need to learn how to be more self-reliant. Then we'll tag along for a bit and help you get set up, Mark nodded. Right, Zach? Affirmative, the probe responded. Guess that means our vacation in paradise is gonna get cut short, Phoebe sighed. Just as well, I was getting a little tired of coconuts and half-cooked fish. And I miss eating pizzas, Marcia smiled, even if it has only been a couple of days. But, actually, there is no rush. We can stay here for another day and leave this island paradise in the morning. Sounds good to me, Mark replied, and maybe you two won't mind if I go fetch us something edible, like some food and munchies? Hey, that would be great. Phoebe brightened. Then this place really would be paradise. I would love to hear you play, Mark, Marcia smiled. I've been hearing tunes in my mind for days, and it would be nice to finally understand their true meaning. It's a date, then, Mark smiled back, then his outline blurred as he once again vanished in a gust of hurricane-force winds. Weird, Phoebe said, he really must get off on doing that. I believe that it is the fulfillment of one his greatest fantasy wishes, Marcia agreed. Odd how much alike the two of us are, but then again, I suppose that is only to be expected. Better get on your costume then, Phoebe nodded to where Marcia's cape and belongings were stored. Wouldn't want to make him feel left out. Besides, it wouldn't do to leave it behind when we go where somebody else could find it. Yes indeed, Marcia agreed, but Phoebe, I would prefer if you not refer to it as a costume. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Marcia, Phoebe smiled, knowing full well that this was far from the last word that would be spoken on that issue. Chapters 12-19, First copyrights only created and written by Jim Robert Bader, all rights reserved. Characters and situations are purely fictitious and are not based on persons living or dead with the sole exception of Katie, whose voluntary contributions are deeply appreciated. Marcia, the Ultra Girl, is the creation of Jim Robert Bader with ideas and suggestions provided by his friends and collaborators, Katie Norcross, the real Kate Cross, and Bill Geroff, with additional ideas and suggestions provided by Ed Derii, who took a liking to Mark Daniels. All rights reserved. The characters and situations here are fictitious and are not intended to depict persons living and dead other than Katie, that is. This is a rough draft, subject to future alterations if I should find a publisher friendly enough to sponsor this series. Any resemblance to copyrighted or trademarked ideas belonging to other authors is purely coincidental. Marsaw, The Ultra Girl by Jim Robert Bader Book 1 Part 2 The Girl of Tungsten Steel Chapter 13. Unbound. You wanna explain things again to me, Chief? Inspector Hiram Turlo growled at his boss. You want us to back off this case and let the feds take it over? I already told you, Lieutenant John Chen of Homicide replied from the other side of his desk. We've been given the official word that it's a matter of national security and they've asked us nicely for our full cooperation. Bullshit. Turlo spat. I got a dozen of witnesses. I got a stiff in the morgue who's been crushed like a Raggedy Ann doll. Not anymore, Lieutenant Chen replied. It's been impounded as evidence, along with all the X-rays and forensics tests. What part of this are you not getting, Hiram? They're the feds. They do this kind of stuff for a living. It's still bullshit, Turlo snarled. I don't care if they come in here with a congressional subpoena. This is still our case and we got a murderer out there who's walking the streets. That ain't what I heard. Detective Sarah Littlebird, Turlo's partner, spoke up with an amused lilt to her voice. Eyewitnesses say our perp flew the coop, literally taking half of our evidence with her. Is that supposed to be a joke? Chen asked, because if it is, I'm not laughing. Come on, Hiram, you know the score. You've been with the force long enough to figure out that you can't win against City Hall, much less Washington. Just the fact that they're interested in a routine mugging ought to tell you you're not gonna get anywhere being a pain about this. Just accept the inevitable and leave the lone wolf act for the streets. I ain't never left the streets, John, Turlo thundered, unlike you when you took the cushy desk job. Yes, and I intend to keep it, thank you very much, Chen stiffly replied. You could have had a desk of your own if you didn't keep making so much noise and offending the wrong people. At least I still got my dignity and my sense of justice, Turlo imperiously declared. Yes, and you can take both of them with you when you shut the door, Chen pointed at Sam in a manner that left one in no doubt that it was an order. And so help me, if I get word that you're still following this case, I'll pin your badge to my wall right next to your hide, so beat it. Go out and catch some real bad guys. Sarah waited until her fuming partner had followed her out of the office before saying, is that what a broken marriage sounds like? I'd heard when partners split up like that. Don't get started on me, Missy, Turlo warned, I ain't giving up that easily. Nobody comes onto my turf and makes a mockery of the justice system. And feds or no feds, I ain't giving this up until I get to the bottom of this thing, one way or another. As my grandfather would probably tell you, Sarah smirked, you should always be careful what you wish for. No witticisms out of you, young lady, Turlo snapped. I'm old enough to be your grandfather, and you should show more respect for your elders. Whatever you say, Sarah said unrepentantly, I'm just thinking of the kind of APB we'd have to post on the subject. Not many 6-foot blondes with bronzed skin wearing funny costumes in this town, no siree. Oi, Turlo rolled his eyes, what did I ever do to deserve getting a yanta from my partner? You want to get anywhere on the force, young lady, you need to get a better attitude than that. Like you? Sarah asked, like you always say, follow the example set by your senior partner. Your old man must be rolling in his grave to have a daughter like you on the warpath, Turlo groaned. Can't you be serious about a case for once? A man is dead, for pity's sakes. Sounds to me like he wasn't much of a man, Sarah replied, attacking a helpless woman with a knife. Doesn't matter if he was with the angels or the devil incarnate, Turlo chided, our job is to catch him, we leave the judging to the system. So, partner, Sarah mused in more serious tones, what do you propose to do if our mysterious golden girl puts in another appearance? Find and arrest her. Of course, Turlo answered, and if she gives us any trouble, then to hell with the feds, she'll learn to respect the system. Assuming that guns and handcuffs will even work with her, Sarah cautioned, and if she really can fly. What, you've been smoking some loco weed in your peace pipe? Turlo said dismissively, things like that can't happen in real life. You know, it's kind of funny, Sarah mused. What's funny, Pocahontas? Turlo snapped. Sorry. She's Iroquois, I'm part Apache, Sarah corrected, and I was just thinking how every time someone says that in a movie it turns out to be a reverse prophesy, so you mind if I quote that line back at you? Turlo's reply to that was anything but kosher, as he added a few terse words about what a mistake it was for the Goya to give their women voting rights, but Sarah took it in good stride as they headed out in pursuit of another investigation entirely unrelated to anything even nominally paranormal, certain that she would get to quote her training officer's words back at him before the day got any longer. "Okay, I've checked it out and there doesn't seem to be anything out of place," Mark said, "but the weird thing is that somebody repaired the front door, which you kinda wrecked with your hasty exit, Marcia." "Ah. Yes," Marcel replied, "I guess I wasn't entirely thinking when it happened." "Weird is the word for it, all right," Phoebe said as stared at the front porch of the townhouse that she shared with her absent roommate. "I wonder if Katie got back early from her vacation? She could afford to have it repaired, but not this quickly." "Oh?" Marcel asked, "there is a problem with that?" "It's been my experience that when you call for a repair guy they usually fit you into their schedule a week or two down the line," Mark explained. "This place got trashed a couple of days ago but now it looks as good as new, like somebody with a lot of clout waved a magic wand and got some magic gnomes to fix it." "Unlikely," the now cloak probe droid said aloud, which Phoebe still found more than a little unnerving, being the only one present who could not see the hovering top when it was visually shielded. "You really miss your roommate, don't you, Phoebe?" Marcia said, sensing the mood shifts of her somewhat more demure companion. "I think that I would like very much to meet her." "Hey, you'd love Katie, Marcia," Phoebe smiled. "She's quite a character, believe me. I kinda wish I'd been able to go with her on her trip to Japan. But then, if I had, I wouldn't have met you, so I guess it all worked out." "Japan?" Mark said. "Your friend is rich?" "She does all right," Phoebe replied. "She's a software consultant, and pretty well paid from what I've been able to gather. We met 6 years ago when she took me in and got me off the streets, helped me get a job and everything. And, well, we kinda got really close to each other after a couple of years of living together. I've been with her in bad times, like after she divorced her husband, and I've seen lots of other guys come and go in her life, but, well, with us it's always been special. Only now you're got Marcia," Mark pointed out, not wanting to sound too bitter on that subject. "Yeah, and I guess in a way I've kinda been cheating on Katie," Phoebe said sadly, "which is why I wanna explain things to her just as soon as she gets back from whatever business she's doing. Well, guess we'd better go inside and see if the place is just like we remember, and if anybody's looking. You got your disguise up, Marcia?" "Right," Marcia nodded, then closed her eyes and began to concentrate her power. "Disguise?" Mark asked, only to blink as he saw the outline of the golden woman's body shift and blur before his eyes, and then he would have sworn that her image became double overlapped with the second Marcia, this one shorter and with a normal skin complexion dressed in regular street clothes, which prompted him to say, "Whoa." "Yeah," Phoebe sniffed, "said the same thing first time I saw her do that." "It's a telepathic illusion that I have been learning how to create," Marcia explained, her voice the only thing unchanged about her somewhat less intimidating new incarnation. "It takes some effort to maintain this for any great length of time, but a few minutes shouldn't be too much of a strain." "An illusion?" Mark looked her up and down before saying, "Pretty neat. Even I'm having trouble seeing the real you under all that." "This unit concurs," the probe droid observed. "Apprentice Marcia's camouflage field is most effective." "What?" Phoebe blinked. "You mean he can see it too?" "How can that be?" Mark asked. "Zack ain't exactly telepathic." "Actually, the principle is kind of similar to that of a holographic projection," Marcia explained. "I create the image and project it into my own body aura, and it causes the field around me to shift so that visible light itself is affected. I figure that I won't just have to pass as a normal human around people, I will need to appear fully human in front of a camera, so I'm practicing to make my disguise even more convincing." "You sure convinced me," Phoebe whistled. "You've come a long way from when you fooled those truckers." "Sorry, I forgot, shouldn't have brought that up." Marcia glanced down as the three of them approached the townhouse, her now blue eyes casting a sad reflection that had nothing to do with her illusion. Mark saw this and said, "What's wrong, Marcia?" I killed a man," Marcia blurted out. "I've never done that deliberately before. I didn't even think of what effect I would have when I pushed him away from Phoebe." "Hey, don't cry over him, Marcia," Phoebe said as she fished a key out from a hidden slot. "You saved my life, and if you hadn't stopped him he might have done the same thing to somebody else. But still, I can't accept that my carelessness should be an excuse for such behavior," Marcia persisted. "With my strength, I always have to be mindful of how I conduct myself around normal people. I don't want anyone else to die because of my carelessness." "Hey, I can't say that taking a life is a good thing, Marcia," Mark said, "and in a way I'm kinda in the same boat thanks to Zach's tinkering. A wave of my hand and I could fry someone if I get too careless. At least you care enough to feel bad about what happened." "Yeah," Phoebe agreed, "and I'd only worry if you didn't feel bad about it, which probably makes me less of a nice person since I wouldn't think twice about dropping a guy like that off a cliff. Anyway, come on inside, let's see if anybody's messed around with my magazine collection." "It looks the same," Marcia said once they were inside the living area, seeing the books and magazines still laying about in the positions where she had left them. "I see no evidence that anyone has been here while we've been out." "Remind me to tell you about a guy named Sherlock Holmes, Marcia," Mark cautioned, "otherwise you'd know that it isn't the dog that barks you need to worry about, but the one who doesn't." "Eh?" Marcia asked, then her eyes grew strangely unfocused and she responded, "Oh. A fictional character who calls himself a consulting detective? Curious." A trilling noise caused everyone to glance down at the floor where a black-furred cat was looking up at them with an inquisitive expression. "Lucifer!" Phoebe cried with delight as she got down on her knee and took the feline into her arms, whereupon she vigorously ran her fingers over the approved areas of his chin, neck and ears. "How is it going, little boy? You've been behaving yourself while me and Marcia were away? Who's been feeding you, baby? You guys got a cat named Lucifer?" Mark asked with a raised eyebrow. "He's a friend," Marcia smiled as she watched her lover smooth down the animal's fur with obvious affection, eliciting from him that strangely pleasant thrumming noise that he used to convey approval. "So, what about it, boy?" Phoebe asked as she nuzzled the purring creature. "Anybody come by while we were out? You'd tell us if you frightened away any nasty intruders, right?" "Frighten them away?" Marcia looked puzzled. "She's just kidding," Mark reassured her, pausing to eye the cat before adding, "I think nothing looks out of place." Phoebe started to say as she set the cat back down, then her eyes picked up a single anomaly and she turned around to stare at the object that was protruding from the far wall. As she approached it she gave a startled oath then said, "Sunuva. Ariel? Eh?" Marcia once again sensed the shift in her lover's moods and said, "Who?" Mark got closer to the car and then pulled it loose from the wall and stared at it before saying, "The Ace of Hearts? What?" "David Ariel," Phoebe grinned, "the great love of Katie's life. Other than me, that is. He's the slimy Brit she met a long time ago back in Israel when she was serving as a field nurse with the Galanus. According to her he's this big-time secret agent for the Mossad, or something like that. I never did get too many of the details about him real mystery man stuff, but I think he's actually a blue-blooded aristocrat who got disowned by his dad, or something like that." "No fooling," Mark remarked, "your girlfriend hangs out with a guy like wait a minute. Ariel? Tall guy, blonde-haired, likes to dress casual, a real jet-setter, looks like he walked off a country club someplace? You've met him?" Phoebe blinked. "Briefly," Mark replied, "and not on purpose. I think he's chasing after me, and you're right about him being some kind of secret agent." "Amazing coincidences," Marcia said as she looked from one companion to the other. "Is he someone else whom I should meet?" "Not unless you want to get stuck as a permanent guest of a government-run lab someplace," Mark warned. "I definitely advise against it." "Oh, he isn't all that bad," Phoebe insisted, staring at the card that Mark had handed to her. "This is his usual calling card. He's got this real gift for throwing objects. Never misses anything he aims at, doesn't like guns at all, prefers to use just about anything else as a weapon." "Yeah, that's definitely him," Mark nodded vigorously, glancing around. "I tell you, just thinking he might be in the area gives me chills. Look, I want to hang around with you guys a while more, but if this guy is sniffing around in the neighborhood then I think Zach and me ought to go and check it out." "If you think that would be for the best, Mark," Marcia said reluctantly. "Believe me, I do," Mark insisted. "Zach, let's take a walk." Action. There was another brief flash of light, and then the man before them once again went from a plain-dressed guitarist to a garishly colored superhero, and then with a smile the man's image blurred and a wind was kicked up that sent loose papers and objects flying in all directions. The door opened and shut again with the speed of a snapping pair of fingers, leaving Marcel and Phoebe to stand around looking more than slightly bewildered until the man appeared again after what seemed like a matter of seconds. "Yeah, there's definitely somebody keeping tabs on this place," Mark said as he settled down to relative normalcy. "Got a place close nearby with somebody using a telephoto lens to take pictures, and a suspicious-looking Benz parked down the block that Zack insists is chock full of electronic gizmos. Primitive but effective surveillance equipment," the invisible probe droid elaborated. "This unit confirms that current location is subject to direct intelligence observation." "Oh," Phoebe said, glancing at the card again, "I should have guessed that. Are you the just kind of guy who could set something like that up? Damn. I should have known it was suspicious that the door got repaired like that and all. We'd better get what we came for and clear out of here, Marcia." "Right," Marcia agreed, then paused to say, "What will we need for travel?" "Whatever whatever I can carry," Phoebe self-corrected. "Looks like we are hitting the road with you for a while, guy, at least until the heat blows over." "That's fine with me," Mark smiled, "be glad for the company, but I can't promise much in the way of creature comforts." "Just let me get my stuff, then we'll make a cash withdrawal from the bank," Phoebe said with a nervous glance over her shoulders. "Unless they make a move to grab us there, we ought to be safe surrounded by lots of ordinary people." "I do hope that you are right, Phoebe," Marcia fervently agreed, feeling a tightness in her chest at the thought of having to leave this wonderful love nest that she and Phoebe had been sharing behind, but the thought of having security people close in on her from all sides was enough to convince her of the urgency of moving to another location. Still, her practical side prompted her to say, "What will we do to earn an income when your allotment runs out?" "I'm sure we'll think of something," Phoebe said as she headed at once for the bedroom. "After all, you could always crush lumps of coal into diamonds, right?" "I can?" Marcel asked in amazement, exchanging a look with Mark, who only shrugged and answered, "It's a superhero thing. You'd have to work with the program to understand it." Far away, on the other side of the country, the man named David Ariel heard his cell phone beep and at once pulled it out from his coat pocket. "Ariel here. Go ahead." The man sitting before the dignified blonde agent remained respectfully quiet for a time, but his dark eyes narrowed slightly as he waited for his subordinate to conclude his conversation. "I see," Ariel at last remarked, "keep on them, but under no circumstances are any agents to attempt to approach the subject. Go to level 2 and have our people on alert, just in case." He closed up the phone, then turned to his employer and said, "They've been sighted at the townhouse, both the alien and Daniels." "I see," the man in the chair opposite to Ariel replied in graven tones. "Things are happening more swiftly than we projected. I do believe that our golden visitor is adapting rapidly to Earth culture thanks to the assistance of your friend, Miss Winters." "I'm still at a loss to explain her involvement, sir," Ariel replied, "of all the people for this strange being to encounter." "Yes," the other man said with a dismissive wave of a hand, "live as long as I have and you'll discover that there are no true coincidences, Ariel. I trust that Archangel will be able to manage things this time?" "I'd feel a lot better about it if I were there to directly supervise affairs," Ariel admitted. "Magnus, if this lady becomes cornered or afraid for her position, that is why we will remain as far from making direct contact with her as we can manage," the other man insisted. "So far there is no indication that she has any hostile intentions towards us, and quite a lot to the contrary, which leads me to suspect that she might prove to be a valuable asset." Ariel looked more sharply at the other man. "You're thinking of making her an agent?" "Eventually. Perhaps," the other man smiled softly, "but that would be getting too far ahead of ourselves. Let us do what we can to ease her way into making the transition to this society, then, when she is more comfortably settled, perhaps then it will be safe for you to approach her directly." "Me, sir?" Ariel arched an eyebrow. "I would certainly welcome the opportunity, but—" "Unless you would like for your lady friend to be the one to initiate contact," the other man smiled, amused as he watched for an emotional reaction in his subordinate. For anyone else the stony expression David Ariel wore would have seemed stoic, but for a man of his reputation for being unflappable it was the equivalent of deadly glare. Not that there was anything that he would or could have done to threaten a man like his employer. You mean Kate? The blonde man said aloud, but she's not even an agent. Not for us anyway, Magnus replied, but as she is already involved indirectly through Miss Winters. Ariel nodded. I follow you, sir. Use Kate for a stalking horse. Well, if anyone could handle a matter as delicate as this one, it would be my Lady Catherine. Would you prefer to contact her and explain the situation? Magnus asked. No need, Magnus, Ariel assured the dark-haired Continental. If I know Kate, then she'll be coming home on her own once her business with the clans is favorably concluded. Then, once she gets word of what Phoebe has been up to. Well, let's just say that I wouldn't want to be in Phoebe's pants for all the tea in China. I doubt if they would fit you, either, Magnus mused as he depressed a button on his chair, then said, Pilot. Change of route. Take us to San Francisco International. Yes, Mr. Richardson, the pilot of the Learjet responded, and at once the plane began to gently bank in preparation for turning to its new destination, its occupants already planning strategy of how to maintain a low-key presence when keeping a watch out for strange visitors from distant planets. Marcia found it fascinating as she contemplated the purpose for the business establishment in which she was presently located. This bank, as the natives called it, was a vital commercial center for the storage and removal of the primary means of capital transfer that the people here called money, a fascinatingly primitive form of currency barter that had not existed on her own world for many generations. Phoebe had explained as best she could the essential functions of such a place, then went on to elaborate that Marcia would have to learn to operate in such a place if she was ever to establish a line of credit in her own name, to say nothing of establishing her identity as a resident of this, the richest and most prosperous nation on the planet. The main trick will be faking an ID and getting a name for you that sounds halfway normal, Phoebe remarked as the two of them stood in a line waiting for service at the row of wooden slots that were for some strange reason named tellers. Good thing your illusion power's getting better because they've got cameras everywhere, and the last thing you want to do around here is act suspicious. I see, Marcia said dubiously. No wonder Mark was reluctant to come in here with us, since his image is already known to the authorities. Yeah, and so's mine, Phoebe winced. But since they probably think I'm dead, they're not likely to be looking for me, so I do hope Mark will be able to wait for us to conclude matters here, Marcia mused aloud while staying close beside Phoebe, not liking to be remembered of how near they had come to being separated forever. Hey, he'll be all right, Marcia, Phoebe assured, the guy's a born survivor, and I'm sure he'll find something to do to keep himself busy while we're in here. I do hope so, Marcia mused softly, taking advantage of her relative anonymity to make a thorough study of the normal patrons of this establishment, seeing in them a broad range of human types from both a physical and psychological perspective, classifying them by body and racial type while noting their relative age classifications. Such a widely diverse grouping would have been impossible in the homogeneous culture of Nijarma, and the thought that these people could exist side by side in relative harmony said a lot to her about the inclusive nature of their overall culture. Her telepathy also made her more than a bit sensitive to the stray thoughts that these people were projecting, and she had to work hard to maintain her concentration so that she did not become too distracted and accidentally allow her disguise to slip, which would no doubt lead to disaster, as she rather doubted their tolerance for diversity was quite ready to stretch towards fugitives from distant planets. So, Phoebe tried to sound casual as she asked, "What do you make of that Mark Daniels guy? Is he a real trip or what?" "I suppose," Marcia reluctantly agreed, "he certainly is nothing like the men of my world. He seems so alive somehow, and he is a very good minstrel." "Ah, he's okay," Phoebe shrugged, thinking of way that they had been serenaded by the guitarist, and how wonderful his voice had sounded while the three of them sat watching the sun set over the horizon. Too bad he wants to play the hermit, because with a voice like that he could make a lot of money. "I don't believe that. Money is really all that important to Mark," Marcia observed. "What is the guy, a freaking saint?" Phoebe sniffed. "Everybody needs money to get by, Marcia. You can't pay the bills without it. Maybe if you're living on the road you can eat roots and berries, but I came close to starving when I left my home and came to Frisco, and I'm damned lucky I didn't wind up on drugs and pimped into prostitution." "Really?" Marcia said with an incredulous expression. her mind filling with many conflicting images that carried with them some very disturbing connotations. "Yeah, well, it's nothing you gotta worry about, Marcia," Phoebe assured her. "I don't think they make pimps big enough to push you around, and I'm sure there's lots of better opportunities for a couple of good-looking girls like us if we play our cards just right." In fact, all of a sudden Marcia tensed, a strange feeling coming over her as if danger were just about to descend upon them. She glanced around, wondering if someone had penetrated her disguise and was now aware of the alien girl in their midst, but as she pondered this a commotion at the front door to the establishment drew both her attention and that of Phoebe. Several men in long overcoats wearing ski masks over their heads came barging into the place with weapons raised and at the ready. A bank guard started to react to this by automatically going for his pistol, only to be shot down where he stood for his troubles, the sudden burst of automatic fire shocking everyone and causing several bank patrons to begin screaming and going into a full panic. "Everybody down, nobody moves or they get it!" One of these masked figures cried out, and punctuated his demand by firing a live burst into the ceiling before adding, "Next one who moves gets wasted." All at once Phoebe and the other patrons hit the floor as if diving for cover that could not be found there. The few who were slow to follow suit were threatened by other gunmen who rudely shoved them down as the 5 men fanned out and trained their weapons on various people, both customers and bank employees. Marcia just stood where she was until she felt Phoebe tugging on her cape, at which point she glanced down and heard her friend hissing, "What are you doing? Get down before they shoot you." "Shoot me?" Marcia's attention immediately swerved to the fallen bank guard, and at once her heightened sense informed her that the man was still alive but critically injured. The pain he radiated informed her that he did not have long to live unless he received immediate medical attention. And then one of the gunmen made the mistake of rudely shoving his automatic weapon nearly in her face while barking loudly, "Get down or you!" Any other time and Marcia would have complied with the demand rather than risk having anyone else be injured, possibly even Phoebe. In truth, if she had taken the time to think before reacting she would have done just that, but the callous way these men behaved, the disregard for human life displayed by the shooting of the bank guard, combined to make her angry, and without even half thinking about it she snatched the rifle out of the man's hand and tore it to pieces as though the thing were made from balsa. She followed this rash action up by shoving the man away from her, unintentionally using her telekinesis to boost the already incredible force of her hand as the man was knocked flying to strike the distant wall with enough force to immediately send him into unconsciousness. That prompted the second gunman nearest to her to swerve around and fire his weapon blindly in her direction, but Marcia's anger reached out to him as her mind expanded her telekinetic field and the pellets fired off by his shotgun were caught and absorbed so that their kinetic energy never even reached her body. The next thing the man knew was that she had ripped his gun out of his hands while she picked him up with her other hand and held him there, unwitting dropping her illusion and revealing herself in her full costumed glory. "What the hell?" A gunman standing further back reacted, turning his weapon on her but not opening fire as sheer surprise and confusion caused him a moment of indecision. His indecision was mutual as Marcia stood there dangling a man off the floor with one hand while wondering what next to do as the gun in her hand meant nothing to her. For a few seconds nothing happened, but then she heard Phoebe whisper, "What are you waiting for? Throw him." Oh, the sudden image in her mind showed her exactly what Phoebe had in mind, and while Marcia recognized the gesture as originating in a comic book it seemed as logical a course of action as any other that might be taken. And so she threw the man she held bodily at the other gunman and watched as the two of them went down in a skidding heap. And as she used just a little too much force she unwittingly came close to seriously injuring both gunmen. This act, however, decided the matter for the fourth man, who without hesitation opened fire with his semi-automatic weapon, firing off an entire clip at Marcia from only a few meters distance, the high-velocity shells colliding with her telekinetic field, which slowed them somewhat but could not deflect them altogether. She was struck a dozen times by various bullets that hit her body in a dozen different places, rocking her back somewhat as their kinetic force was completely expended. But then Marcia straightened up once again and glared at the gunman, her anger becoming a raging fire as heat formed between her forebrows and was loosed on her astonished assailant, who only had time to cry out once before he was slammed across the room, the weapon in his hands exploding in all directions. "That hurt," Marcia slowly remarked, brushing herself off to make sure that she had been no worse than mildly bruised by the intensive gunplay. "What the "Who the hell are you, lady?" The last remaining gunman demanded. "What are you? You can't be human." "And you are?" Marsaw asked as she stretched out a hand and this time managed to control her anger, focusing her rage with better results upon the rifle in the man's hands so that she could yank it from him with her telekinesis. Once she had it in her hand she held it up for the man to see before shattering it to pieces with an ease that made the gunman's knees turn to water. "I suggest you surrender," she said with much forced calm, her anger starting to dissipate as the threat of these violent men no longer seemed as important. "Marcia, look out!" Phoebe cried. Marsaw did not have time to ask what her lover was warning her against, not having seen the sixth gunman appear from the rear of the bank, though she knew of him the moment he opened fire on her from behind, hitting her in the back with yet more automatic weapons fire, which scattered bullets in all directions but did no more than stagger her slightly forward. "You!" Her anger flared up once again and without thinking about it she turned and lashed out at the nearest object, sensing that the gunman had paused to change weapon clips and would renew his fire in another moment. As it happened there was a large wooden table in the center of the room directly behind her, a long desk-like affair that patrons used to write out bank slips, and with an ease that surprised even her she knocked this loose from its moorings and sent it flying across the room and directly at the astonished gunman. He had no time even to cry out as the heavy wooden object slammed into him and traveled the length of the room to crash soundly against the far wall, the man winding up between the desk and the wall with very little doubt left in anyone's minds that his body had been instantly compressed between them. Marsaw felt the wave of pain that lasted for just an instant and flinched away in dismay, realizing that she had killed again, regardless of the fact that the man had intended the same for her and would have succeeded if she had been any less resilient. Again a warning sense of danger caused her to turn around towards the sole remaining gunman, and as she looked she saw the man holding an object that he had just pulled out of his jacket, an object from which he pulled the pin before tossing it in her direction, and in an instant her mind classified the type and nature of this weapon and informed her of the danger it posed to their surroundings. Marsaw did not hesitate to reach out and snatch the thing out of the air, and then she chose a safe place to throw it and hurled it with great force at a section of the ceiling. It hit the plaster panel there and kept on moving until it impacted with something more substantial, and then it exploded in a burst of hot metal that instantly destroyed everything within several meters radius, causing the automatic sprinkler system to kick on as alarms rang out and people screamed in reflexive terror.